Chapter 3164. Her chances of winning were even smaller than the four sovereigns' battles. Therefore, the gods and demons of myriad worlds didn't have any hope of winning. At the very least, Li Xuanji's chances of winning the next battle were much lower than those of the four rulers. He was still a little weaker, while his opponents were a little stronger. It was very likely that the remaining three rulers had half-incipient grade destinable artifacts in their hands. After all, the Chaos Immortal Firmament had 6 original incipient grade creation divine weapons. The remaining three weren't on the same level as the Chaos Immortal Firmament. How could Li Xuanji deal with them? In the eyes of the remaining three, only Long Chen was worthy of their attention. The remaining three are my father, my uncle, and my aunt. The remaining three are my father, my uncle, and my aunt. The next battle is against my aunt, the Primal Chaos Ghostly Dance. She is the strongest woman in the Primal Chaos God clan. Even you have no chance of winning against her. Are you sure you want to be humiliated again? If I were you, I would choose to run away now. I have never seen a person who loves to be humiliated so much. The Primal Chaos Fire Dance giggled. Primal Chaos Ghost Dance. The woman in front of him was only one word different. However, Long Chen looked at the woman in a black dress and veil. She was the strongest woman in the Chaos God clan. Her level was far above the Chaos Immortal Firmament. Under the veil, a pair of penetrating eyes stared at Long Chen. Long Chen could smell the scent of death. She probably also thought that Long Chen would finally fight in the next battle. When Long Chen saw her, he had a basic estimation of her. In any case, she was much more terrifying than the chaotic fire dance. She was a rather difficult opponent to deal with, and he basically had no chance of winning. God Lord, see you in 5 days. After saying this, Long Chen left with the gods and demons of myriad worlds. The humiliated gods and demons could finally hide in the Tower of Time. They finally let out a sigh of relief. More than 700 people were sucked into the Tower of Time by Long Chen. Time became extremely long again. Fire Dance, come back. The woman among the Chaos God clan waved her hand. Yes, Aunt. Chaos Fire Dance ran over cheerfully. In fact, the Primal Chaos God clan was the most terrifying clan in the entire Primal Chaos God clan. Their grandfather was the Primal Chaos God Master, and he controlled everything. The second generation consisted of 3 people. The eldest son was Primal Chaos Fire Dance's father, the second son was Primal Chaos Fire Dance's uncle, and the last daughter was Primal Chaos Fire Dance's aunt. In the younger generation, there was the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. They all came from the Primal Chaos God Master's bloodline. Apart from Primal Chaos Fire Dance, who was still young, the other 4 were the strongest in the Primal Chaos God clan. Apart from the 4 of them, the strongest Primal Chaos Immortal Firmament was also a distance away from Primal Chaos Ghost Dance. Long Chen's remaining 4 opponents were the 3 children of the Master Chaos God. The last battle would be the Master Chaos God himself. Long Chen, are you still planning to let Miss Xuanji go? What we mean is that you can participate in this battle. At the very least, you have a greater chance of winning this battle. Then, at least, you can raise the morale a little. The 4 sovereigns cautiously said to Long Chen. As for the other gods and demons, after returning to the Tower of Time, they didn't say much and just dispersed. At least for now, we have no hope of winning. They have also given up. Indeed, apart from Long Chen, the other gods and demons had already given up. They had no chance to take revenge for the humiliation they had suffered. Now, they only wanted Long Chen to win this battle. At the very least, they could retain some dignity. Long Chen turned around. He understood the 4 sovereigns' thoughts, but he still had to say, "My plan will not change. Don't worry, the 3 of us are the same as you. Even if we lose the next battle, we will still go up. For the remaining time, I will properly plan with Xuanji and Xiaolang. The four of you must be tired recently. Have a good rest. Beside him were Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang. Compared to the three children of Master Chaos God, the three of them were simply too inferior. It was hard for the gods and demons to have confidence, especially when they had lost so badly. Alright, stick to yourself. The heavenly Tao Divine Emperor was the first to speak. I forgot that you are the creator of miracles. I hope that you can give us the greatest miracle. The savage desolation ancient god said. The four of you, I will be leaving first. Under the complicated gazes of the gods and demons, Long Chen left their realms. He gathered with Mo Xiaolang, Li Xuanji, and Lingxi in a corner of the third floor of the Tower of Time. Long Chen said, half of the 100 years have passed, and Kitten still hasn't woken up. There will be some urgency and danger later on. However, we are in trouble now, and we can't pay attention to the last battle. Let's plan for these 3 battles first. The order will not change. The next battle will be Xuanji, the next battle will be Xiaolang, and the second last battle will be me. Long Chen had long discovered that the second son of Master Chaos God cultivated the fire rule principle, and it accounted for most of his power. Therefore, he had arranged for Mo Xiaolang to be his opponent from the beginning. Mo Xiaolang said, I have just reached the complete realm of godly venerable realm, and I have just cultivated the original incipient level boundless divine technique. I am definitely not as good as my opponent in terms of creator divine weapon and power. However, I have recently awakened a sun-devouring demonic wolf rule principle. I have 25 years, and I think it is enough for me to completely excavate it. Even if there is a possibility of my battle, it will be very tragic. However, with Big Brother coming back from the dead, I am not afraid at all. Mo Xiaolang was also a creator of miracles, especially when fighting against enemies who specialized in the fire rule principle. Long Chen, do you think we can still defeat the Chaos God race with just the 4 of us and Kitten? Li Xuanji suddenly asked. She didn't dare to ask this question in front of the 4 dominators. If others heard it, they would probably think it was funny. Little she only won 1 battle. All our other losses were actually due to the origin incandescent stone. If we lose the remaining 4 battles, the possibility of Kitten waking up is too high. I am confident in the other 3 battles, and I am also confident in you guys. Even if we can't defeat the Chaos God race, we will at least tie the battle before the Master Chaos God takes action. Even at this time, Long Chen didn't give up his desire to fight. So, I won't let you down, Li Xuanji said firmly. Currently, in this world, even the 3 people who supported Long Chen the most were standing by his side and fighting side by side with him. In their young eyes, there was an unyielding fighting spirit and the spirit of not giving up. This kind of spirit flashed in Long Chen's eyes. In this battle, it's time to put our lives on the line. Xuanji, I'll leave the opening battle to you. The battle between the 4 dominators was on a different level. At the beginning, Long Chen believed that at that level, the possibility of victory was very high. But when the safe method failed, they had to go all out. Of course, Long Chen's opponent was already decided. He was going to fight the strongest person below the Master Chaos God. Mo Xiaolang was also fated to fight the only fire rule. Li Xuanji moving to the front might not be beneficial, because they still lacked the rule. After 50 years of training, Long Chen, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang all had great ideas about the new rule. They were almost at the end of the breakthrough, especially Long Chen and Li Xuanji. The rule between them was almost the same. 2 people comprehending it was equivalent to 1 person comprehending it. Then, let's start the battle. Little Shi, I'll leave Yen, in your care. Lingxi had already won 1 battle, so there was no need for her to participate in their desperate battle. Don't worry. While the 3 of them were in closed-door cultivation, Lingxi would handle everything in the third level of the Pagoda of Time. As for the myriad worlds, there wouldn't be any changes in 5 days. The news of the heavenly law Holy Emperor's defeat spread across the myriad worlds. Endless sighs could be heard. No one complained that the 4 dominators were too weak. They could only say that the Chaos God race was too strong and was destined to enslave the myriad worlds. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds looked at each other with bitter gazes, speechless. "Where's Long Chen? I heard that he went into closed-door cultivation with Lady Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang. They've also decided to fight the next 3 battles. Given Long Chen's personality, I think so. He's still so resilient after suffering such a setback. I'm really convinced. However, as the Chaos God Lord wished, I'm even more convinced of the Chaos God race. Long Chen, let Lady Xuanji fight the strongest woman of the Chaos God race, the one called Primal Chaos Ghost Dance. From what she said, this Primal Chaos Ghost Dance should be much more terrifying. Lady Xuanji seems to be Long Chen's woman. He's willing to let his loved one fight. This is his responsibility to the myriad worlds. No matter what, we should respect him. But even if we want to cheer him on, we don't have the strength. Only now do I understand that he doesn't need to cheer us on. We need to cheer the most. Victory and hope had left them the moment the heavenly law Holy Emperor was defeated. But they didn't know that to Long Chen, the real battle that belonged to them had just begun. Now, the 3 of them seemed to have forgotten about the battle and were immersed in the ocean of laws. But the pressure brought about by the sacred war became their motivation and courage to explore the laws. The ocean of laws was endless. Li Xuanji pursued the laws of the looming shadow dream charm dragon. From the moment she inherited the essence blood of the looming shadow dream charm dragon, she had stepped on the path of laws. It was just that her talent wasn't as good as Long Chen's, so her progress was slower. She could barely keep up with the other 6 laws of Long Chen. It was equivalent to 1/6 of Long Chen's. But even if it was 1/6, after such a long period of training, the new laws were more or less emerging in front of Li Xuanji. This was the result of her long period of hard work, her blood, sweat, and tears. As for Long Chen, in these 50 years, besides consolidating the eternal vortex, he had always had a bold idea, and that was to fuse the laws together. In the past, he had fused the Death World Slaughter Tribulation with the Karma Thorn, which had resulted in the Rebirth Slash. But Long Chen's current mental state was one of life and death, and endless tribulations. What he needed to do was to fuse the laws of slaughter, life, and tribulation together. Whether he succeeded or not depended on fate. After all, the fusion of 3 laws was unprecedented. Long Chen had even thought of the name of the law, endless life and death calamity. Chapter 3165. Life, Death, Retribution. These 3 words contained the true essence of the 3 rules. Life was life, death was death, and retribution was retribution. Life and death were the combination of the life realm and the death realm. They were used almost at the same time in the past, but Long Chen was now thinking about how to completely fuse these 2 rules. However, completely fusing them wasn't enough. He could predict that the power of fusing them wouldn't be much different from the Rebirth Slash. Life and death are the most opposite forces in the world. The fusion of life and death will surpass the Rebirth Slash, but it probably won't surpass it by too much. It won't reach the level of the Eternal Whirlpool. The reason why the Eternal Whirlpool was so powerful was because Long Chen had a deep understanding of time rules. It was also because the time tunnel was slightly different from the life and death realms. The time tunnel was more mysterious. Therefore, these 2 rules are related to retribution. Then, I will fuse the retribution rules of the Calamity Dragon in the universe, stabilize the 2 conflicting rules of life and death, and then amplify them. It was conceivable that if he succeeded, Long Chen's attainment in the rules would reach a new level. At least the four rulers definitely didn't have such a level of rules. For the endless life and death tribulation, Long Chen had been preparing for about 50 years. Starting from his first battle with Lingxi, he had fought 5 consecutive battles, all the way until now. Now, he still had 13 years of time, which was more than 50 years of endless life and death tribulations. It seemed that the day when he could truly fuse them together was not far off. Fusing the rules required Long Chen to make continuous attempts. He vaguely felt that the Jade Dragon Seal would interfere and adjust, making Long Chen's new rules develop in the right direction. While everyone was dejected about the upcoming battles, Long Chen, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang were working hard for the next 3 battles. There wasn't even a moment to rest. Li Xuanji's opponent was the Chaos Ghost Dance with the Chaos and Ice rules. Mo Xiaolang's opponent was the Chaos Scarlet Sky with the Chaos and Fire rules. As for Long Chen's opponent, it was hard to see what sort of laws he used. It was a primal Chaos Divine Might. The 3 children of the Chaos Master. Among them, the Chaos Divine Might was Chaos Fire Dance's father. He was also the strongest expert below the Chaotic God Master. Time passed in a tense atmosphere. Finally, at a certain moment, Long Chen opened his eyes. The primordial dragon sword appeared in his hand. On the primordial dragon sword, 3 colors were rapidly fusing: blood, green, and gray. This was his endless tribulation of life and death. The word endless was added because this life and death calamity wasn't just a single one. It was endless, and the slaughter didn't stop. The life law provided an endless source of power within this law, becoming the driving force of the law. Meanwhile, the slaughter law became the weapon of this law. In the end, the calamity law was magnified to the extreme. Its complexity and power far surpassed that of the rebirth / Done. At that moment, Long Chen couldn't help but roar in anger. The surging passion in his heart erupted. The tension that he had been suppressing for a long time had finally been vented. Boom! The entire 3rd floor of the Tower of Time rocked once. What happened? The gods and demons of the myriad worlds looked in Long Chen's direction. The 4 rulers glanced at each other. Ancient God Savage Desolation said, "I feel that, even if it's impossible to win, with Long Chen's current state, he should be able to win even against the final chaotic divine might." Heaven Dao Divine Emperor nodded. To be honest, there's nothing wrong with Long Chen. I have absolute trust in him. It's just that they're too young. However, with him around, we won't lose too much face. The 6th battle is about to begin. No matter what, I hope that Lady Xuanji can create a miracle. I can see that Long Chen has made a new breakthrough. I think it's in the laws. I heard that Lady Xuanji can use all of his laws. If that's the case, it can be said that Lady Xuanji has made a breakthrough, God Luya said. Although the gods and demons of the myriad worlds didn't have much faith and were suppressed by the chaotic gods, the 4 rulers wouldn't be so easily convinced. Long Chen was immersed in the laws of the life and death calamity. It was as if he was swimming in the ocean of laws. After a long while, he came back to his senses. So at this moment, a new law surged into his heart. Heavenly Nether Realm. This was Li Xuanji's harvest. Not long after Long Chen succeeded, her hard work finally paid off. However, it wasn't a law of transformation, but a law of hallucination. The Umbra Dream Demon Dragon was a dragon of hallucination and transformation. Of which, the law of transformation was the main while the law of hallucination was the auxiliary. Even so, in terms of the law of hallucination, the Umbra Dream Demon Dragon was top-notch. This is a top-notch law of hallucination. In the heavenly nether realm, the opponent will fall into a deep sleep, forget themselves, and even lose their strength. Moreover, the heavenly nether realm is an attack on the Yuan spirit level. Only those with a strong Yuan spirit can resist it. Otherwise, they will be affected and even lose themselves. Although it doesn't have any real offensive power, it's very useful in battle. Listening to Li Xuanji's explanation, Long Chen pondered for a while. He had already mastered the law of the heavenly nether realm. He nodded and said, "That's right. It's very useful when used in real situations." The heavenly nether realm wasn't a very strong law and didn't have any offensive power. However, the effect of the auxiliary attack was very strong. Of course, this was only for the chaotic saints. If Li Xuanji used it on all living beings, if it was on the dancing fire continent, she could make all the chaotic saints fall into a deep sleep. Think about the life and death calamity. In the remaining 2 to 3 years, they focused all their energy on these two laws. To be able to complete it before the battle, it could only be said that this was the result of 50 years of accumulation. Xiao Lang is still working hard. Let's not disturb him. In the blink of an eye, the time for the battle was approaching. The gods and demons were like ants on a hot pan. Finally, it was time for the battle that would reveal their fate. They were still very nervous and afraid. Of course, they all knew that the fate of defeat had long been decided. Long Chen brought Li Xuanji back to the group. Seeing the pale and helpless eyes of the gods and demons, Long Chen didn't blame them. If it was the chaotic saints, they would have done the same. "Today, it's your stage." He held Li Xuanji's slender hand and raised it in front of the gods and demons. He scanned the crowd and said, "Everyone, the time is up. Today, I have a request for all of you." Everyone became serious and waited for Long Chen to speak. Long Chen enunciated each word clearly. "Today, I ask everyone to forget everything that happened in the past, and don't think about what will happen in the future. All you need to do is to look at today's battle with a calm and indifferent attitude. I don't want to see everyone's dejected faces when we turn around and work hard." Everyone felt warm and guilty. Even if they lost, Long Chen didn't give up. It was really bad for them. "I'm sorry. We are too weak." Lu Ye saw this and shouted, "All right, we are all old men who have cultivated for tens of millions of years. Stop acting young. Just do as Long Chen says. No matter how big the setback, as long as we are alive, it is the same. We were just humiliated a few times, it is not a big deal. It is probably because we haven't been humiliated in a long time and are a little unfamiliar with it. Let's get over it. Today, it is the lady who is fighting, why are we being so shy?" Hearing Lu Ye's words, the gods and demons felt ashamed. They weren't that weak, it was just that they hadn't been humiliated in a long time. Now, their eyes finally lit up. "Lady Xuanji, no matter what, we admire you. Even you are so brave. We are really muddle-headed." Finally, there was a change. Long Chen and Li Xuanji looked at each other and smiled. Actually, their sadness didn't affect them much, but they had to be in a good mood to fight. "Let's go." Just like what Long Chen said, today was not the end, but a new beginning. Long Chen led the gods and demons, and together with Li Xuanji, they suddenly landed near the Origin Oregon. The Chaos Gods were naturally still there. 5 days was just an instant to them, it was just a chance for Long Chen to rest. "These useless fools are here again. Yeah, it seems like one more battle today and it will be over. But I heard that Long Chen will continue even if he loses. Today seems to be the battle between Long Chen and the dancing ghost Saint Sage. This should be interesting. Let's hope that the so-called leader of the worlds doesn't lose too badly. It'll be fine as long as he doesn't end up like the previous few." In the blink of an eye, the gods and demons of the worlds and the Chaos Gods faced off in the air again. With Long Chen's previous words, the gods and demons weren't dejected. But under the sharp and disdainful eyes of the Chaos Gods, it was hard for them to go against the Chaos Gods. It was hard for them to have the confidence and passion they had in the first battle. "Today, I'll leave it to you to start. Long Chen's heart was cold as he said to Li Xuanji. Don't worry, I know what to do. Li Xuanji enjoyed Long Chen's trust in her. On the side of the Chaos Gods, the veiled dancing ghost saint's black dress fluttered in the wind. Without a doubt, this was the coldest woman Long Chen had ever seen. Her gaze could freeze even the strongest gods and demons. Of course, one couldn't sense the slightest bit of cold aura from her. Tell your men to back off. It's starting. The voice of the dancing ghost saint was like that of a young girl, soft and pleasant to the ears. Compared to the dancing ghost saint, she seemed much younger. It was a stark contrast to her extremely cold gaze. Of course, the gods and demons wouldn't forget her title as the strongest woman of the Chaos Gods. She thought that her opponent would be Long Chen. With the four rulers here, Long Chen was probably the only one left. Unexpectedly, Long Chen gently let go of Li Xuanji's hand at this moment. Then, he quietly retreated with the gods and demons of the myriad realms, leaving Li Xuanji, who was as tranquil as a black lotus, in front of the chaotic ghost dance. Only when Long Chen retreated far away did the dancing ghost saint react. Could it be that Long Chen wanted to use Li Xuanji as the opponent of the dancing ghost saint? I understand. He knows that he will lose, so he randomly sent someone to die. The dancing ghost saint blurted out. However, her eyes were fixed on Li Xuanji. The cold expression on the other party's face made the dancing ghost saint's gaze change gradually. Once again, I wish everyone a happy May Day. Chapter 3166. It's Long Chen's women again. I didn't expect that guy to be such a playboy. He's so happy to have two beauties in his arms. These two beauties are so special. They're much more interesting than the women of my Chaos God clan. Chaos Fire Dance squinted and licked her red lips. The desire in her eyes was getting stronger. Moreover, these two are quite strong. Lingxi has mastered Space Principle and Curse Principle. She has a half-original incipient grade Creator Divine weapon. She's so delicate that I can't help but feel sorry for her. This one dares to fight against my aunt. Of course, her strength isn't ordinary. Most importantly, she's cold and stubborn. She's the complete opposite of Lingxi. In the entire Chaos God clan, only Chaos Fire Dance and Chaos Ghost Dance could reach the level of Chaos Saint Master. The other women were far from that level. Chaos Fire Dance wasn't interested in them. The appearance of the two women beside Long Chen caused Hun Dun Huowu's heart to be in turmoil. Even Hun Dun Tian Gui could see it. He looked at Hun Dun Huowu speechlessly. Then, he looked at Long Chen with hatred in his eyes. Even though he had killed Heavenly God Luya before, the resentment in his heart still couldn't dissipate. Because of Li Xuanji's challenge, the entire Chaos God clan was laughing and ridiculing. They didn't want this so-called sacred war of 10,000 worlds to end. If it ended, they would lose a lot of fun. God Lord is really interesting. He just arranged a few battles and the gods and demons of the 10,000 worlds became his grandsons. This battle is so interesting. I don't want it to end so soon. It's a pity that Long Chen admitted defeat first. Otherwise, he might have a chance to win. No, no. Long Chen is afraid of Saint Ghost Dance. That's why he didn't dare to fight. He doesn't have the guts to participate in this so-called sacred war of 10,000 worlds. Chaos Ghost Dance was surprised to see Li Xuanji for the first time. Are you sure it's you? Chaos Ghost Dance asked. Li Xuanji nodded. Very interesting, very interesting. You are not like a complete person, but a part of Long Chen. You are like a clone of him, but also an independent life. You are pregnant with his child in your belly. Just like him, you have a disgusting bloodline. The chaotic ghost dance should be referring to the ancestral dragon. Of course, the dragons were superior to the chaos gods. After saying that, the eyes of the primal chaos ghostly dance froze. An ice-cold battle intent erupted from him. What everyone felt wasn't the coldness of their physical bodies, but the coldness of their souls. It was bone-chilling, causing them to lose their will to fight. Dream enchantment illusion. Li Xuanji finally used the laws of change to form a mirror. Through this mirror, she could use all of Long Chen's laws, completely replicating Long Chen. At that moment, a female version of Long Chen appeared in front of the Chaos Gods. If the Chaos Gods didn't open their eyes, they would think that it was Long Chen who was fighting. Interesting. Even the primal Chaos God in the Origin Incandescent Stone said so. Long Chen looked in the direction of the primal Chaos God. It was hard to see his appearance clearly, but Long Chen had to see his appearance when he came out of the Origin Incandescent Stone. Indeed. The chaotic ghost dance was very curious, but curiosity couldn't reduce the coldness in her heart. Since young, the chaotic ghost dance was the most terrifying woman in the Chaos Gods race. She was an existence that all the Chaos Gods feared. At this moment, her coldness erupted. She was simply going toe-to-toe with Li Xuanji. For a moment, the gods, demons, and the Chaos Gods race were all nervous. Perhaps the outcome of this sacred war would be decided at this moment. Take this. The chaotic ghost dance snorted coldly. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her coldness swept the entire Chaos Gods world. Every time this happened, the billions of Chaos Gods race would know that this was one of the supreme gods, the chaotic ghost dance Saint Sage, raging. The instant she made her move, a fortune divine artifact condensed in her hand. The primal chaos ghost dance had a unique characteristic. No matter how weak the opponent was, as long as she was willing to make a move, she would use her full strength. This was especially true in such a crucial battle. She was not in the mood to dawdle with Li Xuanji. Epic Divine Sword. The moment the fortune divine weapon appeared, many chaos gods were looking forward to it. They all knew that the chaotic ghost dance was one of the four existences who had a half-origin fortune divine weapon. Of course, the primal chaos god lord, the primal chaos divine weapon, and the primal chaos crimson firmament all had one. The epical divine sword, a semi-original level destination level divine weapon, was condensed in the chaotic ghost dance's hand. It was a magnificent holy sword, different from the transparent primordial dragon sword. The epical divine sword was magnificent, decorated with many bright gems. Its shape was exquisite, and its hilt was even more magnificent. However, the epical divine sword was not just for show. The moment the chaotic ghostly dance grabbed the epical divine sword, its chances of success doubled. This was the first time Long Chen saw a half-origin fortune divine weapon in the hands of the Chaos Gods race. This holy sword was the same as the primal dragon sword. It didn't have a strong attribute, but it had a stronger fortune divine power. In terms of fortune divine power, it could instantly crush the combination of many original incipient divine weapons. The 6 original incipient divine weapons of the Chaos Immortal Firmament combined couldn't compare to this epic divine sword. A beauty and a divine sword danced proudly in the sky. The epic divine sword had transcended eras and came from the ancient times. It had a destructive fortune divine power. Its degree of destruction was almost unparalleled. As soon as the epic divine sword appeared, more gods and demons from the infinite worlds were shaken. Even if Long Chen wasn't worried about Li Xuanji, they were worried about Li Xuanji. However, in the eyes of the chaotic ghost dance, Li Xuanji's eyes didn't change from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, she turned into a beautiful shadow dream charm dragon, flying around in the void, attracting the eyes of the Chaos Gods race. It was the first time a divine dragon appeared in front of the Chaos Gods race. What kind of giant beast is that? Why is its aura so terrifying? The chaotic ghost dance didn't care so much. After controlling the epic divine sword, under the expectation of the crowd, he decisively made his move. The epic divine sword shone with boundless radiance, illuminating the heaven and earth. Under the divine might of the epic divine sword, the crowd trembled and bowed down. The chaotic ghost dance was like the emperor of the infinite worlds, looking down on the world. Li Xuanji was like a nightmare. She changed endlessly, appearing and disappearing. Just as the chaotic ghost dance made his move and the divine world shook, the rules that she was familiar with burst out quietly. Heavenly Secluded Realm. The heavenly secluded realm was the pinnacle of psychedelic rules. It changed endlessly. Even though the chaotic ghost dance was holding the epic divine sword, he was still enveloped by the heavenly secluded realm. The heavenly secluded realm couldn't be seen at all. It was silent and formless. Its target was the primordial spirit. Therefore, the Chaos God's race only knew that Li Xuanji was using the rules, but they didn't know where the rules were. Psychedelic. The chaotic ghost dance, who was about to make his move, suddenly stopped. The Chaos God's race, who were cheering, were startled. Now was the most exciting time. Everyone was excited, but they suddenly stopped. Li Xuanji was as cold as iron. The two of them had similar temperaments. They didn't communicate at all. All of her will was affecting her opponent. The heavenly secluded realm was showing endless power. The chaotic ghost dance was in a psychedelic state. Not only did it lose the position of Li Xuanji, but it was also difficult to break the illusion. It gave the chaotic ghost dance a headache. At this moment, Li Xuanji suddenly showed her human form in front of the chaotic ghost dance. An illusory sword appeared in her hand. It looked simple, but it was mysterious. It was on par with the epic divine sword and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. This isn't Long Chen's semi-origin fate divine weapon, the chaotic ghost dance exclaimed. Primal chaos fire dance cried out in surprise. Li Xuanji's hallucinatory rules had surprised her, but when the primal dragon sword appeared, everyone was shocked. The primal chaos gods were shocked, and for a moment, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. For a mere Li Xuanji to use a semi-origin destinable divine artifact, she was just like Lingxi. She could only be considered lucky. It wasn't hard to understand, but this belonged to Long Chen. How could she control it in such a short time? Logically speaking, a destinable artifact of this level was at the limit of her limits. If she really wanted to use it easily, it would definitely not be easy. Back then, when Di Jun borrowed the Gate of the Universe, he had spent a lot of time before he could truly use it. But the surprise only lasted for a moment. Because in an instant, the battlefield could be said to be ever-changing. As soon as the primordial dragon sword appeared, Li Xuanji naturally wanted to finish off the chaotic ghost dance that was controlled by the tranquil sky realm. The rule power was already gathering on the primordial dragon sword. But at this moment, perhaps because of the danger, or perhaps because she was desperately resisting the tranquil sky realm, the chaotic ghost dance suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her eyes were cold and bloody. The epic divine sword, which had stopped, suddenly moved. The rule power, and creation divine power that belonged to her burst out. The attack that had been prepared for a long time gave birth to the terrifying cold power of death. Instantly, the nervous Chaos God's race became excited and cheered for her. Chaotic ghost dance. Kill her. The scene was like a volcanic eruption. The chaotic ghost dance was bone-chilling. She temporarily got rid of the tranquil sky realm and gathered her power to the limit. The epic divine sword rushed into the sky and violently attacked. Ice Age. The most powerful rule power of ice burst out from the epic divine sword. Wherever the epic divine sword went, a huge river of ice appeared between heaven and earth. This river of ice fell from the sky. The rule power had not yet arrived, but the terrible coldness descended. Instantly, the temperature of the entire Chaos God's realm dropped rapidly. The 9 layers of chaos continents were frozen for billions of miles. At this moment, it was truly the Ice Age. Not only was the divine body cold, but the primordial spirit was also bone-chilling. There was a deathly stillness. Many gods and demons of the myriad worlds could not bear such a close distance. The ice river under the epic divine sword was really terrifying. Happy May Day again. Chapter 3167. Ice Aeon affected the chaotic divine realm. Under the ice, time seemed to stand still. The chaotic ghost dancer was the queen of ice and snow, dancing in the ice and snow. And at this moment, Li Xuanji, who had the upper hand, was instantly exposed to extreme danger. Under the ice river, her long black hair was covered in white frost. The ice and snow in the sky were like the white fur of a giant beast, dancing in the air. But even in such a crisis, under the cheers of the chaotic gods, her expression was still as cold as ink. She knew how important this battle was to Longchen, to the entire world. Longchen didn't want to lose, and neither did she. She was going to return all the losses and all the humiliation she had suffered to the chaos gods today. She was the kind of person who was so tenacious that she would definitely put her life on the line if she wanted to accomplish something. Although it was done quietly, she was definitely someone who would put her life on the line. Xuanji. Long Chen's voice sounded in her mind. I know. Under the terrifying power of Ice Aeon, Li Xuanji quickly retreated. Eternal whirlpool. The rule of time was like the waves of the vast sea. With Li Xuanji as the center, it spread at a terrifying speed. The eternal whirlpool of time that belonged to Long Chen was born on Li Xuanji's body. In a short moment, the entire space of the godly continent was filled by the eternal whirlpool. The distorting power of time shuttled through all spaces, swirling between heaven and earth. Whether it was the gods or the chaotic gods, they were all tumbling in the whirlpool. And the chaotic ghost dancer, who had performed Ice Aeon, was at the center of the whirlpool. Isn't this Long Chen? The chaotic fire dance was speechless. The current Li Xuanji was like the previous Long Chen. Whether it was the primordial dragon sword or the eternal whirlpool, they were both the means that Long Chen had used to defeat her. But because of this, she was even more interested in Li Xuanji. Even in the storm of time, her scorching eyes were still fixed on the center of the eternal whirlpool, on Li Xuanji, who appeared blurry under the distortion of time. What power! The degree of time is actually so great. How is that possible? On the side of the chaos gods, under the influence of the same time power, everyone was shocked. The turbulent waves of time rampaged. At this moment, time was like an ocean under a storm. It was possible to increase or decrease the time by 10,000 times. Li Xuanji couldn't use 10,000 times to resist the Ice Age and the chaotic ghost dance, but she could release the time of a passage by 10,000 times in an instant. Swoosh! This was a speed that was countless times faster than instant movement and the space laws. In an instant that could not have been any shorter, Li Xuanji had completely disappeared from the attack range of the chaotic fire dance. She had even completely disappeared from Li Xuanji's perception. Ice Aeon completely missed its target. Apart from freezing the entire void, it had no effect whatsoever. The eternal vortex continued, and Li Xuanji, who had turned into a speck of dust, reappeared in front of the chaotic dancing ghosts, completely unscathed. The heavenly nether realm. The psychedelic laws were like maggots in the bones. The chaotic ghost dance's face had become very ugly. She was struggling to resist the heavenly nether realm. At the same time, she had to sway in the eternal vortex, unable to control her speed. Her opponent, Li Xuanji, was still unscathed. She had never expected that Li Xuanji would be so difficult to deal with. She was confident that she could easily kill her opponent. However, under the influence of the eternal vortex and the heavenly nether realm, whether she could attack Li Xuanji was the biggest problem. All of the primal chaos gods were aware of this huge problem. What's going on with this woman? Psychedelic laws and time laws. Although they don't have much lethality, their hindrances are so great. It will really take Saint Senior Ghost Dance some time to deal with her. They are all unorthodox methods. Attack is the foundation of an expert. Just watch. As long as Saint Senior Ghost Dance has a little bit of a way, this woman will be killed instantly. The chaotic gods were still very confident about this. To be honest, the heavenly nether realm and the eternal vortex were rapidly consuming Li Xuanji's power. The chaotic ghost dance knew that she didn't have much time left. However, she wanted to destroy Li Xuanji in an instant. I've underestimated you. The chaotic ghost dance said coldly. Her voice was so cold that it reached the depths of Li Xuanji's heart. The chaotic ghost dance's Ice Aeon move from the epic divine sword had completely surpassed the primal chaos immortal dome. Unfortunately, Li Xuanji wasn't so easy to hit. I won't be polite. After the chaotic ghost dance found that Li Xuanji was difficult to deal with, she immediately upgraded from the state of exchanging pointers to the highest state. It was a state of life and death. Only in this way could she break the troublesome eternal vortex and the heavenly nether realm and defeat Li Xuanji. Otherwise, she would be very unhappy. Li Xuanji was too similar to her. They were so similar and so difficult to deal with. The chaotic ghost dance's heart was filled with murderous intent. She really didn't expect that besides Long Chen, there would be someone as difficult to deal with as Li Xuanji. Even if she fought against the four rulers, it would be easier. The four rulers didn't have the heavenly nether realm and the eternal vortex, nor did they have the semi-origin primordial dragon sword. At that moment, the cold light in the chaotic ghost dance's eyes shifted to the origin incandescent stone. She didn't need to say anything. The origin incandescent stone erupted with colorful power and poured into the chaotic ghost dance's body. It instantly raised her level, allowing her to reach the peak state of her life. I thought that I wouldn't have to use the origin incandescent stone today, but I have to say that Long Chen's plan is not bad. The chaotic ghost dance knew that everything Li Xuanji had was created by Long Chen, but it didn't matter. What she wanted now was to defeat her opponent. Otherwise, the glory of the chaotic god clan might end in her own hands. That would be very embarrassing. With the support of the origin incandescent stone's power, the primal chaos ghostly dance's body instantly erupted with a rainbow-colored light. That peak power descended, and the nearby eternal whirlpool trembled under this power. The power of time was unable to suppress the primal chaos ghostly dance at this moment, let alone greatly changing the opponent's time. It's over. The chaotic ghost dance held the origin incandescent stone with both hands. Let's try. Before this, Long Chen had already told Li Xuanji about the bold attempt in his heart. This was said before going on stage, so no one knew. Now that Long Chen had reminded Li Xuanji, she knew what to do. To be honest, the chaotic ghost dance had the epic sword and the origin incandescent stone. Even if Li Xuanji had everything that Long Chen had, she would still be defeated after a head-on clash. It was quite disadvantageous for her to drag on for a long time. Therefore, the chances of Li Xuanji winning were actually quite small. However, as long as it was a guess, Li Xuanji still had a huge possibility of winning. You must succeed. You must win. This was the cry of Li Xuanji, Long Chen, and all the gods and demons in the myriad worlds. The chaotic god clan had trampled on their dignity, and they had to get it back. Wait. Just as the chaotic ghost dance was about to attack again, Li Xuanji suddenly said these two words, which made the chaotic ghost dance a little dazed. Under such circumstances, was she going to admit defeat? What answered her was Li Xuanji's action. Under the curious gazes of the chaotic god clan, Li Xuanji's divine body changed. In a short moment, under the rule of myriad reverberations, she changed into the appearance of the chaotic ghost dance. Not only her appearance, but the transformation rules of the chaotic god clan's bloodline and the shadow dreaming dragon were also a kind of replication, a complete replication. Now, with the primordial dragon sword, Li Xuanji might be able to use the icy century. Of course, it was also a kind of replication, and its power would definitely not be as good as the other parties. However, to transform everything into the chaotic ghost dance, it was not to use the other party's rule, but, even Long Chen could not see the difference between the two chaotic ghost dances. It was just that one of them had a 7-colored light on his body. Even Li Xuanji's power had transformed into the same as the chaotic ghost dance. At this moment, Li Xuanji did something that made the chaotic god clan dumbfounded. Origin incandescent stone, grant me power. Boom! Under the eager and nervous gaze of Long Chen, the origin incandescent stone shook again, and the power that was almost equivalent to the previous one rushed out and descended on Li Xuanji's body. It actually integrated into the chaotic god clan's bloodline. Miracle. Success. Not to mention the others, even Long Chen himself was suffocating. The only reason for success was that the ancestral dragon's transformation rule was heaven-defying. Legend had it that other than transforming into other ancestral dragons, the shadow dreaming dragon could transform into anything. When Li Xuanji transformed into the chaotic god clan, the degree of her transformation was so thorough that even the origin incandescent stone could not distinguish it. Impossible. Even the master god of chaos was speechless. Every member of the chaotic god race looked at Li Xuanji with trembling eyes. They knew that Li Xuanji wasn't a member of the chaotic god race. However, her rules were too heaven-defying. To the chaotic god race, this was an extremely dangerous signal. The origin incandescent stone was their greatest reliance. However, its power had been used by their opponent. In fact, this also proved the fact that the master god of chaos did not control the origin incandescent stone. Otherwise, even if Li Xuanji became a chaotic god, without the permission of the master god, she would not have the support of the origin incandescent stone. In an instant, there was dead silence. Under the 7-colored light, the two chaotic ghost dances looked at each other in the dead silence. The only difference was that one had the primordial dragon sword, and the other had the gorgeous Era divine sword. His guess was correct, and this was the biggest reward for Long Chen in this battle. The chaotic ghost dance did not have the advantage of the origin incandescent stone, and in her current state, Li Xuanji could take revenge. Xuanji. Li Xuanji's repeated reminders were the endless motivation in her heart. Under Long Chen's roar, her eyes suddenly turned blood red. Shouldering all the anger and dignity of the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, she gathered all her strength on the primordial dragon sword. That was the most depressing time for the chaotic god clan. It was also the time when the chaotic ghost dance itself was the most shaken. Li Xuanji clenched her teeth and held the primordial dragon sword with both hands. 3 kinds of rule power rushed crazily and condensed on the primordial dragon sword. Now, before the real chaotic ghost dance broke out, Li Xuanji reversed the situation and attacked first. Her targets were the eternal whirlpool, heavenly nether realm, and the extremely shocked chaotic ghost dance. Chapter 3168. From the moment Li Xuanji transformed into the chaotic ghost dance to the moment she absorbed the power of the origin incandescent stone, only a split second had passed. Before this, the chaos gods had thought that Li Xuanji only knew the rule laws of the eternal whirlpool and the nether realm, and that she didn't have the power to defeat her opponent. Of course, the chaotic ghost dance, who had been tortured by the eternal whirlpool and the nether realm, thought so too. This time, Li Xuanji was the first time the rule laws that Long Chen had comprehended appeared. The primordial dragon sword combined 3 rule laws. Death, life, and calamity erupted at the same time. The power of the 3 ancestral dragon bloodlines perfectly combined into one. Blood, green, and gray, the three powers converged. Now, Li Xuanji, who was surrounded by the nine-colored light, had become the focus of the chaos gods. Even the chaotic fire dance, the chaotic heavenly root, and the chaotic shrine were dumbfounded. How is this possible? The origin incandescent stone of our chaos gods. Before the chaotic ghost dance could finish his words, Li Xuanji's rule laws had reached the extreme and was released before the chaotic ghost dance. The sword that condensed the anger, honor, and humiliation of the gods and demons of all worlds slashed down violently. Endless life and death calamity. The pinnacle of the rule laws had never appeared on the ancestral dragon. This was the first time Li Xuanji had achieved it. Especially after absorbing the power of the origin incandescent stone, Li Xuanji's strength skyrocketed, reaching a level that surpassed Long Chen's. The endless life and death calamity was a circular sword light. Like reincarnation, it rotated continuously. The cycle of life and death was endless. As soon as this rule law appeared, the evil qi and killing intent filled the air, as if the ancestral dragon's anger had erupted. The light flashed, tearing the eternal whirlpool apart. Its true lethality was much simpler than it looked. Before the endless life and death calamity was born, the primal chaos ghostly dance took a deep breath when it saw Li Xuanji absorb the power of the origin incandescent stone. No matter how great the impact of this matter was, the primal chaos ghost dance forcibly suppressed it. Without another word, she brandished the epic divine sword. She originally wanted to rely on the origin incandescent stone to kill Li Xuanji. Even though the situation had changed drastically, it did not change her determination and steps. In the endless coldness, the chaotic ghost danced with his long sword, tearing apart the eternal vortex like a fairy in the black and snow. The epic sword burst into a dazzling brilliance, which was not inferior to the primeval dragon sword. Eternal icebound sacred sword. The rules of chaos and ice fused together. The epic sword pierced forward. Instantly, countless gray chaos aura condensed into ice around the blade. After the destructive chaos power condensed into ice, it possessed extraordinary lethality. Without a doubt, this was the most terrifying killing move of the chaotic ghost dance. It was also the most terrifying part of her. All of a sudden, the chaos power froze into ice, increasing the size of the epic sword by 1,000 times. Under the eternal icebound sacred sword, as long as one was hit, one would be frozen for eternity. It was almost the same as the silence mantra. The chaotic ghost dance, together with the power of the origin incandescent stone, was not inferior to the silence mantra cast by the original ancestor. At this moment, the chaotic ghost dance was a super ruler at the same level as the original ancestor. In a flash, the endless life and death calamity from Li Xuanji and the eternal icebound sacred sword of the chaotic ghost dance clashed fiercely in front of everyone's shocked eyes. This was a collision of power that had not happened for a long time in the infinite worlds. Fortunately, it was in the chaotic divine realm, an origin-level world. Otherwise, even if it was in an original incipient realm world, it would have caused a destructive blow. A battle of rules could easily kill billions of creatures. For example, this time, the sweeping ice power had already caused a great impact. Break! The chaotic ghost dance shouted angrily. At this level, she didn't care whether her opponent had the help of the origin incandescent stone or not. Her only goal was to defeat Li Xuanji. The eternally icebound sacred sword burst forth with the power of primal chaos. Wherever it went, space and time were sealed in ice and shattered. On the contrary, the endless life and death calamity didn't move at all. Only the light swept over and hit the tip of the eternal icebound sacred sword. At first, it was indeed torn and frozen by the power of chaos. However, what shocked the gods and demons of the infinite worlds and the chaotic gods was that the endless life and death calamity was immortal and endless. Even if it was frozen for a short time, it would be reborn endlessly. It was even magnified and became stronger as it fought, giving the eternal icebound sacred sword a destructive blow. Ding! Everyone saw with their own eyes that the eternal icebound sacred sword, which was originally intact, suddenly had countless cracks. In the next moment, it exploded. The endless life and death calamity completely destroyed the rules of the chaotic ghost dance and hit the real epic sword. Clang! There was an ear-piercing sound that shook heaven and earth. Even though the chaotic ghost dance used the epic sword to block it, she was still hit by the endless life and death calamity and the power of the origin incandescent stone. The endless life and death calamity turned into millions and millions of endless life and death calamity attacked the chaotic ghost dance's body that was as vast as the starry sky. Under the endless life and death calamity, the chaotic ghost dance didn't look like much, but in fact, she had suffered terrible damage. Her life was completely in the hands of Li Xuanji. As long as Li Xuanji controlled the endless life and death calamity power in her body, she could destroy her instantly. The most obvious thing was that the chaotic ghost dance's hands were trembling and couldn't hold the epic sword. In fact, her face was already pale. It was just that her face was covered with a veil, so it couldn't be seen clearly for a moment. Everything stopped in an instant. The heavenly nether mirror and the eternal whirlpool disappeared at this moment. The entire void suddenly became quiet, leaving only Li Xuanji and the chaotic ghost dance facing each other. Li Xuanji was no longer a chaotic god but her original appearance. Many people actually didn't see what happened clearly, but the chaotic ghost dance's trembling and Li Xuanji's indifference were obviously telling them the outcome of this battle. However, it was simply a dream. This dream came too suddenly. For the gods and demons of the myriad domains, if they were ordinary mortals, it was like they had been poor for half their lives and suffered for half their lives. Suddenly, they picked up a large sum of money and made a fortune. That excitement and absent-mindedness made them, as divine emperors and ultimate gods, feel unbelievable. Many people were stunned. However, Long Chen knew what had happened. This was the endless life and death tribulation, the rule that he was most confident in. It was the combination of three rules that produced such an effect. It was precisely these three rules that surpassed the two rules of the chaotic ghost dance. Not only was it the life and death tribulation, but it was also the perfect combination of the three rules of life, death, and tribulation. It was endless and endless, just like Long Chen himself. The endless life and death tribulation rule, as long as it wasn't instantly defeated at the beginning, it would become stronger and stronger until it crushed and destroyed its opponent. Therefore, Li Xuanji, who used it for the first time, didn't expect that she would cause such a grand scene. However, she calmed down. The battle was over, and she still controlled the power of the endless life and death tribulation. Facing the chaotic ghost dance that was gritting its teeth and struggling, Li Xuanji said something that made the chaotic gods despair. Your life and death are in my hands. Struggling is useless. You have lost. The chaotic ghost dance raised its head and stared coldly at Li Xuanji. It said coldly, "You said it's in your hands, so it's in." Before she could finish her words, Li Xuanji's expression changed. The endless life and death calamity changed drastically, wreaking havoc on the primal chaos ghostly dance's body. In that instant, the primal chaos ghostly dance cried out in pain. Even though she was a primal chaos saint sovereign, she still lost her composure at this moment. This could only prove that Li Xuanji was right. Alright, this battle is the loss of our chaotic gods. Congratulations, you have become a miracle on your side. The chaotic god lord made the final decision and made all the chaotic gods realize this fact. At this moment, the infinite world's gods and the chaotic gods had completely different reactions. On the chaotic god side, some were angry, some were depressed, and some were embarrassed. On the infinite world's god side, after a moment of disbelief, they, who had been suppressed to the extreme, finally cheered. At this moment, even if they were the strongest godly venerables, even if they were the four great rulers, they could only have tears in their eyes. They had lost so badly that they had lost all hope. Today, they came to accept the fact that they had lost, but in such a battle, something miraculous had happened. Under Long Chen's arrangement, Li Xuanji had won. Even the chaotic God Lord had admitted it. The depression that had been suppressed for many days had exploded at this moment. They could finally raise their proud heads in front of the chaotic gods. At this moment, there was no need to fight back against the chaotic gods, no need to take advantage of them with words. Li Xuanji's victory was a slap in the chaotic gods' face. All their arrogance had been forcibly withdrawn. The chaotic ghost dance was quite unwilling. She had indeed been affected by the fact that Li Xuanji could use the power of the origin incandescent stone, slightly affecting her performance. Otherwise, the result might not have been like this. Li Xuanji's gaze did not change. She stretched out her hand and easily withdrew the endless power of the life and death calamity from the chaotic ghost dance. Her mission was completed. When she turned back to look at Long Chen saw her joy and the beads of sweat on her forehead. She had endured too much in this battle, but at last, she had completed it. "I'm proud of you." Long Chen pulled her back. "Don't be so witty. I won, and I used your strength and your rules. I didn't win, you won." Li Xuanji rolled her eyes at him. She was so charming that Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. The chaotic fire dance saw this scene deeply. She had been arrogant in front of Long Chen for so long, but Long Chen had never fought back against her. But this scene, this victory, was Long Chen's counterattack. At that moment, the chaotic fire dance felt a burning pain on her face. It was not only because the other side had won and Long Chen could be arrogant again, but also because he and Li Xuanji looked at each other, that ambiguous gaze, that gaze made chaotic fire dance feel as if there was a fire burning all over her body. She clenched her fists tightly, and her eyes were about to burst into flames. "Fire dance!" The chaotic heavenly genie shouted and pulled her back. At this time, Long Chen had already led the gods and demons, preparing to leave. Chapter 3169. The Battle of Primal Chaos Ghost Dance was the biggest surprise since the start of the Sacred War. To the chaotic gods, they had lost a battle that seemed simple. Thinking back to how they had mocked the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, the chaos gods felt their faces burning. Although no one was willing to accept it, it was a fact that they had been defeated. They thought that the battle would be over after today. They were ready to celebrate. But now, they could only swallow their happiness. Under the gaze of the gods, they felt like ants were crawling on their faces. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. "What are you all so nervous about? It's just a victory. What's the big deal? Could it be that they have someone who can defeat the gods? If that's the case, there's no need to arrange a battle. We can just fight." Primal Chaos Fire Dance was angry. She couldn't help but turn around and scold the chaotic gods. They've already lost a battle. No matter what, this is their fate. A slave is a slave. They might not be able to overturn the heavens. If they lose another battle, their fate will be sealed. Let alone the gods, even my uncle, Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament, and my father won't be able to pass. The eyes of the Chaos Gods lit up when they heard the fiery voice of the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. Today's defeat was too sudden, and they had lost control of themselves. But when they thought about it carefully, it was true. This was just a desperate counterattack from the opponent. It was nothing. Holy Sage Fire Dance is right. A slave is a slave. What are we worried about? Really? They only won one battle and they still dare to be arrogant in front of us. These idiots are really funny. After being scolded by Primal Chaos Fire Dance, they thought about the following battle. The ones blocking Long Chen's group were the three strongest existences of the chaotic gods. What was there to worry about? For a moment, the chaotic gods became arrogant again. They sneered. Even though the gods had won one battle, they still looked down on them. Of course, it was useless to say more. The following battle was more important. When Long Chen was about to leave, one of the two strongest chaotic holy sages, Chaos Scarlet Firmament, who had a beard that almost took up half of his face, said with a rough, suppressive voice, "Long Chen, I guess you won't attack me in 5 days, right?" The Crimson Sky Primal Chaos was probably proficient in Primal Chaos and Flame rules. Flame itself was incomparably hot, which made it difficult for the Crimson Sky Primal Chaos to approach. The flames soared into the sky, but because of the mysterious nature of the Primal Chaos rules, after fusing with the flames, it achieved a wondrous state. The power of the flames was still there, but it didn't feel as hot. Even so, the chaotic Crimson Firmament was still terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the mysterious chaotic ghostly dance, and its ability probably surpassed that of the original ancestor. Why? Long Chen asked faintly. The chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos laughed. His voice was loud, and he said, "It's very simple. You are proud and arrogant, and the opponent you want is at least my big brother. I saw your eyes, and it seems that you have set your sights on my big brother. Even if you can't bring out an existence that can defeat my father, you still have to defeat my big brother and save your face, right?" The chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos hugged his thick, fiery arms and smiled, revealing his dazzling white teeth. His beard was so thick that it was hard to see his mouth. "Since you are so sure, what else is there to ask?" Now, the gods and the chaotic gods were paying attention to their conversation. The chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos waved his hand and said, "I mainly want to know who my opponent is. I'm very curious. I haven't fought for a very long time, and now I'm very afraid. I know that your target is not me, so I'm worried that you can't find an expert. If you randomly arrange an opponent for me, then it won't be interesting at all." There was a strong desire in his eyes. Generally, existences who were proficient in the law of fire were more direct and hot-tempered. The chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos was like Long Chen in the past, a battle maniac. Long Chen never lacked opponents, but the chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos did. More than the other 7 chaotic saints, he was looking forward to an evenly matched opponent. However, did Long Chen still have anyone by his side? At first, they thought that there were only 4 rulers in the myriad worlds, and then there was the addition of Long Chen, which was already surprising enough. When fighting, there was the addition of Lingxi, Li Xuanji. Could there be more? Facing the chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos question, Long Chen said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'll give you a surprise. I hope it's not a shock. At least, he has to be more miraculous than this little girl today." The chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos was extremely enthusiastic. He had to say it. He was really worried that there would be no one on the side of the myriad worlds, making it difficult for him to perform well. "Crimson Sky, don't be too excited. If you lose, then this battle will be fun." In contrast to the chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos, the chaotic Divine Might was somewhat similar to the chaotic God, like a scholar, gentle and elegant. Although the chaotic Divine Might was like a scholar, his heart was dark and he was like a ghost, but the chaotic Divine Might was not. No matter what they said, every moment in the outside world was a long time in the Tower of Time. Long Chen returned with the myriad world's gods. Only by returning to this place would they be absolutely safe. After returning, Li Xuanji had already fused into Long Chen's body to rest. In the myriad worlds, all the god emperors and god venerables looked at Long Chen with admiration and even reverence. Unbelievable. The heavenly Tao Divine Emperor said these 4 words, expressing everyone's thoughts. No matter how emotional they were, they had to continue fighting. Long Chen said, "Everyone, we have already done our best today. There are still 3 more battles in the future. As long as we don't completely lose, we still have a chance, right?" Originally, no one had any confidence at all. But now, with Long Chen, they finally had confidence. Of course, the chaotic divine might and the chaotic crimson sky primal chaos still had a chance of winning. As for the chaotic god master, he was too mysterious. However, as long as they could win 2 more battles, even if they lost in the end, it would be a glorious loss. At least, Long Chen had helped them get back their lost dignity. So, at this time, everyone forgot about victory and defeat. There was only faith in their hearts. Don't worry about the future. We just need to focus on the next battle. We must win the next battle. If they kept watching the later battles, they would think too much. Yes. After this battle, Long Chen's position as the leader of the myriad worlds was established. Not only was he strong, but he also had 3 people who were comparable to rulers. Individually, they had surpassed the sum of the 4 rulers. Speaking of which, it's really embarrassing. The 4 of us were defeated, but the 2 young ladies won. I really can't help but be convinced. At the start, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor didn't get along so well with Long Chen and the others. But now, he was convinced. Ancestor, the Origin Incandescent Stone was an accident. Without the Origin Incandescent Stone, you might not lose to them. Even if we lose in the end, we only lost to the Origin Incandescent Stone. Long Chen said. That's right. This group of arrogant chaotic gods relied on external forces. Time was limited. Long Chen also had to prepare for the battle of chaotic divine martial. Now that Mo Xiaolang already knew that Li Xuanji had won, he was still immersed in the awakening of the rules. This was a relatively good state. Chaotic Scarlet Firmament, Chaotic Divine Martial, and finally the Master Chaotic God. At this time, Long Chen still hadn't given up the hope of winning. At least, Long Chen had great confidence in himself in the first 2 battles. Mo Xiaolang relied on his own efforts. As for the Master Chaotic God, it all depended on whether Kitten could wake up in the remaining 40 years or so. The 3 were about 13.5 years. Mo Xiaolang was preparing, and so was Long Chen. Now that the Nether Realm and the Endless Life and Death Calamity had displayed unparalleled power, especially the Endless Life and Death Calamity, its power could only be described as amazing. This was simply the pinnacle of the rules for Long Chen. However, he wasn't satisfied with his current self. He wanted to go higher. Therefore, he began to retreat and ponder over other rules. Now that he had reached the eternal whirlpool, it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough for the time being. The Endless Life and Death Calamity had fused Massacre, Life, and Calamity. Therefore, he focused on the 3 rules of Karma, Fate, and Change. Among these 3 rules, besides Karma, which had a certain lethality, Fate and Change were actually not very good at killing. However, it seemed that it was difficult for him to make a big breakthrough in each of them. Even if he comprehended a new rule, it was still at the same level as the Nether Realm. It was difficult to play a decisive role like the Eternal Whirlpool and the Endless Life and Death Calamity. Therefore, fusing the rules is a path that I have to take. He determined his goal. At first, it was a 2-on-2 combination. Later, he became bolder. With the experience of the Endless Life and Death Calamity, he thought, why not use 3 directly, Karma, Fate, and Change? However, it didn't seem that easy to find the relationship between these 3. At least, it wasn't as easy as the Endless Life and Death Calamity. Karma is everywhere. It's like a ball of thread that's densely interconnected. Even the slightest bit of it can change everything. Fate isn't actually a straight line. Rather, it's the possibility of future dangers. It's karmic luck. Finding the relationship between the 3 and establishing a point was the first thing to do. However, it didn't seem easy. Therefore, he had to spend time thinking. A long time passed. Long Chen was stuck in the thinking stage. After a long time, he still had no idea. This made him understand that some rules couldn't be solved by thinking. It needed an epiphany. Sometimes, epiphany was very important. Therefore, Long Chen gave up on cultivation and went to accompany the people he protected, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and his lovely daughter, Long Yan. He was also waiting for Kitten to wake up. This unreliable guy is always like this. Long Chen could only sigh. Chapter 3170. It was rather difficult to complete this rule in 13 years. But Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. Actually, if the Chaos Gods hadn't descended so suddenly, he would have had endless time to ponder over the rules after obtaining the Tunnel of Time. With the endless life and death tribulations, he would at least have some confidence in fighting against the Chaos Divine Might in the future. Especially since Li Xuanji had successfully borrowed the power of the Origin Incandescent Stone, this meant that Long Chen could do the same. The Chaos Divine Might didn't have the advantage of the Origin Incandescent Stone. Even though Long Chen was still mysterious, at least this battle wasn't something that Long Chen should be worried about. He was more worried that Mo Xiaolang wouldn't be able to complete the rule before the time was up. He was also worried that Kitten wouldn't be able to wake up before the time was up. The hope of the gods and demons' victory rested on the three brothers. In the Tower of Time, the deities and demons of various realms felt like years. They couldn't help them and couldn't bear it. Therefore, Long Chen sent them to the life and death realms. In the life and death realms, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days, they became anxious because Long Chen had not brought them out of the life and death realms yet. Long Chen, what's going on? The Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor asked anxiously. Xiaolang hasn't been dealt with yet. We can only delay for a bit. Don't worry, the Chaos Gods won't mind. Alright. The gods and demons waited for another half a day. Since the last time they returned, a total of 15 years had passed in the Tower of Time. During these 15 years, the Chaos Gods had waited for another half a day. They didn't have much patience and were probably arguing by now. But there was still no news from Long Chen. The gods and demons couldn't help but feel anxious. The Chaos Gods must have thought that we didn't dare to participate in the battle and escaped. No, we just won a battle. It's time for us to go all out. Of course, with their personalities, they'll mock us. But in the end, it still depended on the outcome. Even if they didn't have confidence in the current situation, they believed in Long Chen's ability to create miracles. In the Tower of Time, Long Chen stayed by Mo Xiaolang's side, waiting quietly. It had been 15 years since then, and Mo Xiaolang had entered a very deep state in the last few years. It was obviously unwise to disturb him at this time. In 16 years at most, the primal chaos god race will probably cause a ruckus. Fortunately, after 3 months or so, Mo Xiaolang finally came out of seclusion. It was difficult to see any huge changes in the comprehension of laws from the outside, but the state Mo Xiaolang was in right now really made Long Chen feel that he had completed a metamorphosis, which was already very good. How was it? Did you succeed? Fortunately, it worked. Mo Xiaolang revealed a clear and sunny smile. Are you confident? Perhaps in terms of creation divine artifacts and strength, I am far inferior to my opponent. However, in terms of laws and my characteristics, should be able to suppress my opponent. However, all of this is uncertain. Only by fighting will I be able to understand. Mo Xiaolang was different from Long Chen. Long Chen's performance was quite stable. He was strong, but Mo Xiaolang himself wasn't strong. He had just stepped into the ruler level, but his combat strength was very likely to be weaker than Primal Chaos Fire Dance. But if he was strong enough, it was very likely that he could defeat Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven. Therefore, he didn't have absolute confidence against Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven and Long Chen. His confidence wasn't as great as the battle with Li Xuanji. But he and Mo Xiaolang were willing to surpass their limits. Let's go. The Primal Chaos God race is probably anxious. Long Chen instantly summoned the gods and demons from the life and death realms and returned to the Primal Chaos God realm. The vast army of gods and demons descended on the God Lord continent once again. Of course, they were slightly late. They made the Primal Chaos God race wait for more than half a day. As soon as they came out, the Primal Chaos God race completely suppressed the gods and demons with their fierce fighting spirit and cold eyes. This was their first show of strength. You're here. I thought you were so scared that you ran away and didn't dare to come again. Actually, there's no need to wait for 5 days. You can just continue after every battle. These bastards are so troublesome. Last time, they won by luck and must be happy. But today, Primal Chaos God race will beat them back to their original state. Amidst the mockery of the Primal Chaos God race, the gods and demons returned. This time, they were not weak, but the Primal Chaos God race was still wild and frightening. Especially on this day, the one who came out to battle was simply the third strongest of the Primal Chaos God race, Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven. The ruler of the Crimson Heaven continent. Long Chen, you've made me wait for a long time. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven's rough voice was like an explosion of gunpowder. It instantly locked on all the gods and demons, making them breathless. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven remained in his original position. Oh, I see my opponent, a perfect realm ultimate god. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven's eyes instantly locked on Mo Xiaolang. Now that Mo Xiaolang had changed and was standing beside Long Chen, Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven immediately found him. His eyes never left Mo Xiaolang after he locked his gaze on him. After a while, he applauded and said, "Wonderful, it's wonderful, but it seems a little immature. Of course, I'm already very satisfied that your myriad worlds can still send out such an existence to be my opponent." Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven's fiery eyes seemed to see Mo Xiaolang as his prey. This is your demon race, but it seems a little strange. Primal Chaos God Master was naturally also paying attention to Mo Xiaolang. However, he did not understand the existence of the Sky Swallowing clan, so he naturally did not understand Mo Xiaolang. Whether it's really strange or not, you'll know after fighting with me. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven laughed heartily and walked out from the crowd around the 8 Primal Chaos God Masters. Among the 8 Primal Chaos God Masters, only Primal Chaos God Master could suppress him. The other Primal Chaos God Masters were very respectful towards him. They were all Primal Chaos God Masters, but their cultivation and combat power were different. If that's the case, as you wish, let's fight. Long Chen believed that Mo Xiaolang could handle all of this. He led the gods and demons of the myriad realms out of the battlefield, leaving Mo Xiaolang in front of chaotic Crimson Heaven, letting the two of them confront each other. On the Divine Master continent, Mo Xiaolang and Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven were facing off. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven was fiery, like a scorching sun, while Mo Xiaolang was cold, quiet, and pure, like a proud flame. After my battle, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds will be defeated. To you, this battle is also very important. However, I don't think it's that interesting. There must be life and death in a battle. I think that's the kind of battle that I, Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven, desire. Before the battle, Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven suddenly laughed coldly. Of course, you can kill me. No one can stop you, Mo Xiaolang said. Crimson Firmament shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Of course I know, but the problem is that your elder brother has the ability to resurrect the dead. Even if I take your life and kill you, he can resurrect you. That's so boring." Then, What do you think is interesting? Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven smiled and said, it's simple. I like to bet with others when I fight with them. If it's an insignificant battle, it's not interesting at all. I haven't reached my limit yet. If I don't reach my limit, I don't know how terrifying I am. That's why I like to put my life on the line since I was little. I even put everything on the line. That way, my real potential can be stimulated. It's been my habit for many years. Although this battle is related to the outcome of the 9 battles, I don't think it's important enough. I want this battle to be more important to you. Therefore, I want to take your life and make a bet. If I kill you, I hope your big brother can keep his promise and not use the ability to resurrect you. Of course, if he doesn't keep his promise, my father will make him keep his promise. And you can make a request of me. For example, if you defeat me, you can kill me. My father will respect my bet. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven sounded like a madman. But it was true that only a battle that one couldn't lose could stimulate one's limit. Only then would the battle become particularly interesting and exciting. Long Chen didn't expect Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven to do this. If he didn't agree to this request, it would weaken his momentum. But in fact, Long Chen hoped that Mo Xiaolang could win. He didn't interfere with Mo Xiaolang's decision. It was up to him to decide what to do in the future. Of course, if it were Long Chen himself, he would choose to bet because he wanted it more than Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven. Under everyone's gaze, Mo Xiaolang said indifferently, "Why would I want your life? It's useless." "So, you're going to refuse?" "No." Mo Xiaolang shook his head decisively and said, "If I win, I don't want your life, but I want your semi-origin creation divine weapon. From now on, it belongs to me. You have to accept your loss and don't take revenge." His words shocked the chaotic gods. They didn't expect that not only was Mo Xiaolang not intimidated by the bet, but he also made a request that was really useful to him. Semi-origin creation divine weapon. That was what Mo Xiaolang desired and lacked. He was too lacking in terms of creation divine weapons. Smart. Long Chen smiled. Mo Xiaolang's decision was very like his style. He was forcing himself into a dead end, but he was also fighting for the biggest reward for himself. What he wanted most was not Mo Xiaolang's life, but his treasure. Then it's settled. What a bold young man. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven couldn't help but laugh loudly. The bet was settled. Because of this bet, the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly doubled. It was almost suffocating. Now everyone was looking at them. Mo Xiaolang turned around and looked at Long Chen. His gaze was asking Long Chen to believe him. "Big brother, if I lose, please keep your promise and don't come to save me." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I want to be in a desperate situation and I want to be reborn." Chapter 3171. This battle between Mo Xiaolang and Chaotic Crimson Heaven broke out. An unprecedented battle had erupted. For a moment, everyone quieted down, waiting for the terrifying visual feast. Chaotic Crimson Heaven was very satisfied with his little opponent's courage, but he absolutely had no sympathy for him. "Since you've taken a fancy to my Fortune Divine artifact, I'll let you have a good look." Chaotic Crimson Heaven stretched out his thick arms and opened his palms. In his palms, 7 colored flames condensed. The aura of a semi-origin creator divine weapon was born. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless flames condensed. In a short time, there were almost 100,000 divine flames. All of them condensed into a flame symbol. Each flame symbol was different. In the end, those flame symbols condensed into a black flag that appeared in Chaotic Crimson Heaven's hand. That was a gigantic black war flag with 100,000 divine flames burning on it. Majestic flame energy swept out. The entire Chaos Divine world was frozen in ice during the previous battle. But now that the Black War flag appeared, the ice instantly melted and the temperature rose. The Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven had destroyed everything created by the Primal Chaos Ghost Dance even before he attacked. Floating Flame Flag. It was another semi-origin Creator Divine weapon. Although it was still original incipient level, it had surpassed it. The God Incantation Ring, the Primordial Dragon Sword, the Epic Divine Sword, and the Floating Flame Flag were all outstanding Creator Divine weapons. 100,000 divine flames had endless power. Most importantly, Long Chen saw that the 100,000 divine flames condensed into a pattern that looked like a divine dragon and imprinted on the floating flame flag. Dragon. Although it was just a flash, Long Chen still saw it. It woke him up. Before this, I focused on the competition with the chaotic divine clan and forgot about the second ancestral dragon. Tai Su said that the second ancestral dragon might be here. If that's the case, it should be related to the floating flame flag. Therefore, after suddenly realizing this, Long Chen's only desire was for Mo Xiaolang, who had pushed himself to the extreme, to win. As long as he won, the floating flame banner would be his. Then, it would be much easier for Long Chen to track him. Mo Xiaolang was only focused on the terror of the floating flame flag, so he had an even stronger desire. Under everyone's gaze, he turned into the sun-devouring demon wolf and paced in front of the primal chaos scarlet firmament. He stared at his opponent with an intense desire in his eyes. In truth, Long Chen did not know what his battle plan was. But it must be, desperately. However, Mo Xiaolang did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he circled around Crimson Chaos Firmament. Of course, Crimson Chaos Firmament would not be courteous with him. Therefore, Crimson Chaos Firmament immediately attacked. He roared and waved the floating flame flag like a giant. 100,000 divine flames danced and combined with Crimson Chaos Firmament's rules. Buzz. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven's attack caused a huge commotion. The myriad domains were completely engulfed by the sea of flames. Long Chen and the four hegemons had no choice but to protect all the gods and demons of the myriad worlds. Otherwise, many of them would probably be burned to death. Yin-Yang Fire Hell. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament waved the black flag. The power of rules, his own divine power, and creation divine power combined. Together with the 100,000 divine flames, the black flag waved and released flames to form a wall. A total of 2 attacks. 2 walls of flames. One was Yang, the other was Yin. The 2 flames attacked from the left and right, leaving the sun-devouring demon wolf nowhere to escape. Each wall of flames contained the lethal power of Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament. Boom! The 2 walls formed a fiery hell. Yin and Yang attracted each other and collided with each other at lightning speed, forming terrifying Yin and Yang flames. Mo Xiaolang was in the middle of this sea of flames, and he was at the core of the flames. He's dead. The chaotic god race, who knew the power of the Yin-Yang fire hell, could not help but guess. After all, Mo Xiaolang had been submerged without any resistance. Under such a sea of flames, let alone him, even chaotic divine might would not dare to resist it. Buzz. The Yin-Yang fire hell condensed into a huge sphere, and Mo Xiaolang was in the center of it. Hoo-hoo. The flames were like devils, compressing inwards. The 100,000 divine flames compressed to the extreme. Obviously, they wanted to completely destroy Mo Xiaolang. So useless. Fight with me. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament was going crazy. He did not expect Mo Xiaolang to be so weak. If Mo Xiaolang was defeated in one move, he would be furious. He would be furious that Long Chen was playing with him, arranging such a useless opponent for him. Just as he was about to explode, the Yin-Yang fire hell discovered something inconceivable. To primal chaos scarlet firmament, he felt that a huge mouth or a terrifying vortex had appeared in the deepest part of the yin-yang fire hell. In just a short moment, the yin-yang fire hell, which was originally compressing inwards, actually accelerated and disappeared. Hoo-hoo! The majestic yin-yang fire hell was actually swallowed. In the original position of the yin-yang fire hell, a colorful demon wolf appeared. His body was burning with 100,000 kinds of divine flames. He was extremely huge, as though he would explode at any time. Even his eyes were filled with flames, as though he would explode at any time. Boom boom. The flames on his body were constantly exploding. Interesting. Crimson Heaven Chaos couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that his opponent would actually eat his attack. Although Crimson Heaven Chaos looked like he would explode at any time, at least he gave Crimson Heaven Chaos a surprise. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds were worried. Mo Xiaolang's move was really too risky. Perhaps it was because he had followed Long Chen for a long time. Now, his style of doing things was getting closer and closer to Long Chen's. You want to eat, right? In that case, I'll let you eat until you're full. Now I understand why Long Chen sent you to deal with me. It's because you can swallow flames. However, you have to know that not all flames in this world can be swallowed by you. Chaotic Crimson Firmament's wild laughter reverberated in everyone's ears. He was already excited. If he had not been so fanatical, his expression would not have been so exaggerated. At this moment, he held the floating flame flag with both hands again and waved it with a whistling sound. This was a brand new rule. It was not just the power of flames, but also the fusion of the chaotic rule. The primal chaos principle was a kind of principle that could easily fuse with other principles. Therefore, in the chaotic divine realm, every primal chaos saint master would fuse principles. Primal chaos hell flame. At that moment, primal chaos scarlet firmament roared. The primal chaos and fire principles in his hands exploded. As the floating flame flag danced, everything condensed into a gray flame. This gray flame was the primal chaos hell flame. It seemed to be the core of the world. As soon as this flame appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The primal chaos gods all knew why primal chaos scarlet firmament used the primal chaos hell flame. This primal chaos hell flame had the power to explode. Once it exploded, it could easily destroy half of an original incipient grade world. It looked small, but in fact, it was because it had condensed to the extreme. Don't you like swallowing flames? Do you dare to eat this? Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament held his belly and laughed. The Primal Chaos Hell Flame instantly reached Mo Xiaolang. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament was confident that once Mo Xiaolang swallowed it, he could turn Mo Xiaolang into ashes in a short time. Then, this battle would be over. However, as long as one wasn't a fool, he would obviously resist the Primal Chaos Hell Flame instead of swallowing it. However, the result surprised Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament. In his eyes, Mo Xiaolang was simply crazy. When the Primal Chaos Hell Flame descended, he didn't say a word. He directly jumped over and opened his wolf teeth. His throat was like a vortex, directly swallowing the Primal Chaos Hell Flame. Buzz. He already had 100,000 divine flames. Now, with the addition of the Primal Chaos Hell Flame, his god body was simply a gathering place of flames. The Primal Chaos Hell Flame instantly exploded under Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament's will. This was the power that could destroy half of an original incipient grade world. Boom! Everyone could see that Mo Xiaolang's body began to crack under the gray flame. Countless bloody scars appeared on his body, and he would turn into ashes at any time. Even Long Chen felt distressed when he saw this. He kind of knew what Mo Xiaolang was going to do. It was impossible to defeat Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament directly. He had to risk it. Today, his body was almost shattered. He was about to explode. Even the power of the sky-swallowing clan couldn't suppress this flame. It was like a beast eating a beast that was 10 times its size. However, at the most critical moment, the primal chaos green flame burned and resisted the power of the explosion. It continuously healed Mo Xiaolang's body and made him immortal. In fact, inside his body, the other 4 ancestral flames had controlled the power of the primal chaos hell flame. They had passed the most difficult time. In fact, at this moment, Mo Xiaolang had controlled his body in everything he wanted. He had endured 2 deadly attacks. In exchange, he had the terrifying flame power in his body. These flames were turning into his power. He's not dead. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament was stunned for the first time. All the other members of the Chaotic God clan were the same. The pace of this battle was too fast. In just a moment, they had reached this stage. It was like Mo Xiaolang had endured 2 attacks from Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament, but he was not dead. Not only was he not dead, but he was also healing. Amazing! Amazing! Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament's eyes turned red. He was so excited that he was trembling. Only now did he understand what an interesting opponent Long Chen had given him. An opponent worth fighting to the death. Long Chen, thank you. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament roared. He retreated thousands of meters and suddenly appeared next to the Origin Incandescent Stone. He hugged the Origin Incandescent Stone and pressed his body against it. At that moment, the power of the Origin Incandescent Stone surged violently into his body. The Origin Incandescent Stone has given me endless power. Boom, boom, boom. The colorful power almost burst his body. After accumulating enough power, Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament was now a nightmare. He held the floating flame flag and returned to confront Mo Xiaolang in the void. Life and death depended on this moment. Chapter 3172. Naturally, Mo Xiaolang could not obtain the support of the Origin Incandescent Stone like Li Xuanji. But all his previous efforts and preparations had been for this moment. Amidst the nervous crowd, Crimson Firmament descended. 7-colored light encircled his body, majestic divine might. The 7-colored waves swept out, forming an unimaginably huge impact that suppressed the gods and demons of all worlds. Similarly, the chaotic gods found it hard to bear. Life and death hung by a thread. Crimson Firmament could not be bothered to care about Mo Xiaolang. In his eyes, this was a giant beast that only knew how to devour flames. He would not tolerate anything else. This time, of course, he wanted to stuff Mo Xiaolang to death. Whoosh! Terrifying flames were born on Crimson Firmament's body. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he used the creation divine power of the floating flame flag, the power of the Origin Incandescent Stone, and his own power to fuse the 2 laws. Crimson Firmament, in his strongest state, was born at this moment. Immortal Chaotic Sacred Fire. The primal chaos and fire nomological laws fused to the deepest parts. In front of the godfiends, the primal chaos Scarlet Firmament's sturdy body actually started to transform from a human into a fire. Most importantly, he used the floating flame flag to surround himself. During the transformation process, the semi-source-grade floating flame flag completely overlapped with him. Then, in a very short time, they fused together. In the end, the 2 completely fused. The man and the creation divine weapon transformed into a 7-colored flame. Different from the seed of the ancestral fire, this was a truly mature flame. The power of the light wheel was much more terrifying than the chaotic hellfire. Boom! The flames spread. This is my immortal chaotic sacred fire. How are you going to devour it? The 7-colored sacred fire contained endless flame power. Now that Crimson Firmament had turned into a flaming man, few in the world dared to approach him. Everywhere he went, even space, time, and everything else was melting and vanishing. Buzz. Under the gaze of the crowd, Crimson Firmament charged towards Mo Xiaolang. However, from the beginning to the end, Mo Xiaolang did not move at all. He had been suppressing all the flames that he had swallowed earlier. To outsiders, it seemed like he was still struggling for his life. The chaotic Crimson Heaven's new killing move descended once again. However, at this moment, Mo Xiaolang did something that shocked everyone. He ignored the raging flames on his body. Facing the chaotic scarlet firmament that was rushing towards him, he howled like a wolf and charged towards the chaotic scarlet firmament. In an instant, Mo Xiaolang had been waiting for this moment for far too long. It was at this point that the primal chaos Crimson Heaven flames appeared, as if they were being guided out of his body. It wasn't just the primal chaos hellfire, but the endless god fire. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaolang saw a sea of 7 colored flames. Rumble. In the next moment, 5 types of flames were born on Mo Xiaolang's body and merged into the sea of fire. They were 9 Underworld Demon Ancestral Fire, Heavenly Emperor Ancestral Fire, Chaotic Green Fire, Chaotic Fire of 10,000 Calamity, and Eternal Sacred Fire. The 5 types of ancestral fire became the center of the 100,000 God Fire. When the 2 of them merged into one, it was also the moment when the chaotic Crimson Heaven flames descended. He actually triggered my flames. He endured my flames just now for this attack. The chaotic Crimson Heaven flames guessed correctly. Mo Xiaolang endured and endured silently just for this moment. For the rule power that came from his sky-devouring clan bloodline. From silence to explosion. In that instant, the 5 types of ancestral fire engulfed the 100,000 God Fire. He was in the center of all the flames. Sky-devouring fire diagram. A new set of rules appeared in his bloodline, and he used the 5 sets of rules to unleash them. The power of the rules fused with all the flames, and in the blink of an eye, the sea of flames transformed into a huge whirlpool that began to spin. It spun at a high speed. It was terrifyingly fast. Buzz. An unprecedented devouring power descended. The devouring power from the sky-devouring clan. When Mo Xiaolang grew to such a level, the devouring power that came from the 5 types of ancestral fire and the power from the chaotic Crimson Heaven flames appeared, exceeded everyone's expectations. Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The flames formed a whirlpool. All the force was concentrated on the chaotic Crimson Heaven flames that rushed towards Mo Xiaolang. Unlimited acceleration. This devouring power. In an instant, even though he had turned into the immortal chaotic sacred fire, the chaotic Crimson Heaven flames expression changed drastically. He felt as if he had fallen into Mo Xiaolang's trap. After he turned into flames, the devouring power of the sky-devouring fire diagram increased several times. There was not much time for him to think and make a decision. The chaotic Crimson Heaven flames had a chance to return to his human form and escape. However, he was unwilling to give up. It was not easy to use the immortal chaotic sacred fire to such an extent with the help of the Origin Oregon. How could he just let it go like this? Since you dare to be so bold, I won't hold back. The chaotic Crimson Heaven flames did not believe it. Not only did he not escape, but he also rushed into the sky-devouring fire diagram with terrifying power. The moment he got close, the sky-devouring fire diagram wrapped him up and sent him into Mo Xiaolang's mouth in an instant. Boom! All the flames entered, including the chaotic Crimson Heaven flames and the floating flame flag. Burst him. He's too bold. He even dares to swallow the Scarlet Firmament Saint. In an instant, everyone from the chaotic gods race burst into laughter. They could almost see the scene of Mo Xiaolang bursting. Because of their bet, if Mo Xiaolang was defeated, Long Chen would not be able to save him. This is known as the Sacred War of the 10,000 Realms. It doesn't make sense that no one has died yet. Today is the final battle. People should die. That's right. Let this little fellow use his life to put an end to the freedom of the 10,000 realms. From now on, the 10,000 realms will be our world. The entire world will be ruled by us, the chaotic gods race. Everyone was looking at Mo Xiaolang. On the side of the 10,000 realms, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were on the verge of tears. Dead silence. Everyone saw that the sun-devouring direwolf had stopped. However, the hundreds of thousands of flames, including the ancestral flame and the undying chaotic sacred flame, were clustered around his body and started to arrange themselves. In the end, all the flames formed an ancient diagram. The flames swam around it. This was the real sky-devouring fire diagram. Logically speaking, the flames that Mo Xiaolang had swallowed should have been enough to kill him several times. However, when the sky-devouring fire diagram appeared, the flames swam around and arranged themselves. It was as though they were being guided by some mysterious power. They gradually became docile and were under Mo Xiaolang's control. Even the undying chaotic sacred flame seemed to have calmed down. In just a short moment, there was no trace of the chaotic scarlet firmament. What's going on? Why isn't the scarlet firmament saint exploding yet? The chaotic gods race had been laughing and waiting to see a good show. However, as time passed, Mo Xiaolang became quieter and quieter. The chaotic scarlet firmament saint's breath was disappearing. Impossible, impossible, even the people from the chaos immortal firmament were in disbelief. They could not believe their eyes as they stared at Mo Xiaolang. Why was there no reaction? For a moment, there was even more dead silence. Mo Xiaolang turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen could see the sincerity in Mo Xiaolang's eyes. Mo Xiaolang had tears in his eyes. Mo Xiaolang was full of passion and fighting spirit. He had succeeded. Long Chen was overjoyed. His sky-devouring fire diagram had succeeded. No matter how strong the chaotic scarlet firmament saint was, or how fierce the flames were, Mo Xiaolang could tame it. This was the nomological power that came from the sky-devouring race's bloodline. Heaven-defying. He had won a total of 3 rounds. Now, they had won a total of 3 matches, and they were only 1 match behind the Chaos Gods. Big brother, can I not spit him out? Mo Xiaolang said helplessly. If this guy swallowed him, not only could he control his opponent's flame nomological power, but he would also become much stronger. No, the chaotic gods race will not let this go. After all, this is a critical moment. Long Chen shook his head. All right. Mo Xiaolang didn't care at all. In front of all the chaotic gods, he opened his mouth and spat out a strange object. It was a person. It was the unconscious chaotic scarlet firmament saint who had lost his ability to fight. Don't worry. He will wake up in 2 hours. Mo Xiaolang's calm words completely ignited the Chaos God clan. Coupled with the miserable state of the Chaos Crimson firmament, all the Chaos God clan members sucked in a breath of cold air and widened their eyes. They even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Just like that, the other party won. How did he do it? What exactly was that last rule of his? Confusion, depression, anger. The chaotic gods race had all kinds of expressions. The gods and demons were ecstatic. They looked at Long Chen and his brother with tears in their eyes. They had seen a miracle again. Even though they were gods or rulers, at this moment, they believed in Long Chen and his brother. Miracle. Unbelievable. To the Chaos God race, the celebration of the gods and devils was a slap in the face. It was a humiliation. At this moment, none of them dared to raise their heads. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to face the excited gazes of the gods and devils. If the defeat of the primal chaos ghost dance was an accident, now that the primal chaos scarlet firmament god race was defeated, what kind of situation was this? Chaotic Scarlet Firmament Saint was the third strongest expert of the chaotic gods race. In fact, out of the 9 battles, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds had won 3 battles and were only 1 away from winning. Previously, losing 4 battles in a row was indeed a humiliation. But now, they had won the most important 2 battles. This was a humiliation for the chaos gods. Those who look down on others will eventually be looked down upon by others. I thought the chaotic gods race was very capable, but who knew that they were just SOSO in the end? Yeah, it's quite embarrassing for them to lose. Anyway, I think it's very funny. For example, Chaotic Scarlet Firmament Saint was really arrogant before, but now, he's like a dead dog. After being suppressed for a long time, the gods and demons couldn't bear it anymore. Of course, it was all because of Long Chen. Chapter 3173. The gods and demons had created 2 miracles with Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang. Every time, it was like a heavy hammer hitting the chaos gods' heads. They wanted to cry but had no tears. If the primal chaos heavenly stem, primal chaos god, and other primal chaos saint venerables were defeated, then it would be fine. But just like how the primal chaos god race had the most confidence in the 4 great rulers, the primal chaos ghost dance and the primal chaos crimson firmament god race had the most confidence in the primal chaos god race, they had the most confidence in the primal chaos ghost dance and primal chaos crimson firmament god race. This was retribution. The gods and demons had returned the same humiliation to the chaos gods. Even if they lost the 9 sacred wars, they would not lose their dignity and would not be unable to raise their heads in front of the chaos gods. The reversal of the 2 battles had played a crucial role. All the living beings in the myriad worlds were in an uproar after learning about the news of the 2 battles. The haze from before was swept away completely. Now, it was the Chaos Gods' turn to be unable to raise their heads. Chaos Crimson Firmament had not woken up yet. Outside the God continent, Chaos Crimson Firmament had returned to the Chaos Gods. Master Chaos controlled it and fused it into the Origin Incandescent Stone. Chaos Crimson Firmament was recovering rapidly. Of course, the outcome had been decided. Shut up. Chaos Fire Dance could not bear the discussion of the gods and demons. She was about to go mad with anger. What are you so arrogant for? Didn't you just win 2 battles? Even if there are only 2 battles left, it is impossible for you to win. How are you going to deal with my father and grandfather? So, you are destined to lose miserably. You are destined to be enslaved by the chaos gods. So, what is there for you to be proud of? You are just a bunch of useless fools. Indeed, on the side of the infinite realms, with the exception of Long Chen and the other 3, the infinite realms originally only had 4 sovereigns. After the war started, it was almost equivalent to having 8 sovereigns. That was why they could contend with the 8 saint venerables of the chaos gods. But even so, the fate of the worlds could not be changed. As long as Master Chaos was there, even if Long Chen defeated Chaos Divine Martial, he could not win. Furthermore, the chaotic divine martial art had yet to reveal the slightest clue. It seemed to be a level more terrifying than the Primal Chaos Scarlet Heaven and Primal Chaos Ghost Dance. After being scolded by Primal Chaos Fire Dance in such a sharp voice, the gods and demons of the myriad realms shut their mouths. However, the smile on their faces was still the most ingenious mockery towards the chaos gods. It also made Primal Chaos Fire Dance feel as if there was a flame burning in her heart. Everything that they had previously given to the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, they had now returned. Primal Chaos Fire Dance looked at her father, who was still calm. She suddenly laughed and said, "All right, let's just say that you've won this battle by luck. Even though you've used all sorts of boring methods, so what? Do any of you know who my father is? Do you really think that Long Chen is my father's match if you know nothing? The gods and demons of the myriad worlds did not know what transcendent status the Chaos Divine might had. Wasn't he just the strongest person below the Divine Master? We'll know in 5 days whether I'm a match for him or not, Heavenly God Luya said. In this way, the Chaos Gods laughed. From their expressions, it could be seen that they had an unexpected confidence in the Chaos Divine might. It seemed that as long as he took action, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be accomplished. My father. He isn't someone uncle and aunt can compare to. When my uncle was still young, my father was already a chaotic saint master. Tell me, how can he be the same? When Primal Chaos Fire Dance talked about her father, a kind of pride and satisfaction was written on her face. The next battle was very clear. It would be Long Chen against the Chaos Divine Might. Other than the Chaos God Master, the two of them were already the strongest experts. Especially Long Chen, he directly represented the peak of the myriad worlds. The next battle would simply be a clash between the strongest experts. Whether Long Chen would catch up with the Chaos Gods or the Chaos Divine Might would end the sacred war of the myriad worlds, would depend on 5 days later. Naturally, it would be a matter that would happen 13 years later. Long Chen looked at the Chaos Divine Might again. The opponent in front of him was quiet and peaceful, as if he wasn't on the battlefield, but walking in front of a calm lake. He was relaxed and aloof. His body was filled with endless mysteries, and he could vaguely sense one of them. It was the power of space, and it was very similar to Lingxi's power of space. This person is indeed beyond the primal chaos crimson firmament. He's very difficult to deal with. At that time, we must be extremely careful. Even if no one fights against the Chaos God Master, we will still win this battle. Heavenly Law Divine Emperor said softly. I understand. He didn't have any information about the Chaos Divine Might, but the Chaos Divine Might had a certain understanding of Long Chen. However, Long Chen knew that the Chaos Divine Might was simply him from 100 years ago. 5 days later, remember to come early. Chaos Divine Might said. Definitely. Staying here any longer was a waste of time. Make more preparations and enjoy your last 5 days. If you force my father to make a move, you won't have a chance to survive. Chaos Fire Dance was still shouting when Long Chen and the others left. It seemed like she was being ruthless, but it was actually because she had confidence in her father. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face. Returning to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time from the Primal Chaos Divine Realm. Everyone looked at Long Chen anxiously. The Chaos Demon Ancestor said, Long Chen, we really feel that it's a miracle that we won this battle. To be honest, even I admire you guys now. Actually, we didn't have the slightest hope of winning, but now that we've won 2 battles, there's only 2 left. If we can win them, it'll be a huge opportunity for our myriad worlds. Heavenly Law Divine Emperor said, although the Chaos Divine Might is powerful, you aren't weak either, so there's a chance. But the final battle with the Chaos God race, it seems, until now, Kitten still hadn't been defeated, and there was no news at all. This was far beyond their expectations. No one knew that Kitten's awakening would take so long. Long Chen took a look, and indeed, Kitten didn't move. There were still 26 years left. If he still didn't move, the myriad worlds would definitely lose. Even if Long Chen and the others won a few battles, the myriad worlds wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being enslaved. However, Long Chen could only wait. After all, he could only fight the Chaos Divine Might at most, and the current situation was that someone had to be able to defeat the Chaos God Master for the myriad worlds to have a chance of winning. Everyone, now that things have come to this, we can only resign ourselves to fate. I will naturally do my best in this battle. No matter how capable the Chaos Divine Might is, I will strive to obtain victory. If there's really a final battle, we can only wait for my brother to awaken. If we can't make it in time, there's no other way, we can only lose. Heavenly God Luya said, actually, we've already prepared to lose. It's just that these two battles have given us hope. Long Chen, don't feel pressured, just do your best. In any case, we all believe in you. All the gods and devils had trust in Long Chen. Not a single one doubted Long Chen. This was already the greatest recognition for Long Chen. All right. Long Chen nodded. In these 13 years, Long Chen had even more important things to do. No matter what happens in the future, we will always be your staunch supporters and followers. Everyone looked at Long Chen with this gaze. At this moment, Long Chen had already become their absolute core. Of course, the most important thing was to prepare for battle. After Mo Xiaolang returned, he mainly went to take care of the half-origin floating flame flag. This creation artifact was extremely useful to him. After Chaotic Scarlet Heaven was defeated, the other party was too embarrassed to ask for it back because of the bet. In fact, if not for Long Chen not wanting the Chaos Gods to go crazy, it would be reasonable for Mo Xiaolang to devour Chaotic Scarlet Heaven. After all, Chaotic Heavenly Gui had once tried to kill him. How is it? Big brother, it's strange. I can control this floating flame flag like you and Sister Lingxi, but I can't find its fortune heroic spirit, just like you. Do you think it's possible that fortune divine weapons of this level don't have fortune heroic spirits? Long Chen shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Take a look and see if there's any news about the second ancestral dragon in the floating flame flag. I'll take a closer look. It's hard to find anything for now. If there is, I'll tell you immediately. All right. Previously, in the hands of Chaotic Scarlet Heaven, the 100,000 divine flames on the floating flame flag had formed the image of a dragon. Long Chen believed that he had not seen wrongly. After dealing with these miscellaneous matters, Long Chen focused on preparing for the ultimate battle 13 years later. The battle that everyone was looking forward to. Naturally, it was also the most crucial battle since the start of the battle. At least for the current Long Chen, there seemed to be too many variables in that battle. He could not predict what the outcome would be. Chaotic Divine might always give him a feeling of uncertainty. Drifting about unpredictably might be part of his strength. However, even if he drifts about unpredictably, I will not budge. The eternal whirlpool and the endless life and death calamity had matured quite a bit. There was definitely a huge difference between what Long Chen used and what Li Xuanji used. Long Chen's attention was focused on his previous thoughts. Fate, karma, and change. What kind of effect will the combination of these three produce? The endless life and death calamity is an attack, a pure, endless attack, rules. The most important thing was the idea. He had set his goal. However, Long Chen did not have a clear goal now. Therefore, he did not have a direction to move forward. Long Chen had a premonition that if he could not settle this rule within 13 years, he would most likely lose the battle against the Chaotic Divine Might. And he would lose miserably. After all, the Chaotic Divine Might knew all of his rules. The more anxious he was, the less effective it would be. Relax your mind. If you really have no clue, come and accompany me in Yen, Lingxi waved at him. Chapter 3174. He let go of his strong obsession with time and stopped worrying about the number of 13 years. He also stopped worrying about why Kitten had not woken up yet. 13 years, 26 years, after letting go of these numbers, his mood was in a state of emptiness. Daddy, Mommy said that you're going to beat up the bad guys soon. Long Yen was now a lively little girl in a white dress. However, she was as naughty and bouncing like a boy. Yes. Then you must grab his butt and spank him hard. Yen wants to spank him too. This little girl was becoming more and more violent. If she grew stronger than Long Chen one day, nobody would be able to control her. Long Chen spent most of his time accompanying his relatives, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Yang Yu, and other good friends. During this period, Yang Lingqing had also grown a lot faster than Sui Yan and Zhu Shi. As for Long Yan, she was almost as strong as an ultimate god. In order to prevent her from hurting others, Lingxi had been following her all the time. Her aptitude is really terrifying. Long Chen couldn't help sighing about his daughter. She was born not long ago, but she already had such great strength. It was estimated that she would definitely reach the ancestor realm in the future. Of course, Long Chen was also looking forward to his and Li Xuanji's crystal. Now that it had started to grow, it wouldn't take long for it to grow with the help of this Tower of Time. Aptitude is her fortune. Watching Long Yan bouncing on the third floor of the Tower of Time, Long Chen sighed with emotions. It was the warmth and happiness of a family. Looking at Long Yan, Long Chen thought about fate and the cause and effect of her birth. Cause and effect refers to the past. The cause and effect of the past bear the fruit of the present. Cause and effect should be the past and the present, while fate is the direction of the future. When karma and fate are added together, it's the past, the present, and the future. What's more important is the past and the future. Everyone's life could be divided into the past, present, and future. The present was not a stage, but a dividing line. The past would gradually increase, and the future would gradually decrease until the past occupied the entire scope of the future. That would be the end of life. Change. Defying the heavens and changing fate. Destiny-killing art. After that, Long Chen thought about the two rules of defying the heavens and changing fate. Defying the heavens and changing fate was a slight change to fate in the future, and the destiny-kill method was a combination of fate and time. It was a return to the past through time, and not the past of cause and effect. Therefore, the destiny-kill method was only one-sided, incomplete, and not the true great Tao. Karma was all that was left in the past. Time passed in the blink of an eye. What Long Chen wanted right now was all of the past and all of the future. In other words, he wanted all of his lives. Gathering karma and fate into one person's life was actually a fusion. However, this is not a rule, but a bridge. It was just that even the combination of karma and fate lacked a kind of power. Change was power. In other words, this was what it truly meant to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Through change, one could change karma, change one's fate, and change one's life. Crack. Like a bolt of lightning, it flashed in front of Long Chen's eyes. He suddenly had an epiphany and found the true direction. That idea had already taken root in his heart and could not be erased. Truly defying the heavens and changing fate. I'll be leaving first. Long Chen said, then left the crowd and returned to the third floor of the Tower of Time, to the corner that belonged to him for cultivation. What's wrong with him? Everyone asked Lingxi. Lingxi looked in the direction that Long Chen left in and said, maybe he found the rule that he wanted. Actually, she already knew that this would be helpful to Long Chen. Since he could succeed, Lingxi was naturally happy in her heart. Karma and fate formed a life. Using the Tao of change, reversing karma and controlling fate, the three became one. The formation of the rules made Long Chen know that his original idea was completely correct. Life, slaughter, and calamity formed an endless life and death tribulation. The Tao of change connected karma and fate. After understanding this point, Long Chen basically had a goal and way of thinking. Next, he had to rely on repeated attempts to truly form this new and most shocking rule in history, even to Long Chen himself. This needed time. Back then, the endless life and death tribulation took up a lot of time. It's done. Finally, one day, Long Chen felt that he was complete. Many difficulties were finally overcome as he continued to overcome them. At that moment, Long Chen had a feeling of transcendence. This made him understand that he was at the pinnacle of the gods now that he had grasped this rule. Even the ultimate god or peak Tai divine realm might not have such a rule. If it was not for the fact that Long Chen's realm was not high enough, the chaotic divine lord would definitely not be his opponent, truly defying the heavens and changing fate. However, it's changing the karma and fate of others and changing their lives. This rule was definitely the top rule in the current myriad world, transcending everything. Even the chaotic divine lord might not have such a level of rule, let alone the chaotic divine might. In that case, I shall name it, past and future life reversal. Reverse the past and control the future. The real effect would be completely known when it was used on the chaotic divine might. Endless life and death tribulation, past and future life reversal, 6 types of ancestral dragon rules are all in it. In addition to the peak of time, the eternal whirlpool, obviously, at least in terms of rules, I am already invincible in the myriad world. Lingxi's primordial divine mantra had already mastered the heavenly fate mantra, but the heavenly fate mantra was far inferior to Long Chen's past and future life reversal. It's enough to have the help of this rule before the final battle. Long Chen was very relaxed and began to perfect the past and future life reversal. During this time, the thing that troubled him the most was Kitten. From the looks of it, he won't wake up before my battle with the chaotic divine might. There seemed to be only 1 year before the battle with the chaotic divine might. In the outside world, half a day had passed. Long Chen came to Kitten's side. Currently, this crystal-like reincarnation divine beast was gradually becoming more and more corporeal, as though it was only 1 step away. I don't know why, but I actually have a strange feeling. Long Chen muttered to himself. He shook his head and said to Kitten in a serious tone, "There are only slightly more than 10 years left. I hope that you can wake up before that. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that I win. I will go and obtain this victory first, then I will come back and wait for you to wake up." This fellow had accompanied Long Chen since he was in Sanyang country. Time passed very quickly. On the side of the gods and demons, even the 4 rulers were extremely nervous. Compared to Mo Xiaolang's battle, they were even more nervous. This was because they did not have high hopes for Mo Xiaolang's battle. But this time, they had high hopes for Long Chen. Even if no one fought against the Divine Master, they all hoped that Long Chen could defeat the chaotic divine might. At least, this way, the myriad worlds would be able to display their capabilities. The chaotic gods did not have the strength to suppress them. Long Chen. All the gods and demons looked at Long Chen excitedly. But Long Chen was much calmer than they had imagined. "Everyone, let's go." The timing was just right. When Long Chen brought the gods and demons to the chaotic gods world, the patience of the chaotic gods race was about to run out. Now, all the experts' gazes were on Long Chen and the chaotic divine might. The primal chaos divine might was as calm and indifferent as Long Chen. On the contrary, the entire primal chaos god race was in an uproar. Everyone was enraged and their killing intent was boundless. Boom! Both sides collided. Even the chaotic gods world was distorted. Battle, flames, everything exploded in this moment. No one said much, but their fiery gazes were their will to resist. "Please." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. He was already impatient. After the first 8 battles, it was finally his turn. The sacred war of the myriad worlds was a battle at the pinnacle. Under his signal, the gods and devils of the myriad worlds retreated, leaving the 4 sovereigns to protect them. Without a doubt, the battle before them was the most powerful and destructive battle since the start of the battle. Long Chen's authority in the myriad worlds had risen to the extreme. At this moment, the chaotic divine might signaled that it was ready and was heading towards Long Chen. As for the rest of the chaotic gods race, they remained in the godly Lord continent. Both sides fought fiercely. Seeing that Long Chen and the chaotic divine might were fighting, chaotic fire dance suddenly ran out. She looked at Long Chen arrogantly and said in a cold voice, "Long Chen, you saw the last battle. You won. But a battle without a wager is really boring. Today, do you dare to bet with me? Let's fight fiercer." The chaotic divine might did not speak. The rest of the chaotic gods' race looked at Long Chen with hatred. It seemed that they had acquiesced to chaotic fire dance's decision. Long Chen's expression did not change. He asked, "First, how do you want to bet?" "Naturally, I want to bet on the outcome between you and my father." "What about the wager?" "Your wager." Chaotic fire dance smiled coldly and said, "I know what you care about the most. So, if you lose to my father, we don't want your life. I want the two beauties beside you. If you lose, they will belong to the chaotic gods' race. They will belong to me." Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Long Chen could not help but laugh. This woman really had the guts to say that. Long Chen looked at the chaotic divine might. As a father, he was helpless. But for the sake of his daughter's happiness, he acquiesced. Long Chen was curious. He asked, "What if I win?" Chaos Fire Dance waved her hand and said, "Don't you like half-origin creator artifacts? Then I'll lose to you a half-origin creator artifact." As soon as she said that, the crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect that the chaotic gods' race would have so many origin-grade fortune divine weapons. It was already very courageous of them to take them out. Chaotic Fire Dance looked as if she was taking advantage of Long Chen. Chapter 3175. You. She didn't expect Long Chen to look down on a quasi-origin grade creation divine artifact. To be honest, a quasi-origin grade creation divine artifact was a precious treasure to the Primal Chaos Divine Tribe. At the very least, Primal Chaos Inferno wasn't qualified to possess one. But Long Chen said that even if she had two, it wouldn't be comparable to Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Subconsciously, she still regarded Long Chen and the others as country bumpkins who hadn't seen the world. She calmed down. In order to achieve her goal, she endured. When she saw Long Chen looking at her, she thought, "This person has angered me time and time again. He must be interested in me. The way he looks at me shows that he wants to possess me. I can do that." At this moment, she was calm and composed. She smiled charmingly at Long Chen and said, "Since you aren't willing to accept the two treasures, then let's just leave it at that. If you win, then from today onwards, I, Primal Chaos Flame Dance, will be your woman. I will be at your mercy and listen to your orders. I will follow you for life." This was the limit of what she believed she could give. Of course, she also believed that it would be very effective. She was the Chaos Fire Dancer, the dream of all the men in the Primal Chaos Divine Clan. Even the Primal Chaos Celestial 10th Prince, a holy sovereign, was doing his best to pursue her. Heroes loved beauties. Although she wasn't interested in Long Chen, she knew her charm. The Primal Chaos Divine Warrior didn't expect her to say that. The Primal Chaos Celestial 10th Prince was startled and said, "Huo Wu, you can't do that. If the Primal Chaos Heavenly 10th Prince lost, it would be troublesome." The granddaughter of the Primal Chaos Divine Lord, a holy sovereign, would be at Long Chen's mercy. Not to mention the face of the Primal Chaos Divine Tribe, if the bet was successful, even the Primal Chaos Divine Lord wouldn't hesitate to take Chaos Fire Dance back. Even if the Primal Chaos Divine Tribe controlled the myriad worlds in the future, they would become a laughingstock. Moreover, the Primal Chaos Heavenly 10th Prince had coveted her for a long time. "Shut up. Do you think my father will lose?" Chaos Fire Dance turned around and rolled her eyes at the Primal Chaos Heavenly 10th Prince, swallowing his words. "Fire Dance, don't mess around." The Primal Chaos Divine Warrior's eyes were stern. "Father, you won't lose. Why are you so nervous? Primal Chaos Flame Dance pouted. She really wanted to obtain the two women by Long Chen's side. Hence, she was willing to use herself as a wager. For this reason, she was even willing to talk back to her father. After that, she immediately spoke to Long Chen, if you are a man, don't hesitate and be more direct. Don't make me look down on you. Let's do it like this. If you win, I, Primal Chaos Fire Dance, will be at your mercy. If you lose, the two of them will be mine from now on. In the face of Primal Chaos Inferno's hot questioning, Long Chen felt a headache coming on. In fact, he wasn't interested in Primal Chaos Inferno. If he could win her over, the Primal Chaos Divine Tribe wouldn't be able to act shamelessly. Then, he would have the capital to restrain the Primal Chaos Divine Tribe. That was the only benefit. To Long Chen, there was indeed a certain level of attraction. The problem was that everyone had their own principles. Long Chen's principle was that even if the other party gave him more benefits or even let the gods and demons win the holy war, Long Chen had to stick to his bottom line. That bottom line was that he couldn't use his women as a wager. Hence, under Primal Chaos Fire Dance's hot gaze, he said, Primal Chaos Fire Dance, don't joke with me. In my eyes, you're not even comparable to an original incipient grade creator artifact. PFFF. The gods and demons thought that Long Chen would be conflicted. After all, this great beauty wasn't inferior at all. Moreover, she was fiery hot, with characteristics that Lingxi and Li Xuanji didn't have. Who would have thought that he would be so direct? Just one sentence from him made Primal Chaos Fire Dance feel ashamed. This was the most infuriated Primal Chaos Flame Dance had ever been in her entire life. When she heard Long Chen's words, she was stunned for a moment. Then, as if she had gone mad, she let out a mournful roar and charged at Long Chen without saying anything. She was simply like a madwoman. Go to hell. Chaos Fire Dance. The Primal Chaos Divine Warrior was behind him, holding Primal Chaos Fire Dance back. Under his control, Primal Chaos Fire Dance couldn't move no matter how furious she was. Don't touch me. I want to kill him. He must die. Father, kill him for me. I beg you, kill him for me. That resentful gaze and struggling expression made Long Chen a little gloomy. He had just said it casually. Did she have to go crazy like this? You're really bad. Saying something like that will touch a woman's bottom line. If I were her, I would hate you to the core. Li Xuanji's words made Long Chen understand that he had just said it casually. It was as if he had caused Primal Chaos Fire Dance to die on the spot. Go back. The Primal Chaos Divine Warrior suddenly exerted force and threw Primal Chaos Fire Dance back to the Origin Bright Stone. On the Origin Bright Stone side, Primal Chaos Ghost Dance and the others held down this furious woman, calming her down. However, when the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior turned his head again, Long Chen saw that his previously calm eyes were now filled with rage. He had also angered this father. Father, I want him dead. If you can't do it, I won't forgive you. Primal Chaos Fire Dance's mournful voice came from the Origin Bright Stone. This sentence made the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior's killing intent even more intense. This son of a divine master was displaying true terror in front of Long Chen. That pair of eyes was indescribable. It was like an ancient era before the heavens and earth were formed. It was chaotic and filled with all kinds of unimaginable dangers. 1. In the eyes of the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior, Long Chen could feel the changes in the entire world. He was completely surrounded by the chaotic world and was shrouded in endless danger. The Primal Chaos Divine Warrior was like a god from the ancient chaotic era, hidden in the clouds, faintly discernible. It was extremely terrifying. Under the disturbance of Primal Chaos Fire Dance, the battle broke out. Although there was no bet, because Primal Chaos Fire Dance had been humiliated. The Primal Chaos Divine Warrior, as the father, was furious. This battle turned from a spar to a life-and-death battle, which was more worth watching. The divine demons of the myriad worlds, the Primal Chaos Divine Race, everyone's heart was trembling at this moment. For the two peak divine demons. The pinnacle of the myriad worlds, Long Chen. The second person of the Primal Chaos Divine Race, the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior. The two of them traveled through time and space to confront each other in the ancient chaotic era. Before they even made a move, their aura alone had already caused changes in heaven and earth, causing the entire Primal Chaos Divine realm to tremble. Boom! Boom! All kinds of natural disasters broke out one after another on the nine-layered chaotic continent. Today's battle was unprecedentedly vast. As a father, Long Chen put himself in the perspective of the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior. When his daughter pleaded like this, he knew what the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior would do. Therefore, the current Primal Chaos Divine Warrior was even more terrifying, a little beyond Long Chen's estimation of him. You will regret what you said today. This was the last sentence of the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior. In an instant, his divine body displayed a change in front of Long Chen that made Long Chen's mind go blank. For a moment, this scene was deeply integrated into Long Chen's mind. 3 heads 6 arms. This was the divine ability that the former Primal Chaos Imperial family displayed in front of Long Chen. Of course, the Primal Chaos Imperial family was very weak and couldn't be compared to the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior at all. But the problem was that the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior was displaying 3 heads 6 arms. His divine body transformed, with 6 arms and 3 heads, just like the Primal Chaos Kunwu. When the 3 heads 6 arms was displayed, all the Primal Chaos Divine Warriors were excited. This is the supreme law of the Imperial family, 3 heads 6 arms. In the entire Primal Chaos Divine realm, only the Imperial family can display 3 heads 6 arms. And among the Imperial family, only the Divine Lord and God Wuxia Sage have truly awakened 3 heads 6 arms. The Primal Chaos Imperial family of the Primal Chaos Divine Race, they are really enviable. It is said that Scarlet Firmament Sovereign is also about to awaken this law, the Primal Chaos Imperial family. From their discussion, Long Chen was very surprised because there were many Primal Chaos Imperial family on the Primal Chaos Imperial Star, and now they were all in Long Chen's divine kingdom. He knew that the Primal Chaos Imperial family might be related to the Primal Chaos Divine Race, but he guessed that the Primal Chaos Imperial family was just a weak life form with a little bit of the Primal Chaos Divine Race's bloodline. He didn't expect that this group of Primal Chaos Imperial family could be the supreme existence of the Primal Chaos Divine Race. All the Primal Chaos Imperial family on the Primal Chaos Imperial Star were royalty like the Divine Lord. Now, the strongest Primal Chaos Imperial family in the Primal Chaos Divine Realm were 4 Saint Venerables and the Divine Lord, and there were probably no more than 30 of them. Of course, the strongest Primal Chaos Imperial family in Long Chen's divine kingdom couldn't be compared to the weakest Primal Chaos Divine Race. Perhaps the weakening of the Dragonrite continent had caused the Primal Chaos Imperial family to weaken. Long Chen didn't have much time to think about this because after achieving 3 heads 6 arms, the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior was simply too terrifying. In the past, the Primal Chaos Kunwu and the others had at least twice the battle strength after displaying this divine ability. After being enlarged infinitely, the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior was the same. But this wasn't the end. What really frustrated Long Chen was that the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior wasn't the least bit courteous and didn't hide his killing intent. 3 types of destinable immortal treasures appeared in his arms one after another. Just like the Primal Chaos Kunwu. But the problem was that the Primal Chaos Kunwu was only a small Dao treasure, while the Primal Chaos Divine Warrior was holding a half-divine grade destinable immortal treasure. Even the Primal Chaos Crimson Sky and the Primal Chaos Ghostly Dance only had one, while the primal chaos divine warrior had 3. The difference between them was obvious. 3 had 6 arms. The front 2 arms held a huge 9-colored battle halberd, full of killing intent that wasn't any weaker than the epical immortal sword. The 2 arms on the left held 9 wheels. The wheels were incomparably sharp and had 9 different colors. They were the same color as the chaos design, and each wheel was a deadly weapon. Finally, the 2 arms on the right put their palms together. An ancient palace appeared on the palms. It was silver-gray and shrouded in primal chaos fog. It couldn't be seen clearly, but it was even more strange and mysterious. Long Chen only had the primordial dragon sword. It was simply 1 against 3. Now, he could only rejoice that he didn't agree to the primal chaos ghostly dance's bet. Otherwise, there was a high possibility that he would lose Lingxi and the others. Thank you for your understanding and support. I'm in a much better state today. May was the first month of graduation. After graduation, the full-time lunatic would bring out his professional ethics. Now it was the last month of being a student. After graduation, it was time to prepare a new book. Dragon's Blood is coming to an end. Everyone can see that. In May, the mobile version of Dragon's Blood War God will be released. This is an action mobile game with tens of millions of investment. At that time, to celebrate the release of the game, Lunatic will think of ways to release more. I want to work hard to find more passion. At night, I still have to finish my graduation project. I've written 3 chapters today. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 3176. 3 heads and 6 arms, Chaos Divine Might. Now, he could not care less about the relationship between Long Chen and the primal Chaos royalty. The Chaos Divine Might would not give Long Chen any chance to rest. Perhaps the Chaos royal family originally had the same origin as them, and their bloodline was purer than theirs. But because of an epoch, they weakened along with the dragon sacrificial continent. That's why they have declined to this extent. Moreover, it's basically impossible for them to recover. With 3 semi-origin grade fate artifacts in hand, the halberd, the roulette, and the palace, Chaos Divine Might controlled space, turning the surroundings into a world full of chaotic aura. In front of it, Long Chen was as insignificant as a mortal. Countless gods and demons, as well as billions of living beings, were waiting anxiously. This battle was ignited by the chaotic fire dance. The explosion was beyond imagination, especially on Chaos Divine Might's side. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he alone could defeat the chaotic ghost dance and chaotic crimson heaven. And this was under the premise that he didn't use the origin brilliant stone. Rumble. The 9-colored halberd at the very front was the first to erupt with a dazzling light. This halberd was filled with the aura of primal chaos and was filled with the power of destruction. The 9-colored light flashed, and even though the primal chaos divine might attacked, Long Chen still couldn't figure out what his true laws were. Why does his power have the aura of 9 different rules? Including the chaos rule power, it's 10. No, the chaos rule power doesn't seem to exist at all. It's like it's completely integrated into the 9 rules. This was what Long Chen had seen. It was simply the existence with the most rules. But it didn't seem like it. The 9 colors of the 9-colored halberd are 9 types of rules. Each of the rules is fused with the rules of primal chaos. Because of the fusion of the rules of primal chaos, the 9 types of rules have fused into one. 9 plus 1, in the end, becomes one type of rule. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. While he was being attacked by the tyrannical might of the Chaos Divine Might, he was still frowning. The Chaos Divine Might was really making him depressed. Those 9 types of elemental laws were wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, wood, light, darkness, and metal. These were similar to the natural elemental laws of the primal chaos dragon, but they weren't as numerous as the primal chaos dragon's 14 elemental laws, only having 9. The problem was that they were similar yet completely different. Perhaps it was because they had fused with the elemental laws of primal chaos. These 9 types of elemental laws, such as the fire elemental laws, were exactly the same as the primal chaos crimson heaven's primal chaos dragon's primal chaos dragon's primal chaos dragon's primal chaos dragon had fused with its fire elemental laws. In short, everything controlled by the chaotic divine might was simply the combination of the laws controlled by the 9 chaotic crimson heaven-level chaotic gods. However, with the addition of the 9 types of primal chaos, it was practically another type. It was a law that completely surpassed the 9 elemental laws, yet it wasn't just the elemental laws. It was a law that completely combined all the laws together. Looks like you don't understand. Before the Chaos Divine Might made its move, it was in the midst of brewing, and the killing intent gradually approached. All the laws of primal chaos that you've seen before weren't the laws of primal chaos. In my primal chaos divine world, the laws of primal chaos are the highest level of laws. How could they be so simple? What you're seeing now is the combination of the 9 types of natural energies, then the fusion and transformation of the energy of primal chaos. I see. Even the primal chaos crimson heaven's law of primal chaos wasn't the true laws of primal chaos. Chaos divine might seem to have 10 types of laws, but they were actually 1. Whether it was wind, fire, water, earth, or other elements that had been transformed by the primal chaos, they were all part of the laws of primal chaos. From the beginning to the end, Chaos Divine Might had only shown one of them. In this way, the laws of primal chaos were indeed a relatively high level of laws. They were even comparable to any of the 10 great ancestor dragons that Long Chen had. This was also the difference between Chaos Divine Might and other primal chaos saints. He and the Lord God were the surpassers of this race. At least, the 9 elemental laws that had been transformed by the power of primal chaos surpassed the 14 elements of the Tai Chi spirit dragon. The power of primal chaos bestowed them with a higher level of destructive power. Every element was equivalent to the state of the primal chaos crimson heaven after it had merged fire and primal chaos. These 9 elements are collectively known as the primal chaos elements. The other 7 Saint Venerables only control a portion of the primal chaos element, but I control 9. Among the Saint Venerables, I am the only one who has mastered the primal chaos laws to perfection. The Chaos Divine Might wasn't just spouting nonsense. This number was the greatest pressure on Long Chen. Thus, in terms of aura and prestige, he had suppressed Long Chen. The perfect primal chaos laws, the 3-headed, 6-armed, 3.5 origin grade fortune divine artifacts, and the beloved child of the origin incandescent stone were all gathered on the body of the Chaos Divine Might. At this moment, after he scared Long Chen, he made his move. Once the perfect primal chaos laws were used, the power could only be described as heaven-defying. The halberd was one of the supreme treasures of the primal chaos god race, the ancient heavenly king's halberd. The 9-colored wheel was also one of the supreme treasures of the primal chaos god race, the heavenly martial wheel. As for the palace, it was one of the top 5 supreme treasures of the primal chaos god race. It had existed since ancient times and had a great inheritance function for the entire primal chaos god race. Its name was the Primal Chaos Temple. It was said that the Primal Chaos Temple had a huge secret, but it was difficult to truly control it. Therefore, even the Chaos Divine Might could only be used for battle. The true primal chaos laws contained 9 destructive primal chaos elements. The Chaos Divine Might descended mightily, holding the ancient heavenly king's halberd. The primal chaos laws descended and released. Under the illumination of the 9-colored light, the Chaos Divine Might's expression was cold. It was like an ancient god of war that tore apart the heavens and earth. Primordial primal chaos. The primal chaos laws were released from the ancient heavenly king's halberd. It was a 9-colored light beam, but it wasn't just a light beam. Within the light, there were thousands of worlds hidden. 9 different powers were destroying these worlds, and every destroyed world gave birth to endless power. In an instant, Long Chen was in extreme danger. Oh, in truth, Long Chen had only just recovered from the shock at this moment. The true primal chaos laws had indeed startled him, but that was all. On the level of laws, Long Chen would never fear anyone. Eternal whirlpool. In an instant, when the primal chaos descended, time spread at a terrifying speed. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Divine Lord mainland. The time whirlpool affected every god and demon. Long Chen's peak world power was naturally different from the one Li Xuanji had replicated. The eternal whirlpool resisted the primordial chaos. Time. Under Long Chen's control, time changed like waves. All the slow time condensed in front of the chaos divine might, blocking the primordial chaos light beam. All the time came to Long Chen's body, speeding up his time. The eternal whirlpool came from the time tunnel. Even if the chaos divine might was so powerful, no matter how destructive the primordial chaos light beam was, under the control of the extreme power of time, even the most solid things would change. For example, the irresistible primordial chaos light beam suddenly became extremely slow. Even if the primordial chaos light beam could chase after Long Chen under the control of the chaos divine might, with Long Chen's terrifying speed, the difference was too great. With only the existence of the eternal whirlpool, the primordial chaos light beam could not do anything to Long Chen. You want to leave? The chaos divine might roared angrily. It used its extreme power to violently tear apart the eternal whirlpool. Under such absolute power, even the control of time would avoid it. The primordial chaos light beam's speed increased by a lot. Under its destructive power, the entire chaos divine realm was in an extremely unstable state. However, Long Chen did not face it head-on. Boom! Because of the collision of the two laws, cracks appeared on the Shenwu continent above. Trash, coward, don't run away. Primordial chaos fire dance's angry curses could be heard from the origin incandescent stone. Long Chen remained unmoved at first, but then he suddenly had an idea. He changed his direction and headed in the direction of the Divine Master continent. In the deepest part of his vision, primordial chaos fire dance could be seen. Everything happened in an instant. In the hands of the incomparably powerful chaos divine might, Long Chen was simply crushed. However, while it seemed like he was fleeing in a sorry state, in reality, he was just trying to avoid a direct confrontation with his opponent. He had a better idea. In the blink of an eye, the eternal whirlpool's time accelerated. In a short moment, Long Chen arrived in front of primordial chaos fire dance. What are you trying to do? Primordial chaos fire dance asked angrily. None of your business. At this moment, Long Chen freed himself from the primordial chaos light beam's control. Suddenly, the primordial chaos light beam's speed increased tremendously, and it rushed towards the origin incandescent stone at an astonishing speed. However, Long Chen instantly retreated far away. Of course, when he left, he did not forget to accelerate the primordial chaos light beam's time. Boom! The chaos divine might's target changed from Long Chen to primordial chaos fire dance. Disperse! In an instant of imminent peril, the chaos divine might was incomparably alarmed. It retracted the power of its own rules. However, because it was too urgent, the chaotic rules formed a violent collision within its body. Buzz! His own rules had instead caused a certain amount of damage to itself. Time seemed to have stopped. The eternal whirlpool was still continuing, but it temporarily released the chaos divine might. Long Chen suddenly appeared behind it. His face was filled with a cold smile as he said, "Are you trying to place righteousness before family? If you don't dare to face me head-on, you can't be considered a hero. I have underestimated you. The Chaos Divine Might remained calm. What happened just now was nothing to it. It was just a warm-up. You are relying on this time domain. However, there will always be a way to make it so that you won't be able to escape even if you flee to the ends of the earth. On the side of the Myriad Realm side, everyone did not even have the time to cheer for Long Chen's quick-wittedness. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Might became even more terrifying, and the pressure descended once again. I don't only have one type of primordial chaos rule. From his words, it was obvious that the primordial chaos rule with 9 types of primordial chaos elements was actually not all he had. Chapter 3177. It could be said to be the space rule, but it was not entirely the same. It was different from Lingxi's current space law, and it was even more different from the Chaos Demon Ancestor's space law. If the Chaos Demon Ancestor's space law was the current space law, then the Chaos Divine Martial space law was simply the space law from before the epoch, the space law from the ancient era. In front of Long Chen, the 3-headed and 6-armed Chaos Divine Might had transformed into another body. Now, the one facing Long Chen was not the ancient Heavenly King halberd in its hand. Instead, it was the Heavenly Divine Martial Wheel with 9 9-colored wheels. They were all half-original grade Fortune Divine weapons. The Chaotic Divine Might had an even greater fighting spirit in its heart after the previous confrontation. It had also become even more furious because of the Chaotic Fire Dance. When the 9-colored roulette spun, the 9 huge roulette seemed to have fused with the space, and a terrifying might descended once again. The Chaos Divine Might could casually display the laws that surpassed the primordial chaos. This space rule has another thing added to it, just like the 9 elemental rule with the chaos rule. Lingxi was also a little puzzled. The Chaos Demon Forefather also felt that there was an ancient power in the other party's space rule. Just like the Heavenly Divine Martial Wheel, the Chaos Divine Might had simply fused with the space and disappeared without a trace. Even the Eternal Whirlpool could not control its figure. Chaos is half of me, and the other half of me is primordial chaos. Among the treasures, there were chaos treasures and primordial immortal spirits. These 2 words were the beginning of heaven and earth, and the state of the universe was turbid. Primordial chaos space is the most ancient space rule, and it is more than a level higher than the Chaos Demon Forefather's space rule. Primordial chaos space rule. Although he still did not fully understand it, like the chaos rule, space was similar to a type of chaos element, but the space rule itself was strong. It was equivalent to the combination of 9 types of chaos elements and then combined with primordial chaos to form the primordial chaos space rule. In short, it was primordial chaos. The Chaos Divine Might was not bragging. Long Chen had already felt this transcendent power of space. Chen, I feel that the primordial laws are similar to the dragon worship ceremony's laws. However, I haven't explored the depths of the dragon worship ceremony's laws yet. Seeing his primordial laws, I think I can see the direction of the deeper laws of the dragon worship ceremony. Lingxi was currently a primordial realm godly venerable, and the highest state of dragon sacrifice was infinitely close to the progenitor realm. She had already reached the pinnacle of ordinary spatial laws in terms of laws. Is that so? Primordial chaos, space, dragon ritual. At the moment when the Chaos Divine martial art was unleashed, Long Chen linked these words together and suddenly thought of something. The sacrificial dragon is the second ancestor dragon symbiote dragon, so its laws are definitely a part of the second ancestor dragon's laws. Lingxi said that the future direction of the sacrificial dragon is the Grand Mist laws. Then, perhaps the second ancestor dragon has the Grand Mist laws. Could it be that the Chaos Divine Might's Grand Mist laws are related to the second ancestor dragon? No one knew what sort of laws the second ancestor dragon possessed. However, judging from the dragon ritual, there should be spatial laws involved. In addition, the Chaos Divine Master was able to cross over realms to create invitations. Obviously, he was more proficient in the Grand Mist laws compared to the Chaos Divine martial art. These two must be related to the second ancestor dragon. Long Chen was completely convinced of his suspicions. Of course, the most important thing now was to defeat the Chaos Divine martial art. To be honest, he wanted to delay the battle if he could so that he could better understand the Grand Mist laws. However, the problem was that the Chaos Divine martial art was simply too strong. Long Chen could not grasp the rhythm of the battle at all. When the Chaos Divine martial art completely disappeared into space, the so-called Grand Mist laws erupted. Eternal Door of Primordial Chaos. Suddenly, 9 roulette discs appeared and surrounded Long Chen in 9 different positions. The entire Eternal Whirlpool was surrounded by them. Under the sweeping of spatial laws, it simply overlapped with the temporal laws. In an instant, the 9 huge roulette discs began to transform rapidly. Right in front of Long Chen, the 9 roulette discs opened from the center and became 9 doors that came from the primordial chaos. 9 Eternal Door of Primordial Chaos. When the doors opened, 9 worlds appeared. Every world seemed to be in a state where everything had yet to form. It was a prison, an eternally sealed world. Withdraw. Under the control of the omnipresent Chaos Divine martial art, the Eternal Door of Primordial Chaos began to shrink. The area it surrounded gradually became smaller. Every door seemed to have the same swallowing ability as Mo Xiaolang, pulling Long Chen in. The space shrank to the extreme. 9 types of suction force. In Long Chen's position, under the suppression of the primordial laws, what he felt was different from what others saw. He felt like he was in a primitive world, and there were 9 gigantic beasts as large as the heavens surrounding him. The beasts surrounded Long Chen, leaving him with nowhere to go. The Grand Mist laws overlapped with the Eternal Whirlpool. Moreover, the speed of the Eternal Whirlpool was already very slow. Even if the Eternal Whirlpool changed its speed, it would not affect anything. If there was no way to resist, Long Chen knew the consequences. He would be torn into 9 parts by the brutal spatial laws. Then, he would be sealed in the primordial chaos world for eternity. This was even worse than the Death Realm Dragon sect. The Death Realm Dragon sect wasn't even torn into 9 parts. At this moment, under the excited gazes of the demons and the Chaos Divine race, everyone felt that the outcome of the battle was about to be revealed. Amazing! Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he wasn't afraid. He could feel the power of the Grand Mist laws. From the aura of the Divine Dragon, he could vaguely feel the difference. Now that he was trapped in the Eternal Door of Primordial Chaos, he casually pulled out the Primordial Dragon Sword. This was the first time he had taken out his killing weapon. Endless life and death calamity. 3 types of laws fused. The laws that belonged to the ancestral dragon were naturally the supreme of all worlds. As the sword slashed out, boundless sword chi gushed out, and its target was one of the primordial door of primordial chaos. These 9 eternal door of primordial chaos were linked together. Attacking one of them was equivalent to attacking all of them. In the space, the endless life and death calamity collided with the eternal door of primordial chaos. At the same time, Long Chen sneered. The heavenly nether realm from Li Xuanji happened to catch up with the chaos divine art. Lingxi discovered his position and told Long Chen. That was the only way he could succeed. To be able to find the position of the chaos divine art, it was probably because of the spatial laws of the dragon's sacrifice and the primordial laws. Naturally, this was something that the chaos divine art would never have thought of. The heavenly nether realm attacked and the chaos divine art was suddenly affected. Moreover, it was displayed by Long Chen. At this moment, the endless life and death calamity attacked the eternal door of primordial chaos. Bang! Sparks flew. In the beginning, the endless life and death calamity could not break through. The eternal door of primordial chaos loosened. However, it could still loosen after the first time. Not to mention, the power of the endless life and death calamity would increase with the number of times. Bang, bang, bang. The deities heard an unprecedented roar. With a final explosion, the eternal door of primordial chaos was destroyed. Long Chen rushed out from it unscathed. It was precisely because of this that all the eternal door of primordial chaos were destroyed. This primordial law had been completely broken by Long Chen. It was not that the primordial law was not strong, but that Long Chen had used the endless life and death calamity and the heavenly nether realm just right. Even after breaking through, Long Chen could not help but be shocked. Chaos, primordial. It had to be said that either of these two laws was equivalent to one of the ancestral dragon's laws. Originally, the ancestral dragon's curse law was very strong. However, Long Chen now discovered that in terms of laws, the strongest opponents he had encountered were the chaos and primordial laws. Phew, when the chaos divine art tore the heavenly nether realm and came out, the eternal door of primordial chaos had already disappeared. You can actually find my position in the void. Admirable. This was the most difficult thing for the chaos divine art to understand. Of course, this was actually due to Lingxi's help. It was slightly unfair to the entire battle. However, the other party could not possibly know that at this point, Long Chen had the deepest understanding of the chaos divine art's abilities. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to find an opponent of your level in this lifetime, apart from my father. Although the chaos divine might said this, it did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Previously, it only wanted Long Chen to understand what was primal chaos and primordial chaos. This was only the premise. This time, its body started to spin in front of Long Chen. The ancient heavenly king's halberd, the heavenly divine martial wheel, and the chaos palace appeared in front of Long Chen one after another. The three original level creation divine weapons made Long Chen's primordial dragon pagoda look very pitiful. Father, kill him. The chaos fire dance's voice became the chaos divine art's final determination. Perhaps it had been a little hesitant before, but for the sake of his daughter, it had made up its mind. Now, the three creation divine weapons were almost simultaneously brewing an unprecedented killing intent. At that moment, the chaos divine art's body had changed into two parts. One of them had half a head and 3 arms. Chaos elements of 9 different colors were wreaking havoc like a wave of death. On the other side, the primordial law had once again integrated with space. The ancient heavenly king's halberd and the heavenly divine martial wheel were already filled with the power of the primordial law. The chaos palace was already filled with 9 types of chaos elements. In the end, without the chaos divine art saying anything, the origin incandescent stone shone with infinite light as its power descended and entered the chaos divine art's body like a light pillar. With the origin incandescent stone, the chaos divine art at that moment had simply surpassed the perfect realm ultimate god level. This is the strongest state I've ever been in my life. For you, Long Chen. The chaos divine art's voice penetrated the chaos divine world and spread to the entire myriad worlds. Long Chen didn't say anything, but the primal chaos divine might changed in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he actually took on the appearance of the primal chaos divine might. When he glanced at the origin incandescent stone, the power of the origin incandescent stone also descended upon Long Chen's body as expected. Boom! Chapter 3178. It was just a glimpse. Although it was just an instant, Long Chen could almost see the ruler of the Chaos Divine Master clearly. An existence that had forced the myriad worlds to such a state. Similar to the Chaos Divine martial art, he had silver-gray skin that was unique to the Chaos Divine race, or even darker. The difference was that he had a shiny bald head without a single strand of hair. He only wore long pants, and his upper body was bare. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a faint divine dragon tattooed on his chest and back. Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Long Chen was extremely shocked. Although the divine dragon looked like a divine dragon, it was more like something else, and that was the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. After all, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was in the shape of a dragon. Why would the Chaos Divine Master have the pattern of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent tattooed on his body? It was just a flash, and Long Chen didn't see it clearly. In this case, the mystery of the second ancestral dragon and the Chaos Divine World should be mainly on the Chaos Divine Master and the Chaos Divine Martial Art. It probably has something to do with the floating flame flag. The most important thing is that Xuanji has already shown his divine dragon body. I'm sure the Chaos Divine Master must have some doubts, but he didn't show it. Obviously, he might know something that I don't. In an instant, this thought flashed across Long Chen's mind. He just flashed it and didn't think about it. Because his opponent, the Chaos Divine Martial Art, wouldn't give him the chance. He can also use the power of the Origin Incandescent Stone. When Long Chen's body was full of colorful brilliance, all the Chaos Divine race members exclaimed. Before this, all the techniques that Long Chen used were the same as Li Xuanji's. At this moment, they weren't that shocked, but they could finally confirm that everything that Li Xuanji had came from Long Chen. Even so, no matter in which aspect, Long Chen wasn't as scary as the current Chaos Divine Martial Art. Everyone knew that the Chaos Divine Martial Art had already surpassed his own limits. Light revolved around him, and the primordial chaos and primordial chaos laws roiled around him like two giant dragons. 6 eyes that could split the sky and earth came from the primal chaos divine might and stabbed Long Chen. At this moment, the primal chaos temple, the ancient heavenly king's halberd, and the heavenly divine martial wheel, the 3 half-original incipient grade divine weapons had escaped the primal chaos divine might's hand. Among them, the ancient heavenly king's halberd and the heavenly divine martial wheel had shrunk into the primal chaos temple. One of the 3. On the body of the chaos divine might, 6 gazes focused on the chaos divine palace, becoming a channel for the chaos divine palace. At this moment, all the power of the Chaos Divine Might was instilled into the Chaos Divine Palace. Life or death, it's up to you. Finally, the Chaos Divine Might reminded him coldly. Then, the Primal Chaos Temple reached a pinnacle. Primordial Chaos, Supreme Heavenly Tao. The natural laws were like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, it was as though billions of gods and devils had appeared within the primordial chaos shrine. Billions of gods and devils were chanting at the same time, causing countless scriptures to materialize and surround Long Chen. Naturally, there were also sound attacks. In an instant, Long Chen felt as though he had fallen into a vortex of primordial chaos and primordial chaos. He was deeply aware that under the enhancement of the Origin Incandescent Stone, if he did not retaliate now, he would never have the chance to retaliate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The words and sounds that appeared from the Chaos Divine Palace contained both primordial chaos and primordial chaos laws. The primordial chaos was divided into 9 types, forming 9 huge words. Boom, boom, boom. Every word was like a huge world, and all the weight of it pressed down on Long Chen's head. A single suppression was a devastating blow. On the side of the Chaos Gods, even they themselves were a little shocked by such a huge commotion. However, such a terrifying moment only lasted for a split second, because in that split second, Long Chen used the primordial dragon sword to attack again. Rip! That sword was just a ray of light. It pierced through primordial chaos, and everything in the world. Past, future, fate-changing art, there were a total of 3 waves of light. It was the fusion of 3 types of laws, namely, karma, fate, and change. The endless life and death calamity was about destruction, and the fusion of these 3 types of laws was about change. This was a rather boring law that even the Chaos Divine Might could not deal with. To him, this was simply Long Chen's deathbed struggle. Chaos Divine Palace, suppress. The Chaos Divine Palace reached the top of Long Chen's head, and along with the huge words, it pressed down. Under such pressure, even though Long Chen had used his flame of life to protect himself, his body still cracked. This primal chaos, primordial chaos, 3.5 original grade destinable divine artifacts, and the laws of the origin incandescent stone. This was the most terrifying slaughter Long Chen had ever experienced. In just an instant, Long Chen had been defeated in front of everyone in the Chaos Temple. Boom. Completely dissipated. Resurrection. But in the blink of an eye, Long Chen's body condensed again, and he returned to his peak state. One death, one life. The Chaos Divine race saw this scene, but before they could celebrate, Long Chen was resurrected, unscathed. Of course, they were very depressed. But the Chaos Divine Palace was still there. Father. The Chaos Fire Dance was extremely anxious. What she meant was to suppress Long Chen again. It was impossible for him to resurrect twice in a row. However, no matter how anxious she was, the Chaotic Divine Might had already lost this opportunity. This was because at this moment, Long Chen's past and future reincarnation technique had completely entangled the Chaotic Divine Might and fused with his divine body. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The colorful light of the Chaos Divine Might was completely covered by the light of the fate-changing art above Long Chen's head. Very soon, the huge words outside the Chaos Divine Palace lost their support and completely shattered. The voice also suddenly disappeared. The billions of divine demons in the Chaos Divine Palace also disappeared. The 6 gazes on the Chaos Divine Palace disappeared at the same time. Everything was dead silent. Only the Chaos Divine Might remained motionless in the void. But in that instant, under the effect of the fate-changing art, the Chaos Divine Might changed. It was as if it had returned to the state of an infant from its prime. Boom! The power of karma, fate, and change swept across. When the fate-changing art dissipated, the Chaos Divine Might once again appeared in front of everyone. Now, everyone was almost suffocating as they stared at the Chaos Divine Might with their eyes wide open. It was still him, but why did it feel different? What was the effect of Long Chen's rule? It seems like Ancestor Wushu Sage has become weaker. No one knew who said this, but when they heard this, everyone finally knew what this strange feeling was. Now, the Chaos Divine Might only had one feeling, and that was that he was only in the Divine Emperor realm. Divine Emperor. Yes, it was a Divine Emperor. Everyone could see that the current Chaos Divine Might was no different from an Ultimate Realm Divine Emperor. However, why did the top perfect realm Ultimate God suddenly become an Ultimate Realm Divine Emperor? Not just the ordinary people, even the chaotic saints thought that they had seen it wrong. The Chaos Divine Might found that its 3 creator divine weapons had completely drifted away. It could no longer control them as it had lost the ability to sense the 3 divine weapons. In addition, it felt so weak that it felt strange. Many familiar rules were sealed in its memory like a dream, and it was difficult to recall them. In his body, the original incipient level power had directly returned to the eternal level, and even to the chaotic element level. It was as if it had returned to countless years ago. That era where all memories had disappeared. My power, at first, the Chaos Divine Might thought that it was Long Chen's illusory technique. When it encountered the heavenly dark realm, Long Chen's illusory technique had left a deep impression on it. However, it soon found that it was different. Everything was so real, such as those who were looking at it in shock. I'm sorry, but since you really want to kill me, I can't show mercy. My rule will make you change everything. For example, you are no longer the Chaos Divine Might from before. The current him was an Ultimate Realm Divine Emperor called the Chaos Divine Might. Long Chen could be considered to have destroyed it. Are you kidding me? The Chaos Divine Might crossed its arms and said these words with great difficulty with a bitter smile. Impossible. On the origin incandescent stone, the Chaos Fire Dance let out an extremely mournful scream. She widened her eyes and stared at Long Chen and the Chaos Divine Might. Her eyes almost fell out. Everything was still. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The origin incandescent stone had loosened. Long Chen had goosebumps because the Chaos Divine Lord had already come out from the origin incandescent stone. Indeed, this terrifying guy could appear from the origin incandescent stone. He had peak combat strength. Divine might. As soon as he appeared, he pulled the Chaos Divine Might into his hand and dragged it into the origin incandescent stone. In an instant, the entire origin incandescent stone burst out with radiance under the control of the Chaos Divine Lord. All of the radiance gushed into the Chaos Divine Might. Recover. The Chaos Divine Lord's deep voice was like a sharp thorn that pierced everyone's body, especially Long Chen. He suffered a huge impact and the pressure was extremely uncomfortable and painful. Obviously, the Chaos Divine Lord was very nervous and angry. Since the start of the Sacred War, the Chaos Divine Lord had not moved at all. At this moment, no one knew what he was going to do next. Perhaps he would kill Long Chen on the spot. Divine Lord, it's useless. I can't change my rule. Even so, Long Chen had to say that the Chaos Divine Lord thought that the Chaos Divine Might was only weakened and hence he used the origin incandescent stone to replenish it. In reality, that was not the case. It was Long Chen's rule that changed his life. If the Chaos Divine Lord wanted to continue, the Chaos Divine Might would explode and die. This was the case for the expired future fate-changing technique. Long Chen was prepared to endure the storm that was coming. Chapter 3179. It can't be changed. Hearing Long Chen's words, the Chaos Gods did not believe him. How could there be such a heaven-defying rule in the myriad worlds? Even the Chaos Divine Might could change everything in a short period of time, causing it to lose most of its power. Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? Can't it recover just because you say so? Primal Chaos Fire Dance's face was pale. She could not accept the defeat of the Chaos Divine Might, but she could not accept the fact that the Chaos Divine Might would lose its power forever. The other Chaos Gods also started talking. They were also waiting for the Chaos Divine Might to recover its power, so that they could prove that everything Long Chen said was a lie. However, even the Chaos God Master was involved. Everyone still had a bad premonition in their hearts. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds were no longer the same as before. At least in this battle, no matter what method Long Chen used, he won. He won the Chaos Divine Might. So far, out of the 8 battles, both sides had 4 victories each. After 3 consecutive battles, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds crushed the Chaos Gods 3 times in a row. Moreover, it was against the Chaos Divine Might and the other 2. The Chaos Gods could only respect this existence that had appeared out of nowhere. When the news of his victory spread like a storm across the myriad worlds, all the gods and demons were in a frenzy. Naturally, they did not know about Long Chen's current situation. The Chaos Gods still could not believe it. However, at this moment, the Chaos God Master suddenly stopped letting the Chaos Divine Might absorb the power of the Origin Brilliant Stone. After everything stopped, the result was inevitable. Impossible. Among the Chaos Gods, many people were speechless. They would rather believe that Long Chen defeated or even killed the Chaos Divine Might than believe that Long Chen could turn the Chaos Divine Might into a cripple with just one rule. Is it really so? Shocked, trembling, tearing, the Chaos Divine Might was at a loss and weak. As for the Chaos God Master with the tattoo of the dragon sacrificial continent, he stopped moving. Father, the Chaos Divine Marshal's voice was hoarse. He looked at Chaos Divine Master in disbelief. He did not expect that even Chaos Divine Master could not do anything about it. The natural laws are terrifying. It's already a foregone conclusion. He used the supreme natural laws to change your karma and fate. It's as if you've walked a completely different life. Now that you've reached where you are today, you'll have to walk another path in the future. That's impossible. How can there be laws stronger than my primordial chaos, and your laws? I don't believe it. There's nothing you can do even if you don't believe it. Perhaps those laws don't exist, but the problem is that he has fused 3 laws together. That's why he surpassed you. Of course, you also used the primal chaos temple to take his life. This time, Long Chen had won because he had risen from the dead. If he hadn't risen from the dead, the one who would have been defeated today would have been him. The Chaos Divine Might was absolutely not an easy opponent to deal with. Father, don't worry. At the moment when the Chaos Divine Marshal was at its most desperate, the Divine Master turned around and descended in front of Long Chen. Now, all the Chaos Gods knew that the impossible in their hearts had become a reality. The reality was that the Chaos Divine Marshal was crippled. Among them, the one who was the most heartbroken and hated the most was naturally the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. Today was the biggest blow in her life. Her most respected and worshipped father was defeated by the person she hated the most. Grandfather, kill him and take revenge for my father. The words of the Primal Chaos Fire Dance resonated with the entire Chaos Gods race. In an instant, thousands of ultimate divine emperors and above gathered together and roared in anger. Everyone's goal was to force the Divine Master of the Chaos God to take action. At this moment, who cared about the sacred war of the 10,000 realms? They just wanted to vent their anger. For a moment, the gods and demons of the myriad realms felt immense pressure. They had no choice but to gather together and prepare to resist. They didn't blame Long Chen for what happened today. They were proud of Long Chen. The dignity and face of the myriad realms depended on Long Chen and the others to regain it. The battle between Long Chen and the Chaos Divine Marshal was so intense that it was normal for them to lose control. Dignity and life. They, who had existed for countless years, chose dignity. However, no matter how the Chaos God's race roared, the Divine Master of the Chaos God remained unmoved. His illusory and chaotic eyes were focused on Long Chen's eyes. The Divine Master of the Chaos God was like a magnified version of the Chaos Divine Marshal. His eyes allowed Long Chen to feel the existence of the primal chaos and primordial chaos laws. There was even another kind of law that couldn't be explained clearly. Long Chen, what you've done to him is worse than killing him. You've embarrassed me and made me feel uncomfortable. When the Divine Master of the Chaos God spoke, no one dared to breathe loudly. Now, he was the supreme peak of the myriad realms. Divine Master, I can only say that I'm sorry. If I didn't do this, I would be dead. The only way I can deal with him is this kind of law. Under the threat of death, I have no other choice. This was the truth. In fact, it was also a principle that everyone understood. The Divine Master of the Chaos God was silent for a moment. When everyone's hearts were in their throats, he said, 9 battles is the rule that I set. Now that everything has happened, I will bear the responsibility. Let me ask you, the next battle will determine the victor between the myriad realms and the Chaos God race. Are you ready to face my opponent? Without having to fight, Long Chen knew that the Divine Master of the Chaos God was an ultimate God. He was much stronger than the Chaos Divine Marshal. He was the only person in the Chaos God race that made Long Chen deeply afraid. Of course, I'm ready. I will come with him in 5 days. Long Chen answered without hesitation. The Divine Master of the Chaos God nodded and said, then I'm curious and looking forward to it. It will be a miracle if you can find someone more capable than you in the myriad realms. If there isn't such a person, I won't mind if you fight me in the last battle. What he meant was that Long Chen could fight again. He, the divine master of the Chaos God, wanted Long Chen to be his opponent instead of finding a random person to make up the numbers. Now that the Chaos Divine Martial had happened, the divine master of the Chaos God would not fight outside of the sacred war of the myriad realms. However, he had to let Long Chen fight in the last battle so that he could answer to the Chaos Divine Martial. Submit to the myriad realms openly. Long Chen smiled and said, Divine Master, don't worry. That friend of mine will definitely appear. In addition, I will definitely not send someone to make up the numbers. I have already won 4 out of the 9 battles. I think we still have a high chance of winning. Naturally, I won't admit defeat easily. This was the truth. He did not want to admit defeat at all. The Divine Master of the Chaos God said, Then I look forward to his arrival even more. However, Long Chen, you have really angered me today. I will abide by the rules of the 9 battles and will not touch you for the time being. However, if you really win the 9 battles and defeat me, then I have nothing to say. But if you lose, I will make you pay a price to make it up to my son. He was straightforward. That was how the experts were. They were too lazy to beat around the bush and said everything directly. What kind of price do you want me to pay, Divine Master? Long Chen asked bluntly. Without hesitation, the Divine Master of the Chaos God said, Your rules are crueler than killing people. In that case, the price you have to pay is. If you lose, the Chaos God clan will control the myriad realms. At the same time, I will destroy a world, our original incipient realm world. The source of your life and death realms seems to be Pangu continent. Therefore, I will destroy Pangu continent with my own hands, along with billions of lives. The Divine Master of the Chaos God clan said this casually. After listening to it, Long Chen felt his scalp numb. He had to admit that this man was too invincible. He had long disregarded the lives of the common people. To him, a original incipient realm and billions of lives were not as important as the life of his son. If the Chaos God clan won the sacred war of myriad realms, because Long Chen had crippled his son today, the Divine Master of the Chaos God clan would have to pay the price of destroying Pangu continent. Of course, if the myriad realms won, there would naturally be someone who could defeat the Divine Master of the Chaos God clan. Then, the Divine Master of the Chaos God clan would have to pay the price of destroying Pangu continent. However, there were too many uncertainties about Kitten. If Kitten did not wake up, the myriad realms would be defeated. Did that not mean that Pangu continent was doomed to be destroyed? For a moment, not only ancient god Savage Wilderness was anxious, but all the gods and demons were also very nervous. However, no one could reverse the will of the Divine Master of the Chaos God clan. Divine Master, is there no room for negotiation? Long Chen gritted his teeth and looked straight at the Divine Master of the Chaos God clan. This was the last pressure the Divine Master had given him. His decision had made the final battle unprecedentedly important. There was no room for Long Chen to lose. If you really want to do this, then we can only fight back, Long Chen said. Then we can only see who can kill the fastest and the most. According to my previous temper, none of you will leave here alive today. Today, I'm only destroying one world. If you have nothing else to do, go ahead and arrange my opponents. If you want Pangu continent to survive, it's very simple. Defeat me. The Divine Master of the Chaos God clan was getting more and more impolite. Upon hearing this, the Chaos God clan, Fire Dance, and the others finally felt relieved. Don't be complacent. Your nightmare has just begun. Fire Dance gnashed her teeth. To be honest, she could not wait to kill Long Chen now. Even she felt that it was too long to wait for 5 days. Since there was no room for negotiation, it was useless to negotiate. After thinking about it, Long Chen had no choice but to return to the third floor of the Tower of Time with the gods and demons. When they came here, they were passionate, but at this moment, their faces were gloomy. The third floor of the Tower of Time was quiet. Everyone gathered around Long Chen, not knowing what to say. Long Chen, don't blame yourself for this. We all know that the opponent is very strong. No matter how careful we are, the weak will always be the weak. Sooner or later, we will reach this step. Seeing Long Chen remain silent, ancient god Savage Wilderness hurriedly said. Chapter 3180. No one could answer this question for Long Chen. This is the only way. If he wakes up, we will have great hope. If he doesn't, it will be a disaster for us. Now, the future is no longer in our hands, but in the hands of fate. All we can do is wait. The Chaos Demon Ancestor said. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor said, there is one more thing we can do. No matter what the future holds, we should make preparations first. We can't do anything big, so I suggest we go to Pangu continent first and move the people there to the life and death realms. Although we only have 5 days, at least if that happens, we can still save some lives. The other gods and devils had already agreed to the Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor's suggestion. Now, only Long Chen agreed. The 700 of them could move to Pangu continent at any time. Long Chen did not need to participate directly. He only needed to open up the passage. Let me go too, said Long Chen. No, Long Chen, you have more important things to do. The matter in front of you is too important. You need enough time to think about it and protect your friends. Maybe in 13 years, you will be different again. Ancient God Savage Wilderness said. The others also persuaded Long Chen to stay here. Even now, everyone was still full of hope for Long Chen. The trust in their eyes deeply touched Long Chen. Unity, faith. They all respected Long Chen, and Long Chen respected them. No matter what, we don't believe that you, who won 3 battles in a row in despair, will lose to the Chaos Gods again. You must have more power and more hope than us. Long Chen, the future will depend on you. The 4 of us can only run errands for you now. When Heavenly God Luya smiled, his white teeth were revealed. All right. For Long Chen, the most important thing now was to live up to the expectations they had for him. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he stared at each and every one of them. From the bottom of his heart, Long Chen solemnly spoke to each and every one of them, "Thank you all for your trust in me. In the future battles, no matter what happens, I can only say that in order to protect the myriad worlds, to protect the common people, Long Chen will not hesitate to die 1,000 deaths." This was not only their home, but also Long Chen's home. No one would benefit from the destruction of the world. I will protect Pangu continent with my life. The last sentence was said by Long Chen to ancient god Savage Wilderness. No matter what, Long Chen was the trigger for the Divine Lord of Chaos to vent his anger on Pangu continent, and he had to shoulder the responsibility. We will protect it with you. We want to take back the dignity we lost with our own hands. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor said. Now, although their opponents were still terrifying, everyone's heart was filled with hot blood. Then let's split into 2 groups. Long Chen first opened the entrance to the realm of life for them. With more than 700 experts above the realm of Ultimate God Emperor, 5 days might be enough. As long as everything was arranged properly, perhaps the common people would not lose too much. But looking at the endless Pangu continent, Long Chen could not help but feel desolate. Perhaps in the future, all the people on Pangu continent would have no home to return to, like him, and become wanderers in the myriad worlds. What a tragedy this was. The Divine Dragon clan was in the same situation now. So, no matter what, I can't let the Divine Lord of Chaos destroy this place. This was now the obsession in Long Chen's heart. Let's go back, Chen. Lingxi was right behind him. All right. It was useless to stay here. Long Chen returned to the Tower of Time and began to stay beside Kitten. Not only him, but also Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, and all the others were beside Kitten. It seemed that there had never been such a tense moment. In this Tower of Time, everyone's heartbeat seemed to be audible. They were all anxiously looking at Kitten, expecting him to wake up all of a sudden. That would be the ultimate surprise. As time went by, this kind of waiting was unintentionally torturous. Kitten, this bad guy. Doesn't he know how anxious we are? Zhu Shi was so angry that she jumped up and down. After all, when she saw Long Chen and the others were silent and the atmosphere was heavy, she could not help them. Everyone was anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Even Mo Xiaolang could not stay calm. He paced back and forth, wanting to say something to Long Chen several times, but stopped on second thought. What's wrong? Long Chen looked back at him and asked. The atmosphere was so tense that everyone was silent. His words were like a sudden clap of thunder. It's been more than 100 years. I don't think there's much hope. What he said was the truth. For more than 100 years, there had been no movement at all. If it wanted to wake up at this critical moment, the probability was really too low. Looking at the kitten's completely motionless appearance, who knew how long it would take? Then we can only wait. Long Chen said. No, I mean, if Kitten still hasn't woken up at the appointed time, are you going to fight him? Mo Xiaolang asked the question that everyone was worried about. Chaos Lord had already said that if there was no one else, Long Chen could fight him himself. He didn't mind it, even looked forward to it. Noticing that everyone was looking at him with worried eyes, Long Chen said straightforwardly, of course. No matter what, someone has to face him. I also want to see how powerful this Chaos Lord is. Anyway, if Kitten doesn't wake up, we will have to face him sooner or later. However, you turned Chaos God Might into a cripple. He definitely hates you and won't show any mercy. I'm worried. Long Chen smiled in this serious atmosphere. He said, this is inevitable. Chaos Lord is superior to ordinary rulers, so he has the qualifications to do so. As weaklings, it's normal for us to be threatened by him. In life, we can't avoid risking our lives. Moreover, as a man, we have to face what we have to face. Since we can't escape, we have to fight bravely. Who cares about Chaos Lord? As long as he doesn't die, he will make a comeback one day. As such, Mo Xiaolang couldn't say anything else. Actually, what he was afraid of was that Chaos Lord would be ruthless and kill them all, making it so that Long Chen wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. Actually, just like what the four rulers said, everything was up to the heavens. Like this, time passed by abnormally fast. It was as if a total of 10 years was no different from 5 or 6 days. Everyone's gazes fell onto Kitten. As they felt the passing of time, their hearts became increasingly nervous. The fear of the future was like a tidal wave that swept through everyone's hearts. Luckily, at this time, they still had Long Chen as their pillar of support. But even if it was Long Chen, as time passed by so quickly, there was nothing he could do. In a battle with Chaos Lord, 9 out of 10 chances of survival will be lost. If I die, all my future hopes will be severed. If he could choose, Long Chen would naturally choose not to fight. But, the problem was that there were only 3 years left and Kitten still hadn't made a move. In these 3 years, the chances of him waking up were extremely small. What do we do? What do we do? Ugly Kitten, if you don't wake up, you're going to kill boss. Zhu Shi was so anxious that her face turned blue. She wished that she could whip Kitten several times. Zhu Shi, don't blame him like this. If he knew, he would definitely want to wake up earlier. Yang Lingqing was also on her side. She was also concerned about Long Chen, but she knew that he had inherited everything from the ancestral dragon and became the hope of this race. He had to bear everything. A real man should be like this. Another year passed. Every second that passed, everyone's heart was beating like a drum. In the end, everyone was almost suffocating. While waiting, Long Chen felt that time was magical. It would be great if I could reverse the flow of time. I could reverse the flow of time in the entire myriad worlds. It's a pity that I have to be extremely capable to do that. If I had the capability to do that, it would only be a matter of time before I take care of the Chaos God Master. Long Chen could only sigh with emotions. Time was magical. But the problem was that Long Chen couldn't reach the deepest and highest place. In the blink of an eye, less than 3 years had passed. The hope is slim. I can only try my best. Long Chen suddenly moved. He controlled the body of the reincarnation divine beast and prepared to leave the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. Where are you going? The eternal whirlpool. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Long Chen disappeared in front of them. The eternal whirlpool was very difficult to control. What Long Chen wanted was the part that could accelerate time by 10,000 times. Now that he had the core of the time tunnel, it would take him a lot of effort to control it, especially to stabilize the time that was accelerated by 10,000 times. There were too many variables here. Unless he had no other choice, Long Chen wouldn't come here. After all, he might not be able to hold on for even a moment. If he walked into normal time, he would waste more than 1,000 times of time. I can probably maintain a fluctuation of 1,000 to 5,000 times, and 10,000 times. This was Long Chen's current situation. He took Kitten and rotated in the eternal whirlpool. It would take a lot of effort to exist at the highest speed of time. At most, he could only maintain it for 3 to 4 years. Therefore, at the last moment, Long Chen made this choice. But even so, there seemed to be no end to the reincarnation divine beast in his hands. Kitten, oh Kitten, you really make people worry. Long Chen sighed and smiled helplessly. At this juncture, there was at least a 90% chance that Long Chen would have to fight the Master God of Chaos. A hopeless battle. Moreover, the price of defeat was too high. Kitten couldn't hear Long Chen's voice. Zhuge Kitten. Year after year, Long Chen was exhausted in the eternal whirlpool, but Kitten still didn't respond. Despair had descended on everyone. Now, the 4 rulers cooperated with all the gods and demons of the myriad worlds to move the barbarians to the realms of life and death at a terrifying speed. Fortunately, the realms of life and death were boundless. Now, all the living beings of the myriad worlds knew the current situation. Although the gods and demons of the myriad worlds had regained their dignity, they were once again faced with the threat of death. The arrival of this day had become the most terrifying day for all living beings. Especially the barbarians who were seeking refuge in the realms of life and death. Chapter 3181. There are only a few hours left, and there's still no news? Ancient God Savage Wilderness stood on the clouds, looking down at the vast and empty Pangu continent. It had not been so bleak for tens of millions of years. Not yet. If there was, we would have been sent back long ago, said the heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor shook his head and smiled, then that's fate. However, it's obvious that Long Chen is going to fight. This time, it's all because of the 4 of us. Even if the 4 of us won 1 round, there wouldn't be a battle today. That's not it. The Chaos Gods are too strong. We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. What will come will come. Is there nothing we can do? I don't think so. I have no choice but to perish together with Pangu continent. It's not a big deal if I die, but Long Chen is our hope and dawn. He really shouldn't die. Only he can survive this tribulation, and I guess everything will be smooth sailing in the future. We don't have to worry too much about it. Ancient God Savage Wilderness looked at Panga's heart, where he had lived for countless years. Now, they no longer had any hope for the kitten. The Chaos Demon ancestor was the most straightforward. He said, in that case, no matter what, we have to protect him in the battle between him and the Chaos God Lord. If we have no other choice, we must find a way to protect him. He has grown so fast, and in the future, he will not mistreat us. Then it's settled. At this moment, the four sovereigns had confirmed the same idea. They were too lazy to stay in the Tower of Time, so they just waited. When the time came, Long Chen would naturally let them go to the God Lord continent. In the eternal whirlpool. The appointed time had arrived. There was still no movement from the kitten. Long Chen was no longer in a hurry, but he would still delay for a while to fight for the last hope. So, more than 2 years passed. Until the 17th year, there was still no movement. At this time, Long Chen could only smile bitterly. It was his turn to face what he had to face. Can we not go out? Li Xuanji asked. But after she asked, she knew in her heart that it was impossible for Long Chen not to go out. This time, it was basically impossible for nothing to happen. The only question was whether the matter was serious. Promise me, no matter what happens, you can't lose your life. Only by being alive can you have everything. Without you, all of us will disappear in the future. So, your life is more important than anything else. Listening to her gentle voice, the originally cold woman became as gentle as water for him. How could Long Chen not know her good intentions? I understand. That's why I'll do my best to survive. I'm no longer the young boy I used to be. I know what's most important. Moreover, the Master of Chaos is just a hurdle. I don't need to waste my life here. With Long Chen's words, Li Xuanji did not say anything else. She would rather stay with Long Chen. Perhaps, that way, Long Chen would remember to protect her. But Long Chen knew very well that when the time came for the enemy to destroy Pangu continent, he would not be able to control himself. Kitten, I still believe that you will appear. We've been brothers for so many years. Although you're playful, you've never been careless when it comes to important matters. Long Chen gave the statue of the divine beast of reincarnation one last look. Then, he asked the four sovereigns of the realms of life and death. Let me go out alone this time. No, we're a team, and we've held on until now. How can we let you go alone? This is the final battle, and we have to work together. How can we let you lose your momentum? Since the four sovereigns insisted, Long Chen had no choice but to bring them along. As for Mo Xiaolang and the others, all of them had to go with him in this final battle. No one was willing to stay here and wait for news. Then let's all go. Long Chen knew what to do. He brought the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, his women, brothers, friends, and so on. This might be the last time they would descend next to the Oregon boom. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds descended for the last time. This time, they were almost a day late. The Chaos Gods could not wait any longer. They had suspected many times that Long Chen had run away in advance. If it were not for the fact that the Lord of Chaos could still stay here calmly, they would have started to make a scene long ago. The fiery gazes of both sides collided for the last time. The Chaos Gods were scornful, fiery, and hateful, while the gods and demons of the myriad worlds were a little cold and unyielding in the midst of their decline. Even though they knew that the future was unimaginable, they were not afraid, and were even ready to fight to the death. Their gazes collided, distorting the Chaos Divine world. In the Chaos Gods team, the Chaos Divine Warrior was no longer here as he was heavily injured. The other 7 Chaos Saints stood behind the Lord of Chaos, becoming his strongest force. This was the strongest team of the Chaos Gods. On the other side, accompanied by the four rulers, Mo Xiaolang, and Lingxi, was Long Chen. It seemed like they were evenly matched. Except for Long Chen and the Lord of Chaos. At this moment, the Lord of Chaos's turbid gaze stopped on Long Chen. He said, "Indeed, it's still you." He had made it clear in one sentence. The one who would fight today was still Long Chen. "You're talking about his friend? You're just bluffing. Long Chen, why don't you let your friend come out and have a look?" The moment the Chaos Fire Danced saw him, her heart was filled with boundless anger. Even though the battle was about to start, she still could not bear it. Naturally, no one cared about her. "Lord of Chaos, let me experience your skills for the time being. Perhaps, my helper will be here soon." Even at this moment, Long Chen was not willing to give up on the possibility that Kitten would suddenly wake up. As long as he held on, Kitten could replace him. "You mean to say that I have two opponents today?" Master Chaos God said calmly. "Perhaps, but I think that you won't mind. After all, to you, I'm not essential." "You're right about that." The Lord of Chaos did not hold back. The Chaos Gods behind him were filled with an imposing aura, boundless divine might, and surging battle intent. Like a raging sea, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds could only retreat. For a short moment, there was dead silence. "Forget it, I'll let you decide. But this time, I won't hold back at all." The Lord of Chaos waved his hand, and the Chaos Gods and demons rushed back to the origin Oregon. Everyone's eyes were wide open, waiting for this ultimate battle. Many had never seen the Lord of Chaos fight before, but almost all of them saw him as the supreme god in their hearts. "Don't worry, everyone." Long Chen turned around and smiled at everyone. Although everyone was extremely nervous, when they saw Long Chen's calm smile, their hearts inexplicably calmed down. Although the kitten they were looking forward to hadn't woken up yet, they still had a lot of confidence in Long Chen. "Only when you're alive can you take revenge." The Heaven Dao Divine Emperor's last sentence made the gods and demons retreat, leaving the huge battlefield to the Lord of Chaos. Long Chen's aura still remembered that he had spread the invitation to the myriad worlds, dictating the life and death of every ultimate god emperor. He could even teleport the myriad worlds in an instant. His laws of space and primordial chaos were simply extraordinary. Long Chen could not forget the trust in their eyes, nor the respect they had for him. Especially Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang, they were the closest people to Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen's life was perhaps even more important than their own. "It's just a small matter." The current Long Chen, when he turned around to face the primal chaos divine master, had already let go of everything. He was passionate and full of lofty sentiments. He was a heroic and hot-blooded man. The passion of a man, to fight bravely. "You have guts." The Lord of Chaos had a hint of admiration in his eyes, but it quickly turned into a solemn murderous intent. His voice gradually turned gloomy. "I have to follow the rules when I do things. This is the last battle of the 9 battles. Life and death are not to be discussed. Victory or defeat will determine the future of the myriad worlds. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to influence the outcome of the 9 battles. I didn't expect that I would be the one to decide the outcome of the 9 battles, and all the changes were due to you. Just nice, I'll give you an end today. Perhaps this way, you will understand that I'm actually on a higher level than all of you." The Lord of Gods. When the Lord of Chaos smiled, the dragon sacrificial continent on his body also flashed with a cold light. "You seem to recognize these patterns, right? Also, you can also transform into that snake-like creature, right? Perhaps, there is a connection between us." As he said this, the Lord of Chaos aura suddenly changed dramatically. Long Chen could clearly see that among the divine dragon patterns on his upper body, pieces of real dragon scales actually appeared. It wasn't primeval troll. The dragon scales weren't primeval troll, so it could only belong to a real divine dragon. However, the Lord of Chaos wasn't a divine dragon. It was just that he had the bloodline of a dragon in his body. Long Chen couldn't figure out what was going on with him. It was hard to fathom, but it was undeniable that after the Lord of Chaos displayed his strength in front of Long Chen, the Lord of Chaos was simply a synonym for terrifying. Of course, I know, Long Chen took a deep breath and said. That's good. Looks like I'll have to study you carefully. What's going on with you? The Lord of Chaos smiled strangely. When the aura of chaos began to spread from his body, Long Chen realized that the world around him had completely disappeared. He and the Lord of Chaos had simply arrived in another world. It was an ancient world filled with destructive air currents that were everywhere and endless. The cycle of rebirth and destruction continued here. The new world grew and the old world was destroyed, turning into the aura of chaos, which then turned into 9 types of chaos elements that scattered in this ancient space. Chaos, primordial chaos. Chapter 3182. Ancestor? What ancestor was this? Chaos God Lord transformed within the grand mist space. He was everywhere, detached from the world. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Long Chen's sight. However, the great sense of crisis that Long Chen felt did not disappear. Instead, it greatly increased. In front of him was an endless fog of chaos formed from the 9 different elements of chaos. There was no end to this world. Bang! In the most dangerous position in front of him, the fog dispersed and Chaos God Lord appeared once more. But this time, Long Chen was incomparably shocked. It wasn't that Chaos God Lord had 3 heads and 6 arms like the Chaos Divine Might, but that he had transformed into a giant beast that Long Chen was familiar with. This giant beast's body was infinitely large. Long Chen naturally couldn't see its full appearance with his naked eyes. What he saw was an infinitely large eye. This was a blood-red eye born from chaos. In the grand mist space, this eye was as large as the dragon sacrificial continent. The current Long Chen was like an insignificant speck of dust in front of this gigantic beast, let alone compared to it. He was equivalent to nothing. One had to rely on their will to feel the enormity of this giant beast. The giant beast was silver-gray in color. It was like a standing giant, but also stooped like an ape. Its upper body was thick, and it had horns and sharp claws. There were even dragon scales on its body. Besides the dragon scales, this giant beast wasn't much different from the chaos beast that Long Chen had seen the Chaos Star Lord transform into. Or, it could be said that this incomparably large beast was the true chaos beast. Only something that was comparable to a world had the qualifications to be called a giant. Just a single breath of the chaos beast was enough to create a storm in the endless grand mist space. Long Chen stood in this storm of destructive power, directly resisting the terrifying might of this chaos beast. This is the world that I rule. Today, I will bestow upon you the punishment that you deserve. Rumble. The voice of the chaos beast was like an annihilating storm. It swept outwards, causing the grand mist space to shake. Long Chen didn't know how the others around the origin luminous stone were doing, but at this time he could deeply feel just how powerful the Chaos God Lord was. In this primal space, I'll give you a law of primal. You are a proud son of heaven, but unfortunately, Bairan will not work for me. So, I can only grant you death and turn you into ashes. As for Pangu continent, it will be buried with my son. The master god of primal chaos might be able to tolerate the death of a primal chaos divine marshal in a battle, but he couldn't tolerate the fact that his son's karma and fate had actually been changed. Even he could not reverse it. Within the grand mist space, Lord Chaos was filled with monstrous anger. Now, all of his anger was condensed into a single rule. This rule was invisible, already spreading outwards. the current Lord Chaos simply understood Long Chen far too well. After watching several battles, he had a general grasp of how Long Chen fought. But, Long Chen actually knew nothing about him. All living things are ants. While Long Chen was on high alert, the law of primal had deeply penetrated into the entire grand mist space. The whole world was enveloped by the law. The only way for Long Chen to escape from this world was to escape from the law of primal that all living things were ants. But, this was almost impossible. In fact, this was also a kind of law of space. It was just that the space at the beginning of the world was a little different. It could only be said to be more terrifying and completely unfathomable. When the law of primal chaos merged with the entire grand mist space, the whole world came to a standstill. Space froze, but it was not as simple as just freezing. In front of the chaos beast, everything was like an ant. Unable to move, it disappeared on its own. At first, it froze, and then the entire grand mist space began to crumble, turning into invisible dust and vanishing. Now that Long Chen had been merged with the grand mist space by the law of primal chaos, when the grand mist space shattered a little, his body would dissipate a little. For example, in a short period of time, his feet had dissipated into countless particles and disappeared in an instant. With such a slow disappearance, Long Chen could not even determine when he would die, and it would be difficult for him to resurrect himself. Clearly, his opponent had found a law that could even restrain his resurrection law. Without a destinable divine artifact or the origin incandescent stone, just a law of primal chaos is enough to force me to the point of certain death. Is this the true strength of the Master God of Chaos? Long Chen's heart was filled with horror. This was a crushing defeat. Compared to me, what you lack is the accumulation of time. The voice of the Master God of Chaos gradually weakened in Long Chen's ears. He was leaving this world, while Long Chen was still in a state of stillness, and would end with the destruction of the grand mist space. First freezing, then destruction. With such a law of primal chaos, Long Chen naturally did not even have the chance to escape from the realms of life and death. By using this law of primal chaos, the Master God of Chaos must have thought of everything. This was a method that would definitely kill Long Chen. It's a pity that I didn't let you see the scene of me destroying Pangu continent. The myriad worlds are so vast, and there are so many dimensions. If I don't ruthlessly shock and awe, how can the myriad worlds accept me as their ruler? From now on, the structure of the myriad worlds should change, and the chaotic divine realm will be the core of the myriad worlds. All of this will start from the moment I kill you. When he finished speaking, the Master God of Chaos had already disappeared, and Long Chen's limbs had vanished along with the grand mist space. Even so, he could not move at all. Long Chen, what should we do? Li Xuanji was still in his body. Inside Long Chen's body, she could move freely. Under the absolute suppression of the primal law, Long Chen could not even move his eyelids. If Li Xuanji came out, it would be the same. Li Xuanji, however, could use the law of Long Chen. Long Chen said to her, "The Master God of Chaos does not know that you are in my body. Just as well, you can try using the law of Death Realm Dragon Gate in here. It should not be difficult for you. If the Death Realm Dragon Gate is right in front of me, I can give it my all and fight it with my life." This was the only hope. All right. Li Xuanji quickly agreed. Life and death were hanging by a thread. This battle made Long Chen deeply aware of the huge gap between him and the Master God of Chaos. It was useless to say anything now. The only real hope was to escape alive. Begin. Death Realm Dragon Gate. Li Xuanji used all her strength to open the Death Realm Dragon Gate to a position closest to Long Chen. The moment the Death Realm Dragon Gate appeared, although it was extremely close to Long Chen, it rapidly collapsed under the attack of the law of all living beings are ants. The entire Death Realm Dragon Gate shook violently, causing huge ripples in the sea. Many living beings in the Death Realm Dragon Gate were affected. Without a word, Long Chen used all his strength and burst forth with all his might, rushing towards the Death Realm Dragon Gate. It was only a few centimeters away, but it became the biggest gap for Long Chen. No. Long Chen's face turned pale. The all-living beings are ants was too terrifying. He had used all his strength, but he could not move at all. The extreme suppression only allowed him to enter the Death Realm Dragon Gate slightly. However, the time it took for the gate to collapse was far longer than the time it took for Long Chen to enter. Bang! Before Long Chen entered, the Death Realm Dragon Gate was already destroyed. Again. Li Xuanji's voice was a bit hoarse. Long Chen knew that no matter who it was for, he should not give up hope at this moment. More and more of his body had been destroyed, turning into invisible particles that disappeared along with the grand mist space. Bang! Another Death Realm Dragon Gate disappeared. Long Chen had almost reached his limit. Now, Li Xuanji was already trembling in despair. But with her tough character, she would never give up. Long Chen, everyone needs you. You are not allowed to die here. I know. After several attempts, Long Chen knew he had to think of another way. His time was very, very short. Perhaps, the only one who can deal with the Chaos Lord is Kitten. At this moment, many things couldn't be considered with common sense. But when Long Chen thought of Kitten, he had an intuition. At this critical moment, Long Chen made a decision that stunned Li Xuanji. Help me open the gate of the time tunnel. Although the core of the time tunnel was in Long Chen's body, Li Xuanji was a part of Long Chen's body. Long Chen couldn't move, but Li Xuanji could. Demon's power reached the core of the time tunnel. As Long Chen wished, the gate to the third floor of the Tower of Time opened in front of him. Although Long Chen couldn't enter it, he could have people throw it out. As the Dragon Emperors were still inside, Long Chen's danger was exposed for the first time. Of course, it shocked everyone, especially Yang Yu. "Aunt Yu, throw the kitten out for me." After coming out, Long Chen put Kitten back to the third floor of the Tower of Time. "What's wrong?" Yang Yu's face was deathly pale, but she was a decisive person. After knowing what Long Chen needed at the moment, even though she was extremely worried, she still took control of the kitten's body and threw it toward the door that was about to shatter. "Daddy, what game are you playing?" Long Yan opened her eyes wide at the side and looked on curiously. If not for the Dragon Emperors blocking her, she would have rushed out. The innocence and simplicity of the child moved Long Chen very much. When he saw Long Yan, he found that he had endless power. "Yan, be good. Daddy will play with you later." In the next moment, Kitten's body appeared in the Hongmeng space while the gate of the time tunnel was broken. Chapter 3183. Such an effect was far more exaggerated than what Long Chen had imagined. At the last moment, he had made an extremely risky decision. But, he didn't think that it would be this bold decision that would save him. Naturally, it would also save many more things. Without a doubt, under the influence of the Grand Mist Space's rules that all life was like an ant, Kitten had truly awakened. Long Chen saw with his own eyes that the crystal kitten had begun to move. The loud roar of a beast caused the Grand Mist Space to tremble. The awakening white light angrily tore apart the Grand Mist Space. Kitten. Because the Grand Mist Space had shattered, Long Chen had also been freed from the Chaos God Lord's rules and escaped from the crisis of death. Now, Long Chen's heart was filled with joy. If it weren't for his quick wits, then no matter how much time passed, Kitten still wouldn't have awakened. Even if he waited another 100 to 200 years, it would still be useless. Perhaps he only needed a little stimulation. If he had placed himself in danger from the very start, then Kitten would have awakened long ago. In that moment, Long Chen had truly let out a breath of relief. Now, beneath the calcination of his fires of life, the damage caused to him by the Grand Mist rules was being restored. And in this torn-apart Grand Mist space, not too far away, the crystal kitten's main body was transforming in that white light. From a cat or tiger statue, it was transforming into a human. This transformation was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a figure with his back facing Long Chen appeared in this broken Grand Mist space. Passing through the white light, Long Chen saw a man with jade-like white skin. Contrary to Little Cat's appearance in the past, his current figure could be considered quite tall and sturdy. He had a head of disheveled light blonde hair, and as far as the eye could see, all he could see was firm muscles. Hidden within his flesh and blood was a power that even Long Chen was far from being able to estimate. Just this flesh and blood alone, the world within his body surpassed the vast galaxy. It didn't look like a cat at all. It was more like a white tiger that looked like a piece of jade. When it stood up, it had a kind of aura that could dominate the world. It was incomparably powerful, domineering, proud, unyielding, and extremely daring. Perhaps this was the real reincarnation divine beast, the one that dared to challenge the Void Universe dragon. However, the problem was that the originally wretched and despicable kitten had suddenly become like this. Even though Long Chen could only see her back view, he was still somewhat astonished, and he was momentarily stunned. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. In the next instant, Long Chen woke up with a start. This was because Kitten had let out an incomparably domineering roar of a ferocious tiger. Amidst this roar, the primordial space shattered and Long Chen returned to the chaos divine realm. That domineering roar was so loud that even Long Chen felt it was deafening. It was as if his brain had been hammered by a heavy hammer and his ears were filled with a roar that wouldn't disperse. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds watched this scene in shock. They watched as Kitten and Long Chen broke out of the primordial space. Kitten's appearance and Long Chen's survival were simply unimaginable surprises for them. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Of course, they still needed the four juggernauts to block Kitten's roar. A miracle had happened again. Even the eyes of the four juggernauts were brimming with tears. Long Chen hadn't disappointed them even once. Not even this time when they were in despair. The louder Kitten's roar, the more shocked they were. They were shocked by Kitten's current strength. Even Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the incomparably tall and sturdy Kitten in front of Long Chen. Kitten has become like this. Mo Xiaolang was a little stunned. Clearly, Kitten's true form wasn't a cat, but an existence similar to a tiger. It turned out that he wasn't lowly at all. Instead, he was incomparably domineering and looked down on the world. Everyone believed that they weren't used to the current Kitten. However, it didn't matter. As long as Kitten was strong, as long as he could help everyone get through this calamity, it would be fine. At this moment, the tall and sturdy Kitten in the white brilliance stared at the chaotic gods on the origin Oregon. That domineering voice descended again. The ancestor of demons, the real reincarnation demon ancestor, had descended. Even the chaotic gods couldn't help but tremble under his aura. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Who dares to attack me? Kitten's dark blue tiger eyes shrouded all the experts of the chaotic gods like the shadow of death. No matter how many experts of the chaotic gods there were, they couldn't scare him at this moment. While the experts of the chaotic gods were shocked and trembling, the bald chaotic god master descended in front of Kitten. His pair of illusory eyes collided with Kitten's. The chaotic god master's aura was majestic. Not only were there two types of rules of chaos and primordial chaos, there was also a third type of rules. You are the expert that Long Chen invited to deal with me. Chaos God Lord seemed calm, but the truth was that the horror in his heart had broken through the heavens. He was already surprised enough that Dragon Chen had appeared in the infinite worlds, but who was this super powerhouse in front of him that could instantly destroy the rules of all life as ants and rush out of the grand mist space? How dare you disturb me? Kitten had already locked onto the chaotic God Master. In his angry eyes, the chaotic God Master was no different from the others. At this moment, even the chaotic God Master didn't expect that Kitten would attack without any hesitation. His attack was simple. With a casual flick, the huge tiger claw miraculously landed on Master Chaos's face without any resistance. With a loud bang, Master Chaos slammed into the Origin's incandescent stone like a cannonball. In an instant, the hard Origin's incandescent stone cracked open, and Master Chaos's claws pierced deep into it. I don't want to kill anyone today, so I'll spare your dog life. Kitten blew on his palm, indicating that he had dirted his opponent's face with a slap. What he didn't know was that after this happened, let alone others, even Long Chen was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Long Chen naturally knew how powerful the chaotic God Master was. He was an existence that could instantly kill Long Chen. But now, the chaotic God Master who could instantly kill Long Chen was simply killed by Kitten. The chaotic God Master couldn't even dodge a slap. It wasn't that the chaotic God Master was weak, but that Kitten's methods completely surpassed the chaotic God Master in terms of rules and strength. Even Long Chen couldn't understand how the slap landed on the chaotic God Master's face. It doesn't seem fast, but the chaotic God Master couldn't dodge it. What kind of power is this? Is this still considered a rule? The shock in Long Chen's heart didn't dissipate for a long time. On the side of the Chaos God's race, there was only dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the Chaos God Lord, who was in the depths of the Origin incandescent stone. Now, the Chaos God Lord's body had been torn into thousands of pieces and shattered in the Origin incandescent stone. This was the result of Kitten's slap. Master Chaos Overlord was using the power of the Origin incandescent stone to recover his body with great difficulty. With his abilities, he should be able to recover very quickly. However, as the victim of the attack, he would probably have an unimaginable shock when he got attacked. In an instant, the chaotic God Master was heavily injured and couldn't fight back. The world was dead silent. Of course, the chaotic God's race was terrified. All of this was because of the last helper that Long Chen brought. Only now did they understand that there was an existence that surpassed Long Chen in the myriad worlds. Chaos Fire Dance, who was waiting for the chaotic God Master to kill Long Chen, fell to the ground with a pale face. Her mind was probably blank. Today was the biggest blow she had ever received. It was even worse than when her father was crippled. The existence that she respected the most was almost killed by a slap. It was like the destruction of the entire world. And all of this, even Long Chen himself felt that it was unbelievable. He didn't expect Kitten to be this strong. Kitten, when everything ended, Long Chen couldn't help but call out. The chaotic God Master had his back facing him. No matter what, after so long, he could finally return and find his original body. Long Chen was extremely happy for him. Who? Suddenly, Kitten turned around. Long Chen saw him. In terms of appearance, he was indeed an arrogant and domineering existence. Compared to Mo Xiaolang, he was much more domineering. Not only his appearance, even his eyes, spirit, and willpower seemed to have been reborn. He was very different from the previous Kitten. Long Chen couldn't help but retract the smile on his face. Are you addressing this sovereign? To Long Chen's surprise, Kitten spoke to him with an expressionless face. You don't know me? Long Chen asked blankly. Kitten smiled coldly and said, there are people everywhere in the world who know me. But there are only a few who are qualified to be known by me. I don't care who you are. Just like that, the tall and burly figure disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. He used some unknown method to disappear without a trace. He left directly, but Long Chen's heart was turned upside down. That was a strange look. Luckily, their opponent wasn't that arrogant. The chaotic gods were all immersed in Lord Chaos's injuries. No one paid attention to what Long Chen and Kitten were talking about. However, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang, who had just arrived, heard it. Together with Li Xuanji, the four of them were stunned. Although they had suppressed Lord Chaos and seemed to have solved the crisis of the chaotic god's world, but Kitten, after returning to his original body, may only have the memories of the reincarnation demon ancestor before the epoch. He doesn't have the memories of being with us, so he doesn't seem to know us. Long Chen looked helplessly at the other three. They had never imagined that the matter of their main bodies would change in such a way. This was something they had never imagined. Moreover, no one had a solution. After all, Kitten was too strong. Chapter 3184. Is there any way to help Kitten recover his memory? Plus, he doesn't even know that an era has passed, right? Lingxi asked worriedly. Long Chen shook his head. I don't think there's a way for now, but we have to think of something. The dragon servants probably didn't expect this either. Maybe it's because I moved Kitten out of the time tunnel and put him in danger. At this moment, he saw that Lord Chaos God had basically reassembled his body. He said, "We'll talk about Kitten later." No matter what, his appearance today has given the Chaos God race a huge shock. They don't know that Kitten is in danger. We can scare them and the crisis of the Chaos God world will be over, Mo Xiaolang said softly. Let me do it. Let's put Kitten's matter aside and deal with the Chaos Gods in front of us first. Now, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds were filled with excitement and fighting spirit. They came to the side of Long Chen and the others. In contrast, the Chaos Gods were dejected and their faces were filled with humiliation. Although they were unwilling, it was a fact that the Chaos Gods had been easily crushed. At this moment, Lord Chaos God reappeared. However, his vitality was greatly injured and he couldn't even open his eyes. No one expected that a slap would have such an effect. Now, the gods and the Chaos God race seemed to have swapped places. The Chaos God race couldn't even raise their heads before them. Their faces were filled with humiliation and shame. Long Chen stood in front of the crowd and said sternly, "Divine Master, Saint Venerables, and all members of the Primal Chaos God clan, you proposed 9 battles to decide the outcome of the battle. Now, in the last battle, you Divine Masters of the Primal Chaos God clan have suffered a crushing defeat. According to the agreement, from now on, you are not allowed to attack the myriad of worlds. Stay in your Primal Chaos God clan. With your capabilities, even if you do not dominate the myriad of worlds, you will still have a high status in the myriad of worlds." Lord Chaos God was defeated. The most unbelievable thing happened at that moment. Master Chaos raised his head with difficulty and looked at Long Chen, speechless. Although Kitten was not here, Master Chaos was not sure if that terrifying guy would suddenly appear. Long Chen continued, "Chaotic Divine Clan, the war between you and the myriad worlds ends today. I hope you can keep your promise and coexist peacefully with the myriad worlds. If you break your promise, for example, by attacking Pangu continent, first, we will look down on you. Second, I can guarantee that if anything happens to the myriad worlds, the chaotic divine realm will be destroyed." In the end, he looked at the Chaos Godlord and said, "Godlord, it's not that I want to warn you, but we don't want to cause trouble. If you continue to be stubborn, my friend won't just give you a slap. Don't provoke him, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This time, you went too far, that's why he acted." In the face of Long Chen's warning, the Chaos Godlord had nothing to say. The entire chaotic divine clan was silent now. Their arrogance and despotism had gone beyond the clouds. They had finally tasted the taste of humiliation. What needed to be said had been said. If they said more, they would be exposed. So, Long Chen opened the realm of life, allowing the myriad worlds fiend cube to return to its own world. Currently, the chaotic divine clan was still an unstable factor, and Kitten could not control it at all. So, for the time being, they could stay in the realm of life. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds entered one by one. They came here in humiliation, and now they were leaving in victory. Everyone had been tense these days, and now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In front of Long Chen, they naturally had the highest respect. Wait. Before Long Chen left, Primal Chaos Fire Dance called out to him. She didn't care about the consequences and rushed towards Long Chen. Looking at the Master God of Chaos, it was obvious that he didn't have the strength to stop Primal Chaos Fire Dance. What time? This woman's resentment was too heavy. Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked at her approaching. In fact, he was already very vigilant. I want you to die. As expected, she didn't have much rationality. This time, she had lost so badly. Until now, she could only use this extremely irrational method to try to kill Long Chen. Pa Li Xuanji suddenly appeared from Long Chen's body. Before Chaos Fire Dance could come over, she slapped her face, making her roll back to her chaotic divine clan. This time, Chaos Fire Dance was really heartbroken. She was too envious of Long Chen. That slap from Li Xuanji had slapped away all her thoughts. A woman will always be a woman. How dare you steal a woman from me? If you weren't too proud and looked down on other men, you probably wouldn't be interested in women. Now you know that you are actually nothing. Just be a pretty girl and don't be a bitch. Long Chen had too many things he wanted to say to her. However, Li Xuanji was very straightforward and made everything clear with a slap. Long Chen. The Chaos Godlord suddenly stopped him. Godlord, what are your orders? To deal with him, Long Chen was still very cautious. Which friend of yours? What realm is he in? Is he a half-step ancestor or has he truly transcended the third step of cultivation? The Chaos Godlord looked at Long Chen with blazing eyes. The third step, the true ancestor, was his dream. I also want to know, but does it matter? In the infinite worlds, he will always be the strongest, not you. I will say it again, don't go too far. If you go too far, there won't be a next time. The more he said, the more he exposed himself. The others went back. Long Chen exchanged a last look with the Chaos Godlord and also walked into the realm of life. The moment he entered the realm of life, it meant that the battle that had lasted for over 100 years had finally ended. There was joy and sorrow. The joy was that the infinite worlds were finally safe and had broken free from the fate of being enslaved. The sorrow was that although Kitten had woken up, he had forgotten about everyone. Of course, Long Chen wanted the kitten that belonged to everyone to come back. He couldn't give up on this brother of his, no matter what he had become. Long Chen had long forgotten about his betrayal in order to inherit the essence blood of the great void Aeon dragon. If he was afraid of this, he wouldn't have been in a hurry to find his real body in the time tunnel. Now, in front of him were the four rulers and the gods and demons of the infinite worlds. Long Chen explained the current situation to everyone. That's about it. At this point, I guess the Chaos God clan won't have the idea of invading the infinite worlds in a short time. He thought about it and decided to hide the matter about Kitten, so that the Chaos God clan wouldn't be able to get any information about Kitten from these God Emperors or Ultimate Gods. Therefore, Long Chen told them that Kitten still needed to rest for now. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor said, with that brother of yours, the Chaos God Master still has 10 guts. This time, he will be obedient. Long Chen, I have to say, that Kitten is really powerful. It's amazing. Moreover, it's actually from our demon race. It must be the true ancestor of our demon race. The others also talked at once, wanting to know more about Kitten. Long Chen gave a vague answer, then changed the topic. Now the Chaos God clan was basically obedient, but there were still many uncertainties. Long Chen discussed with the four rulers. They believed in Long Chen and Kitten, so they decided to return. Originally, Long Chen could use the gate of the universe to loosen their grip. But he had to find Kitten as soon as possible. Even if he lost his memory, Long Chen could tell him everything. Therefore, he asked the four rulers to go to the realm of life on their own. An ancient god savage wilderness also invited everyone to gather on Pangu continent. Moreover, the barbarians of the two realms needed everyone to return to their homeland. After dealing with them, Long Chen took Mo Xiaolang and asked Lingxi to go to the dragon sacrificial continent through the gate of the universe. They went directly out of the chaos god realm. It was not far from here to the dragon sacrificial continent. Kitten doesn't know the changes in the dragon sacrificial continent now. After he wakes up, he must have gone back there first. This was Long Chen's guess. Zhu Shi and the others were going to follow, but Long Chen felt that Kitten was still quite dangerous now. Although he and Zhu Shi were fated to be together, in terms of real feelings, the relationship between brothers was deeper. It would not be easy for Kitten to recover this memory. At least, Long Chen had no way to do it now. He could only try to talk to Kitten first. When he found out that the dragon sacrificial continent had been destroyed, he would certainly have a lot of questions. Back then, Kitten was imprisoned by the void cosmic dragon. It happened before the War of the Eras, so Kitten escaped this disaster. Therefore, he didn't know what changes had happened in the infinite worlds today. Perhaps he just thought that he had just escaped from the time tunnel and came to a small origin world. He didn't know that there was only one origin world in the infinite worlds today. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen returned to the edge of the dragon sacrificial continent from the space tunnel. He and Mo Xiaolang headed toward the destroyed dragon sacrificial continent. From afar, he saw the huge planet made of dust. Next to it was the god star of destiny. Big brother, he's over there. Sure enough, Long Chen and the others saw a small white dot on the dragon sacrificial continent. Even if he didn't deliberately show it, his tyrannical aura still swept across the world. Let's go. He stood still in that position and watched his former world being destroyed. Long Chen could be sure what kind of feelings he had now. Moreover, he must have millions of questions and millions of shock in his heart. When he woke up, the world was destroyed. His home was gone. The once number one infinite worlds, the dragon sacrificial continent. Where did it go? I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart. That's right, an era has passed since you were imprisoned by the void cosmic dragon. Too many changes have happened in this era. Now, I know everything you want to know. Chapter 3185. At this time, Kitten shouldn't be at his peak state. He probably hadn't truly reached the progenitor realm. But as long as he recovered in the future, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach his peak state. After hearing Long Chen's words, this burly and domineering man with tiger-like eyes instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. His pair of eyes stared at Long Chen, full of doubt. The destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent had brought him too much shock. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he would probably have gone crazy at this time. You said that more than an era has passed, and the dragon sacrificial continent has been destroyed. Now, even his voice had become hoarse, showing the shock in his heart. After waking up, everything had changed. If he had that part of Kitten's memory, he wouldn't be so shocked at this moment. That's right. Now that everything has changed, I can tell you exactly what happened from the beginning to the end. You just need to calm down and listen to me. In order to let him recover his memory, Long Chen would definitely use all kinds of methods. Kitten was silent for a while, then looked at everything that had disappeared around him. Finally, that domineering gaze pierced Long Chen's eyes, making it seem as if Long Chen had no secrets to speak of. Speak, I'll listen. From his gaze and expression, it was hard to know what his attitude was. Long Chen looked around and said, "You naturally know what kind of existence it is to be able to destroy the dragon sacrificial continent and even the entire myriad worlds. It's not appropriate for us to talk about it here. Then let's go somewhere else." Kitten's palm flipped and instantly swept Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang into a rotating tunnel. The surrounding walls of the tunnel flickered with all kinds of worlds. If one looked closely, they could see trillions of common people constantly flickering and intersecting, forming a reincarnation. This is my reincarnation. Only you and I know what we're talking about here. Under Kitten's signal, Long Chen knew that he could explain from the beginning. However, it still felt weird to communicate with such a cold and overbearing Kitten. Long Chen calmed down and started from the beginning. From the time when Kitten was imprisoned in the time tunnel by the void cosmic dragon, to the rise of the sky-devouring race, the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon leading the sky-devouring race in rebellion, followed by the birth of several existences comparable to the ancestral dragon, and finally, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was destroyed. After that, the sky-devouring race was recuperating and changed the rules of the myriad worlds. The fiend god beasts changed the fiend gods of the myriad worlds, forming the current world. So, you are the successor of the ancestral dragon? I can smell their scent on you, and not just one. The void cosmic dragon is also in your blood. Kitten's eyes were like fire, as if he wanted to pierce through Long Chen's body. Sky-devouring clan, chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. Aren't you surprised? Long Chen asked. He thought that Kitten would be shocked by the rise of the sky-devouring race, but he didn't expect that Kitten's attention had already shifted to him. I'm not too surprised. The primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon's actions are the opposite of the other ancestral dragons. He was born for devouring and destruction, so I knew that something would happen to him. As for the heaven-devouring race, I've seen them before. They are the miracle of the myriad worlds, strange beings born from mistakes. They can even devour the ancestral gods of the myriad worlds, so it's reasonable for them to be able to kill that ancestral dragon. It seemed that Kitten had a rough idea of what was going on. He knew that Long Chen was the successor of the ancestral dragon, but he didn't want to get anything from Long Chen. It was already kind of him. After all, the void cosmic dragon was an existence that he wanted to challenge day and night. Long Chen hurriedly said, "How did you escape from the time tunnel? I think you need to know this too. This is very important to us." Kitten waved his hand and gestured for Long Chen to continue. Actually, he was still quite desolate, but he was too lazy to show it in front of Long Chen. Waking up after an era and encountering such a major event, no one would be able to remain calm. Long Chen started from the first time he met Kitten in the Void Dragon Talisman, and then they started moving forward together. He told him about what happened between them and Kitten, all the way to the time tunnel to search for his main body, and finally allowing Kitten's remnant soul to return to his main body, which made Kitten's current strength. Perhaps, if I talk about this, you might be able to remember. Facing Kitten in such a state, Long Chen was still a little afraid. He didn't tell him about Kitten's previous personality, because he didn't know what expression this guy in front of him would have if he knew that he used to be a sloppy guy. Speaking up to this point, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were looking forward to Kitten's reaction. Kitten, now that the sky-swallowing clan has probably completely recovered, the myriad worlds have reached the end. Now that you have your own strength, we all hope that you can come back and work together with us to save this world and protect our home. Mo Xiaolang said. Who are you? Are you also a so-called brother? Kitten suddenly grinned, and his voice was filled with endless sternness. He suddenly released a fatal pressure, causing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang to be unable to control their own bodies, as if their lives were in his hands. Kitten stared at the two of them and said, "Seeing that you let me know what happened today, I will not punish you, but there are a few points that you must remember. First, I am not Kitten, I am the reincarnated demonic ancestor, the ancestor of all demons, the reincarnated divine beast. You must call me ancestor, not brother. Second, the one who accompanied you and trained with you was only the consciousness of a remnant of my soul, not the real me. Now, this is the real me, so you can understand it this way. Kitten is already dead, and he completed his mission, which was to let the reincarnated divine beast be reborn in this world. Third, Kitten simply put Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang on the verge of death, and he said with slight anger, "You have inherited the inheritance of the ancestral dragon, but the void cosmic dragon is my enemy who sealed me for an era. Seeing that you let me be reborn, I will not argue with you, but you are not even the ancestral dragon now, so you are not qualified to call me brother, not to mention my boss. The sooner you cut off the idea of that kitten, the safer you will be." Kitten's words made Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang completely helpless. Even though they were anxious and angry, no matter what, the other party was so resistant, it was quite difficult to verbally awaken that part of the other party's memory. Long Chen believed that memory was an important part of life, so Kitten was not an accident, but a real existence. It was just that he did not have that part of the memory, so even if he heard Long Chen speak of it, it would still feel strange. If not for the void cosmic dragon, you would probably be in the sky-swallowing clan's stomach now. Long Chen looked straight at Kitten. The little cat was startled for a moment, then it smiled coldly and said, "Then I'd rather be devoured. Otherwise, I'll be the only one left in this broken world. Otherwise, I'll see my home destroyed. Otherwise, I'll be alone and homeless." There was a deep sense of loneliness in his eyes. Of course, it was only for a moment. This made Long Chen understand that his nature was good, and he was a sentimental person. It was just that everything that happened today was too shocking, and he found it hard to accept. "If so, why don't you join us? Although the worlds are close to being destroyed, at least there is still hope. As long as we kill the sky-swallowing clan, we can rebuild the order of the worlds, and let everything that the sky-swallowing clan devours return to the worlds." Kitten laughed coldly and said, "Rely on you?" Long Chen replied, "Rely on all of us." Kitten said, "Before the epoch, the ancestral dragon was still at its peak, but was still destroyed by the sky-swallowing clan. Now, the sky-swallowing clan has almost devoured 90% of the worlds, and their strength is unprecedented. Not to mention you, even I am not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. How dare you say such big words with just us little things like us? I am impressed." His tone and attitude were filled with negativity and despair. Of course, Long Chen knew that what he said was true. This was something that Long Chen already knew a long, long time ago. However, if he were to achieve his ultimate dream of allowing the dragon god to regain control over the myriad worlds, establish stability and order, and restore peace to the myriad worlds, he would need to have a strength of 10,000. When Long Chen first learned of this difficulty, his strength was not even 1. Now, he was 100. He could go from 1 to 100 miraculously, exploding 100 times, so why couldn't he go from 100 to 10,000? Moreover, he was different from Kitten now. He was carrying the promise to his father, Long Qinglan's sacrifice in exchange for his birth. He was also carrying the heavy responsibility of protecting the Dragon God clan, protecting his family, friends, and brothers. If Long Chen was alone and had no one to rely on, he would probably be like Kitten and not care about anything. Long Chen understood now. Kitten wouldn't listen to him no matter what he said now. He had no confidence to resist, nor did he have any reason to. His rebirth was a form of pain to him. That was why he said that he would rather die in battle before the epoch than come back at this time and witness the destruction of the worlds with his own eyes. "Kitty, if that's the case, I won't say anything more. Maybe in the future, I'll prove to you that all the hard work I've done is worth it. All of us, friends, and family, welcome your return. There's never been any difficulty that can stop us. I'll say it again, I'm not Kitten." He was a little angry. There was no need to argue. Long Chen shook his head. Also, I hope you can use more time to calm down. Don't go against the sky-swallowing clan recklessly. You know what the consequences will be. What we need now is recovery and growth. You think resistance is a joke, but I don't think so. Unless I really die, I might give up. But as long as I, Long Chen, am still breathing, I will fight to the death with those who want to devour this world. Kitten's gaze changed, and he looked at him with a complicated expression. Let us go. Long Chen said. Wait. Chapter 3186. Kitten. Zhu Shi was usually heartless and it was rare for her to have tears in her eyes. Divine Phoenix Race. The moment Zhu Shi appeared, Kitten felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The way he looked at Zhu Shi changed completely. He looked at Zhu Shi blankly and said, shouldn't you be the sky-swallowing clan? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were bewildered. What was going on? Oh, I saw wrongly. Kitten shook his head and said, it's nothing. The Builder Tree used to be an original incipient level world. The creator of this world is the Divine Phoenix demonic ancestor. We are good friends. According to what you said, she should be in the stomach of the sky-swallowing clan. The Divine Phoenix demonic ancestor was the ancestor of the Phoenix race. Long Chen thought for a moment. There was a legend about the sacred god in the Phoenix race. It was in the form of a kitten. Of course, due to the influence of the sky-devouring race, the legend about the sacred god was full of mistakes. From the looks of it, it might have been because the kitten had a good relationship with the creator of the Builder Tree, or even had an ambiguous relationship. That was why it became a legend among the Phoenix race, and it was a messy and incomplete one. Kitten, you're a bastard. Everyone is waiting for you to wake up. Back then, to let you get your real body, Boss Long Chen spent a lot of effort to snatch it from the time tunnel. Now that you've got it, you want to run away? Zhu Shi was very angry. However, when Kitten glared at her, she was afraid again. She shrank to Long Chen's side. Little girl, are you willing to go with me? I want to go to the Builder Tree. Kitten said this at his most serious moment. Ah. Zhu Shi was not prepared. She didn't know how to respond. She looked at Long Chen for help. She was just angry and wanted to scold him. Go. This was a great opportunity. It was rare for Kitten to make an exception for Zhu Shi. Perhaps it was because they were once friends, but if he could bring Zhu Shi along, Long Chen would be able to keep track of Kitten's location at all times, and he could also rely on Zhu Shi to spread the news. In fact, with Zhu Shi by his side, Kitten would obviously come into contact with this memory, and the possibility of him recovering in the future would probably be higher. All right. I'll be merciful and go with you. Zhu Shi grew bolder and was no longer afraid of anything. Speaking up to here, Kitten didn't say anything else and Samsara disappeared before Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's eyes. When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang returned to Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Kitten and Zhu Shi were already gone. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. Big brother, do you think the previous Kitten will come back? Long Chen smiled and said, before, I didn't think there was much hope. But now, he has a good impression of Zhu Shi. With Zhu Shi around, I think the possibility is quite high. But for him to return to his previous shameless self, I think it'll be quite difficult. It'll take a lot of effort. Mo Xiaolang shook his head helplessly and said, to be honest, I wanted to beat him up when he was so despicable in the past. Now that he's changed, I'm not used to it. But actually, I can see that no matter what his temper is, his heart is the same. He doesn't speak politely to us, and at most, he'll just scare us. He might not really make a move on us. Regarding the matters of the myriad worlds, he might just be stronger, so he can understand the difficulty better. Actually, Mo Xiaolang was right. No matter how he changed, Kitten was still Kitten. Even if he disguised himself, he would still be the same. Zhu Shi, the task of guarding Kitten will be handed over to you. Long Chen contacted her secretly. Don't worry, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson, and then I'll come to see you. The two of them couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this troublesome matter wasn't that difficult after all. Mo Xiaolang said, "It's hard to figure out what to do with Kitten now. What should we do next?" Now that the chaotic gods had settled the matter, they seemed to relax and weren't as tense as before. Long Chen thought about it and said, "We still have to be on guard against the chaotic gods. Before I have the power to fight against the master chaotic gods, I can't let my guard down for the time being." Anyway, Shen Jun actually escaped from the gathering of gods and demons of all realms. Obviously, his connection with the primeval troll has deepened. Now, I don't know why, but the primeval troll has changed even more. Whether or not the Sky-Swallowing clan is behind this, we still have to be on guard. The primeval troll isn't as easy to talk to as the chaotic gods. Just like the Era Sky Demon, as long as they appear, their goal is to destroy all living beings. In Long Chen's mind, the primeval troll was obviously scarier than the chaotic gods. The master chaotic gods were righteous and only wanted to rule over the myriad realms. But the primeval troll were born to destroy, and they had almost no humanity. There probably weren't any sentimental beings like the Era Sky Demon. There were probably quite a few cruel chaotic demons. You mean, we have to go to the Great Desolate Emperor's domain to take a look? We should have dug out everything that Shen Jun knows long ago. Previously, the calamity of the chaotic gods was imminent. Now that it's finally settled, we naturally have to hurry up. Who knew if the primeval troll hidden in the demonic dragon's ancient tomb would awaken in the next instant and destroy the myriad realms in an instant? It would be fine if they were born in the same place, but if they were born in different places, they wouldn't even be able to kill them, not to mention anything else. Of course, the matter of the primeval troll was indeed important, but there was something else in Long Chen's mind that was equally important. The master chaotic gods must be related to the second ancestral dragon. The second dragon servant's whereabouts are unknown, and the master chaotic gods might know about the inheritance blood essence and the dragon servant. It's just that I'm still not a match for the master chaotic gods. Once I have a chance to surpass him, I have to hurry up and have a real battle with him. In the last battle, it could be considered a crushing defeat for Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen was very unconvinced. There was still a long way to go, and he would make a comeback. The Great Wilderness Monarch's heaven was located in the northern starry region, and it was one of the Heavenly Region's alliance. Currently, Heavenly God Luya and the others were still on Pangu continent, helping the barbarians return to Pangu continent. The environment of the life and death realms was not suitable for long-term survival. If a strong enemy really came, they could hide for a while, but not forever. Relying on the gate of the universe, Long Chen arrived at the Great Wilderness Monarch's heaven after nearly 10 days. He had already been here last time, but this time, Long Chen was even more powerful, and he definitely had the strength to crush Shen Jun, come out. Above the Great Wilderness Monarch's heaven, Long Chen stood proudly, his eyes sweeping across the world, but he did not find Shen Jun, nor did he see Ji Taishu. However, the space in front of him rippled, and a pitch-black tombstone appeared. The tombstone was carved with a giant beast covered in dragon scales, and it had a majestic will. Even if it was an inanimate object, it would make people unable to raise their heads. Crack! The tombstone split open from the middle, and Shen Jun walked out. This was a divine venerable who was limited by the troll contract, and now, primeval troll's black dragon scales had appeared on his body. Long Chen, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. I knew you would return again. That tombstone might be the meaning of the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. What shocked Long Chen was that this so-called Dragon Devil ancient tomb actually had the feeling of a time tunnel between the life and death realms. If this was related to the ancestral dragon, if someone was controlling it, that was equivalent to being able to open the Dragon Devil ancient tomb anywhere like Long Chen, and let the primeval troll attack the myriad worlds. This made his heart instantly turn cold. If his guess was correct, the Dragon Devil ancient tomb would be the world left behind by the ancestral dragon. His original name was definitely not the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. What do you want to say? If he could catch this guy now, he would probably be able to get a lot of information out of him. However, Shen Jun was very cautious, and basically, half of his body was still in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. The Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was filled with black fog, and it was completely silent inside. I'm here to tell you that the time is up. The ancient giant devils have been asleep for a long time now, and they're all extremely hungry right now. Therefore, they've already made their preparations. Now that they've awakened one after another, it's time for us, the ancient giant devils, to descend upon the infinite worlds and invade them. At this point, Shen Jun laughed strangely. Not far behind him, Ji Taishu's figure also appeared. Long Chen, I heard that you've dealt with the provocation of the Chaos God race, and a super expert has appeared by your side, defeating the Chaos God Lord. I'm really curious as to who it is, and in the blink of an eye, you've gone from the demonic god Buzhou Mountain to here. Ji Taishu immediately laughed mockingly. Someone who can defeat the Chaos God Lord can naturally easily destroy you so-called primeval troll. Ji Taishu, you're just a defeated opponent of mine, and now that you've been left far behind by me, what qualifications do you have to speak to me? If you really have the guts, then don't hide inside. Long Chen said indifferently. Humph, Long Chen, it's best that you don't rejoice too early. Let me tell you, a pleasant surprise will arrive in half a year's time. At that time, I will let you see exactly who is the loser between us. I will make you pay for the humiliation I suffered back then. After Ji Taishu finished speaking, he disappeared into the darkness. This child is too impatient. He can't even bear to mention such an important time like time. Although Shen Jun said those words of blame, he did not mean it. Half a year, this was actually a threat, a warning. After saying that, Shen Jun also had to return to his Dragon Devil ancient tomb. That's it. Half a year later, us father and son will give the myriad world the biggest surprise. The Chaos God race really knows how to choose the right time. Coming out at this time, isn't that courting death? Huh, Shen Jun laughed out loud. Half a year was equivalent to 500 years in the Tower of Time. Long Chen really wanted to rush into the Dragon Devil ancient tomb at this time to give it a try, but Shen Jun dared to do this. If Long Chen were to directly enter at this time, it would be a disaster. Half a year was enough for him to undergo a great transformation, so he endured it. Today, I have to prepare to return to Wuhan. After that, I will have to prepare for the final examination and the graduation thesis defense. In between, there will be an annual meeting and a job related to the Dragon Blood God of War's invasion of the European and American markets. Therefore, I need to revise a lot of the preamble. Anyway, May is a month of nightmares for me. I hope that everyone can understand. After all, a human body has its limits. Chapter 3187. Standing outside the Great Desolation, Sovereign Heaven, Shen Jun and Ji Taishu disappeared into the tomb, and the tomb closed. Down below, the living beings in the Great Desolation, Sovereign Heaven still did not know the changes of their world lord, and they did not know that if their world lord returned, it would be the day of their destruction. The primeval troll was created by the Sky-Devouring clan, and they were born for destruction. The Sky-Devouring clan devoured divine dragons, and used them as a template to create the primeval troll. After they were created, their nature was to kill, destroy, and destroy all living beings. They would not show any mercy. This was the most difficult thing to deal with about the primeval troll. The Chaos Gods would not target all living beings, but the appearance of the primeval troll was to destroy all living beings except them, devour everything, and occupy this world. They had similar characteristics to the sky-devouring clan, but the targets of devouring were limited to all living beings, gods, and devils. Half a year later, they would be like a pack of starving wolves, coming to the myriad worlds where sheep were everywhere. This was simply their paradise. With this time limit, if they did not make sufficient preparations, the result would be obvious. Whether or not they would provoke the sky-devouring clan, it would not be good for Long Chen and all living beings in the myriad of worlds. He had to tell the 4 sovereigns about this. Now, the 4 sovereigns, who had survived the calamity of the Chaos Gods, had just moved the barbarians to Pangu continent. Once again, he received such news. Half a year? During this period of time, we've really been plagued with misfortunes. The ancient giant demons are the biggest obstacle we've encountered in our lives. They're cruel and savage by nature. Most importantly, we don't know how strong they are. The 4 sovereigns were still on Pangu continent. However, if they want to destroy the myriad of worlds, it depends on us. In fact, I think the situation is much better than expected. First of all, the Chaos Gods have come. They did not expect that there would be primeval troll in the myriad of worlds. Although the Chaos God Lord has lost his power, they still have the Chaos God Lord and the 7 Chaos Saints. They are still the strongest fighting force in the myriad of worlds. Moreover, with the nature of the primeval troll, they have no way to escape. They must ally with us and fight. The second point is you, Long Chen. You have 3 experts who can defeat Primal Chaos Saint Venerables and 1 more who can defeat Divine Lords of Primal Chaos. You are stronger than the Primal Chaos God race. The 4 of us together used to be the entire power of the myriad worlds, but now we are only a small part of it. Even if the primordial great demon really descends, I am still full of confidence in you all. Their analysis was right. Nowadays, the myriad of worlds had reached an incredible level. We are indeed in a good situation, he said, but the problem is that the primeval troll is fully aware of our situation, but they still dare to come. That means they must have something to rely on. So, no matter what, I hope the 4 of you can do your best to prepare for the coming half a year and try to reduce the casualties to the minimum. We understand that. Arrogance and underestimation of the opponent will only lead to a crushing defeat. No matter what, we have to build the defense to the extreme. With their words, Long Chen felt reassured. His divine dragon clan was still homeless. They were all in Long Chen's divine kingdom. The only thing that Long Chen had to prepare for when the primeval troll comes was to prepare for the strength to fight against them, especially himself. With 500 years in the Tower of Time, he had a huge space for improvement. What Long Chen lacked most was time. It would be great if the 4th floor of the Tower of Time was not closed. Although the time in the Tower of Time was long, it lacked sufficient strength. Therefore, Long Chen had to stay in a place with sufficient strength for a long time. Of course, the chaotic deity realm was the place with the most abundant aura in the myriad of worlds. As long as he opened the time tunnel in the chaotic deity realm and absorbed more 9-colored chaotic aura, although 500 years in the Tower of Time couldn't match 500 years in the myriad of worlds, he could shorten the gap by 1,000 times. If he cultivated, he could at least increase the speed by hundreds of times. The space on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time was limited. The space here was basically given to Divine Dragon Clan, which had the greatest potential. Now, he had already found a small part of the original dragon's soul and most of the essence blood of the Supreme Divine Dragon. Before the arrival of the primeval troll, it seemed that Long Chen didn't have enough time to find the original dragon's soul. When I'm powerful enough, it should be easier for me to find them. I'd better focus on this place. At least, I should enter the realm of ultimate immortal emperor as soon as possible. Indeed, Long Chen was just a perfection immortal emperor. He still had a lot of room for improvement, especially after he reached the realm of ultimate god. He would definitely have a terrifying change. Long Chen moved to the chaotic deity realm from the gate of the universe. Elder brother, do we need to tell Kitten about the news of the primeval troll? Long Chen said, I've already told Zhu Shi. She will find an opportunity to tell Kitten about it. But I'm not sure whether Kitten will help us or not. I think he will help us. Mo Xiaolang said with certainty. Why do you say so? Although he seems to be desperate about the current situation, I feel that he still remembers the world before the epoch. He can't just watch this world being destroyed. Mo Xiaolang's thoughts were similar to Long Chen's. Also, what about the Master God Chaos? The Master God Chaos had just arrived in the myriad realms. He should not know much about the primeval troll. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry to organize the celestial demon gathering. Long Chen thought for a while and said, he has a secret about the second ancestral dragon. Before the primeval troll comes, I must find a way to figure out this secret. After this is done, I will tell him in detail. Anyway, they have the chaos formation pattern, so there's no need to rush. Of course, the premise of all this is that I can defeat him. Now, I can only work hard to defeat him. He was now outside the chaotic deity realm. The 9-colored chaos formation pattern was blocking his way. Looking at the sun, Mo Xiaolang really wanted to devour it, but the problem was that he could not provoke the Master God Chaos. Elder brother, do you think I can devour the sun of the northern starfield? Mo Xiaolang suddenly asked. Long Chen shook his head and said, the refined sun is an original incipient realm world. It's a world after all. It's not that easy. You're a perfect realm ultimate god. When you become an ultimate realm ultimate god like the Master God Chaos, or even higher, you can try to devour the entire refined Sunday. Mo Xiaolang only needed to devour to grow, which was much more efficient than Long Chen. Now that they were outside the chaos formation pattern, Long Chen felt that if he went in, he would definitely alert the chaotic deity realm. However, if he did not go in, he could not use the power of the chaotic deity realm to strengthen himself. However, the gate of the universe had been opened before. Lingxi could bring Long Chen in directly, but the Master God Chaos would definitely notice it. However, Long Chen did not care. He asked Lingxi to bring him into the dancing fire mainland. Looking at the vast land in front of him and the dense 9-colored chaotic spiritual qi, Long Chen could not help but laugh. Long Chen, what are you doing in my chaotic deity realm? As expected, the Master God Chaos voice came immediately. Of course, if it were in the past, Long Chen would have been thrown out directly. Long Chen smiled and said, Master God, I just remembered that I offended Lady Dancing Fire when I quarreled with her last time. So, I'm here to apologize to her. Is that okay? You came uninvited. Are you humiliating me? The Master God Chaos voice was gloomy. No, it's definitely not like that. It's my fault. I apologize to the Master God Chaos. I will not do this again. You'd better not have any wicked ideas. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Also, the daughter of the chaotic deity clan will never be with an outsider. You can also give up. Don't have any other thoughts about fire dance. After saying that, the Master God Chaos didn't care anymore. At this time, the chaotic fire dance had already arrived in front of Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes and said angrily, haven't you humiliated me enough? Do you still want to embarrass me today? Long Chen said gloomily, forget it. I wanted to apologize to you out of kindness. Since you don't appreciate it, then forget it. However, now that you are in the myriad world, there will be a lot of opportunities for you to meet each other. I don't want this matter to become a blood feud. I'll take my leave first. In the Fire Dance continent, Long Chen opened the gate of the Tower of Time and left directly. In fact, his main purpose was to leave the gate of the Tower of Time here so that he could borrow the power of the chaotic deity realm. What he said about apologizing to the chaotic Fire Dance was pure bullshit. He didn't intend to apologize to her at all. After returning to the Tower of Time, time passed much faster. 10 days outside was equivalent to 27 years inside. Every 27 years, Long Chen would leave another gate of the time tunnel outside. I thought you were going to apologize to her. Li Xuanji chuckled. How is that possible? If she knows the truth, she will definitely hate you to death. The problem is, she will never know. What should we do next? Cultivation. Let's reach the ultimate deity emperor realm first. Then, do you think our child can be born before the arrival of the primeval troll in 500 years? How would I know? It's up to you. Li Xuanji pursed her lips and said, what's your hope? After thinking for a while, Long Chen said, of course I want him to be born after that. In this way, he won't have to experience this war. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, I don't think so. Why? I want him to be born before that. Because only when he is born, I can help you wholeheartedly. I didn't ask for much because I didn't have the ability before. But now, thanks to you, I don't want to hide behind you anymore. I'm very sleepy today. It took me 5 hours to finish one chapter in the car. How depressing. When I get to Wuhan in the evening, I will take a bath and continue writing. Chapter 3188. From then on, Long Chen was like a parasite living in the chaotic divine realm. 9-colored chaos spiritual energy was quietly absorbed by him into the time tunnel. Although it wasn't a large amount, it had accumulated over a long period of time. Adding on his outstanding talent, even though it had only been half a year in the outside world, his cultivation speed was still very fast. 200 years later. Long Chen had yet to reach the ultimate divine emperor realm, but Ling Shi had surprised him. Without any other fortuitous encounters, she had also entered the perfect divine venerable realm. Her realm was the same as the 4 great rulers. Of course, in terms of combat strength, she had also made great progress in the space law. In the past 200 years, Lingxi had comprehended a new space law which was very similar to the primordial law of the chaotic divine clan. It could be confirmed that they were the same type. This further proved the relationship between the chaotic divine lord and the second ancestral dragon. Perhaps the chaos law was the chaotic divine clan's talent, while the primordial law definitely did not belong to them in the past. Of course, among the chaotic divine clan, only the chaotic divine lord knew the primordial law apart from the chaotic divine marshal. Perhaps only by defeating the chaotic divine lord could one be sure. Of course, to a large extent, Ling Shi was still studying the divine curse ring, because the divine curse ring was related to the many divine dragons that were sealed. If those divine dragons could return, their situation would be much better. In this aspect, the primordial divine curse made the most progress. If Ling Shi continued studying the silence divine curse and the heavenly fate curse, there would be even more profound ones. The current Ling Shi was truly even more powerful than the primordial ancestor. After some hard work, Long Chen, about 250 years had passed. This time, he calmed down and cultivated. Although the speed was not fast, it made up for many of his flaws and strengthened himself. The origin of all things in the chaotic divine dragon's power became purer and more majestic. Almost there, the ultimate deity emperor realm. Many of the surrounding dragon emperors had crossed this level. Long Chen's breakthrough was equivalent to entering the ultimate god realm. That was the difference between the Tai Chu divine realm and the Tai Yi divine realm. However, on this day, after borrowing the 9-colored chaotic spiritual chi from the chaotic divine world, Long Chen managed to cross the chasm, allowing his strength to converge and increase exponentially. Finally, he entered the realm of ultimate deity emperor. Buzz. Vast 9-colored chaotic spiritual chi gathered towards Long Chen and rushed into Long Chen's body. Under the transformation of the all things dragon source scripture, it turned into Long Chen's own strength. His primordial spirit and will were growing. His body that had gathered 7 kinds of ancestral dragon bodies was also growing. The current Long Chen only lacked the origin dragon soul. Once he had the origin dragon soul, he could instantly surpass everything and enter the ancestor realm. That realm was the realm of the primogenitors, the realm of the creators. From mortals to fiend gods ruled over mortals and controlled the world. From fiend gods to primogenitor created fiend gods and created the world. That was the relationship between the three. The real primogenitors were born at the beginning of the myriad worlds and created the myriad worlds. Like the reincarnation divine beast, they were born after the dragon sacrificial continent. There were also the first and second dragon servants, but they were very few. Now that Long Chen had grown again and his strength exploded, the entire time tunnel was trembling. At that moment, Long Chen felt the deeper secrets of the time tunnel. It was just a flash. It seems that apart from the ruins of time, the Tower of Time, and the eternal whirlpool, there should be other spaces in the time tunnel. Even the realms of life and death are the same. There must be deeper secrets of the ancestral dragon. I guess the dragon servants don't know about them. After gathering such a majestic strength, Long Chen's heart was filled with pride that he wanted to vent. He couldn't explore the time tunnel for the time being. After reaching the peak of the myriad worlds, which might be comparable to the primordial God Master's strength, Long Chen turned his attention to his own God Nation and the Origin Dragon Palace. The primordial God Master has the Origin Opal. Maybe he even has an Origin-grade creation artifact. He can control them all. Now that my realm has increased, I should be able to control them as well. Even the Origin Dragon Palace has more secrets than the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Even though the Primordial Dragon Pagoda had become the Primordial Dragon Sword, Long Chen couldn't figure it out. Now that his will was stronger, Long Chen calmed his mind and focused to communicate with the Origin Dragon Palace. This Golden Dragon Palace suppressed a huge god nation. At the same time, it stored a large amount of inheritance essence blood and the Origin Dragon Soul. The Origin Dragon Palace seemed to be protected by a layer of barrier. Long Chen needed to use a strong enough will and strength to attack fiercely in order to break through the defense. In the past, Long Chen couldn't do it. This is the key. Origin Dragon Palace, disaster is coming. Please bestow me strength. Long Chen was sincere and righteous. He used the will of a junior to communicate with the ancestor's soul. He believed that all the mystical dragons would be protecting him and helping him. As long as he reached a certain level, he believed that they wouldn't reject him. Just as Long Chen expected. As he charged at it again and again, he felt the hard outer shell of the Origin Dragon Palace gradually melt. When he sensed this, Long Chen was overjoyed and charged at it even harder. Finally, under his strong willpower, the Origin Dragon Palace rumbled and the words, Origin Dragon Palace, on the signboard shone brightly. Rumble. On the continent of the God Nation, all the mystical dragons could see waves of golden light when they looked up. Now, Long Chen was wandering in a golden ocean as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. It was warm, gentle and filled with endless hope. This was the internal world of the Origin Dragon Palace. With a loud sound, the Origin Dragon Palace that suppressed the continent of the God Nation started to shrink. Finally, it turned into a palm-sized golden palace similar to the Chaos Palace. The golden Origin Dragon Palace penetrated through space and appeared in Long Chen's hand in the Tower of Time. Actually, it came out of Long Chen's God Nation. Of course, although it was in Long Chen's hand, the Origin Dragon Palace was still suppressing the God Nation and ensuring the stability of the huge world. Actually, this world was stabilized by the Origin Dragon Palace. It was closely related to Long Chen's life and death. Therefore, it couldn't be regarded as his real home. For the real home of everyone, Long Chen was still working hard. Boom! The moment Long Chen held the Origin Dragon Palace, the most magnificent creation power in the history of the Origin Dragon Palace, which was equal to several semi-original incipient-grade creation god weapons, crazily gushed into Long Chen's body. When he controlled the Origin Dragon Palace, his energy surged to a terrifying degree. Long Chen had always been weak in terms of power, but it was different this time. The Origin Dragon Palace's massive amount of fortune divine power was cleansing his body, infusing with his dragon god power of all things origin. His body was about to explode, and the boundless power that was as vast as the stars was transforming him. Sizzle sizzle. In his body that was as vast as the starry sky, endless god power rolled out. Billions of god palaces sparkled like the sun. I've controlled the Origin Dragon Palace. Long Chen was so excited. From the moment he got the Origin Dragon Palace until now, he had been waiting for it. Finally, he succeeded. Although the Origin Dragon Palace was the same as the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and Long Chen could only use its creation divine power, this alone was enough. After all, the creation divine power of an origin-grade creation divine artifact was already terrifying. The primordial god tribe could use the Origin Bright Stone to exert such power, let alone the creation god weapon. Fuse, moreover, the Origin Dragon Palace could fuse with Long Chen just like the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. The palace melted into water and turned into a layer of gold membrane that melted with Long Chen's body. Unknowingly, it had increased Long Chen's defense. When he merged with the Origin Dragon Palace, boundless energy flowed through his body. Long Chen had the illusion that nothing in the 10,000 realms or living things could harm him. Of course, he could use the Origin Dragon Palace to attack his opponents, just like the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. And this, in the end, a wave of golden heat flowed into Long Chen's body from the boundless golden sea of the Origin Dragon Palace. It rapidly fused with the Origin Dragon God's power in his divine body. Under the influence of the heat flow, a new power was being born. Origin Dragon Scripture. This was an origin-level boundless divine technique. It came from the Origin Dragon Palace. When this energy entered Long Chen's body, it caused his trillion divine palace's boundless power to undergo earth-shattering changes. Under the transformation of the Origin Dragon Scripture, the energy that was as vast as the universe became a dark gold energy. This was the purest energy that Long Chen had ever seen. It had completely surpassed the original incipient grade Origin Dragon Scripture. Boom! Boom! The Origin Dragon Palace and the advancement had made an unexpected leap in his power level. He had even caught up with the principles. This was the great harvest he had obtained after 250 years of cultivation. He had cultivated hard day and night to get to where he was today. I should only be in initial control of the Origin Dragon Palace. In the future, the Origin Dragon Palace will definitely have more possibilities. Also, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda might not be the end. I haven't completely controlled it, which means there are bigger secrets. These two divine items passed down from the dragon sacrificial continent were as mysterious as the time tunnel that the ancestral dragon left behind. In the end, under the transformation of the Origin Dragon Scripture, all of Long Chen's power became the Origin Dragon Essence. Original grade power. It was rare in the universe. Perhaps only the chaotic God Lord had this level of power. Success. Even if he didn't use the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen could clearly feel the great changes in himself. What he wanted to do the most now was to use this violent power to fight. There were 3 exams today, morning, afternoon, and night. This chapter was written in the middle. After the update, Lunatic still had to take another exam. Sigh, I won't say much. The tears I shed today were all because I didn't study hard. Everyone, study hard and make progress every day. Don't learn from me and be a slacker. Chapter 3189. The Ultimate Realm of Divine Emperor. The boundless divine technique, Dragon Origin Scripture, forged the Origin Dragon essence. Most importantly, after fusing with the Origin Dragon Palace, the vast creation divine power had fused with the Origin Dragon essence, allowing Long Chen's power level to surpass the limits and ascend. Previously, his improvement in the laws far exceeded his power realm. Now, Long Chen finally had the power to match the eternal whirlpool, endless life and death calamity, and past and future fate reversal. It's done. Long Chen stood up amidst the anticipation of the crowd. Right now, everyone was surrounding him. Even if an even greater calamity was about to befall them, Long Chen had already made great progress. Everyone was filled with confidence in him. The most important thing now is to deal with Master God Chaos. I'm ready to go out and fight with him to see if there's a chance of winning. Master God Chaos has been staying in the chaotic divine realm for the past few days. The other chaotic gods have not gone out to cause trouble, which means they're still afraid of Kitten. Basically, no one had any objections to Long Chen's decision. How about Kitten? He's been wandering around the myriad realms and has been to a few places. I guess he's bored and stayed near the dragon sacrificial continent. Most of the time, he's silent. Naturally, he's trying to restore his peak power. Looks like he's also preparing for the myriad realms. Master God Chaos could only be considered as pressure. The real chaos would probably start from the primeval troll. As soon as they said that, Long Chen felt that Master God Chaos had appeared in the Fire Dance continent. After all, the time tunnel was connected to the Fire Dance continent under Long Chen's activation. I guess he's already felt the changes in the Origin Dragon Palace, or maybe he's just felt that my power has increased. In the face of the chaotic God Master, Long Chen's heart was filled with the most majestic battle intent. Back then, he hadn't been able to enjoy the battle to his heart's content. At that time, the gap between him and the chaotic God Master was too huge. Today, I must overthrow Master God Chaos. I can only go further if I surpass him. The chaotic divine master represented the end of the God-fiend realm, the power of the ultimate God. Most importantly, he definitely possesses the secrets of the second ancestral dragon. Without suppressing his strength, it's impossible for him to reveal those secrets. Thinking of this, Long Chen left the time tunnel with eagerness. After returning to the Fire Dance mainland, he closed the time tunnel, allowing his majestic power to descend on the Fire Dance mainland. Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking momentum. Not to mention the Chaos God Lord, even the Chaos Fire Dance mainland could feel it. Long Chen, why are you here again? The anger in Primal Chaos Fire Dance's heart hadn't dissipated yet. When she saw Long Chen again, an evil fire would burn in her belly. She wished she could skin Long Chen alive. He's always here. He's just secretly using our chaotic divine realm's 9-colored chaos spiritual energy. At that moment, Master God Chaos appeared behind Primal Chaos Fire Dance. Sure enough, he already knew what Long Chen was doing. However, it was just a trivial matter. He was curious about Long Chen's purpose, so he did not stop him. Of course, it was also because of Kitten. If he did not have the shadow of Kitten in his heart, Master God Chaos would not be so polite to Long Chen. Shameless thief. What a disgrace. Primal Chaos Fire Dance's silver eyes revealed a trace of contempt. However, her heart was soon shaken. Although Long Chen didn't show it too strongly, she could feel that the current Long Chen had made a qualitative leap compared to before. From a terrifying opponent, he had transformed into an existence that could completely crush Primal Chaos Fire Dance. The feeling he gave Primal Chaos Fire Dance was similar to the feeling Master God Chaos gave her. Fire Dance, go back. All of a sudden, Master God Chaos appeared in front of Primal Chaos Fire Dance and gazed at Long Chen with his cold eyes. From the moment Long Chen appeared, he knew that Long Chen had reached a level that even Master God Chaos was afraid of, perhaps because of the nine-colored chaos spiritual energy. Before, he only had the power of original incipient level. But now, the nature of his power has transformed into the power of original incipient level. It's not only the transformation of his level, but also his power. What kind of changes did he go through in the past 3 months? Master God Chaos did not know about the existence of the Tower of Time. Therefore, he was greatly shocked by Long Chen's rapid progress. Master God, I challenged you a few days ago, but I had to give up halfway. I feel deeply regretful. Now, I want to challenge you again for a fair fight. I wonder if Master God can give me this opportunity. In front of Chaos Fire Dance, Long Chen stated his request in a simple and straightforward manner. You're courting death. Primal Chaos Fire Dance was so angry that she laughed. She laughed at Long Chen's overconfidence and arrogance. If it wasn't for that person who saved you back then, you would have been reduced to ashes by now. You actually dare to challenge my grandfather today? Is there something wrong with your brain? Long Chen smiled. What he wanted was the Primal Chaos Master's answer, not the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. Master God Chaos squinted at Long Chen. Before Primal Chaos Fire Dance could speak, he nodded and said, "It seems that you need a perfect ending. You've made such a great progress in such a short time because of me. Your will is unstoppable. Today, I'm shocked by you. However, I won't go easy on you just because of that expert. I don't need you to go easy on me. I only want to challenge you in a fair fight. Straightforward." Master God Chaos's blood was boiling. To be honest, although Long Chen was once defeated by him and was far inferior to Master God Chaos, Master God Chaos was very curious to see how strong Long Chen had become. Long Chen's divine charm was so vast. Let's go. The Master of the Primal Chaos God did not say anything else. He pointed his finger, and the Primal Chaos array in the sky opened up another path. This was a path for Long Chen. Of course, this movement alarmed most of the Primal Chaos gods. Another hole opened up in the sky. No one could see it. Master God Chaos disappeared instantly. Long Chen followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen left the Chaos Divine World and came to the endless starry sky. They left the Chaos Divine World and found a battlefield that wouldn't affect the Chaos Divine World. Excluding the battle with Kitten billions of years ago, this was the final battle between the two peak existences. This was the ending of the last sacred war. Fire Dance, what's going on? Primal Chaos Qishao, Primal Chaos Ghostly Dance and other Chaos Saints came out from the Chaos Divine World. Many ultimate gods and divine emperors were also alarmed. The entire Chaos Gods race was in an uproar. It's Master God Chaos. Long Chen is here to challenge Master God Chaos again. Master God Chaos is going to fight Long Chen. It's the one who lost badly in front of Master God Chaos. Yes. If it wasn't for the last super expert, Long Chen would have died in Master God Chaos' hands. That arrogant guy dares to challenge Master God Chaos again. I hope this isn't that expert's plot. Among the Chaos Gods, those who were capable rushed into the Chaos Matrix. After all, the Chaos Matrix did not affect them in the slightest. They stayed in the outermost layer of the Chaos Matrix. Looking into the distance, they could see Long Chen and the Master of Chaos Gods facing each other in the depths of the starry sky. It's about to start. Everyone took a deep breath and watched with their eyes wide open. Only a few people made a sound. The 7 Chaos Saints at the front had their hearts in their throats. Fire Dance, do you think Long Chen is different? He has become stronger, Primal Chaos Ghostly Dance asked. Yes. That's why he's confident in today's challenge. However, it's only been 3 months. How much stronger can he become? He's arrogant, and he's angered Father. If that expert doesn't appear today, I bet Father won't be able to control himself and slaughter him. You're thinking too much. Father knows what he's doing. Before he defeats that expert, he won't act rashly. Facing Master God Chaos again, Long Chen didn't feel as if he could only watch but not reach. Facing Master God Chaos, Long Chen's blood was boiling. His fighting spirit was about to break through the sky. However, he still kept his composure and said, Master God Chaos, this time, we're just sparring. We won't risk our lives. Also, I want to make a bet with you. Another bet. Master God Chaos didn't mind such a huge bet. He said, just say it. If I win, I want to know some of your secrets related to the tattoo on your body. I hope you'll tell me everything you know. It should be easier to ask in this way. What if I win? Master God Chaos asked. Master God, you don't have an answer? Master God Chaos said, I won't take advantage of you. It's an equal exchange. If I win, I also want to know everything about the giant beast in the tattoo. If you lose, I hope you'll tell me everything you know. He probably had a lot of questions about the divine dragon. Long Chen didn't have much confidence in winning. Since that was the case, he could only fight. It was best not to let Master God Chaos know about the divine dragon's secrets. There were some things that could easily bring about a fatal disaster if he were to know about them. Then it's a deal. Please. Long Chen was fully prepared for battle. Master God Chaos was expressionless. However, he was different from the last time. Last time, he could completely suppress Long Chen with just one rule. This time, he was even more terrifying and powerful. This was his first serious battle. In just a short moment, Master God Chaos showed his 3 heads and 6 arms in front of Long Chen's eyes. It was as if he had split into 3. The 3 bodies stared coldly at Long Chen. It was like a burning ray of light that wanted to pierce through Long Chen. Buzz. Chapter 3190. As expected, there are 3 types of laws. After observing Master Chaos God Lord, Long Chen came to a conclusion. He had the ability to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Now, in the depths of the starry skies, 3 bald heads sharing a single body appeared in front of Long Chen. One was fierce, one was cold, and the last was mysterious. 3 temperaments, 3 types of power of laws, distributed in the 3 bodies. This division was much more perfect than the Chaos Divine Might. The Chaos Divine Might only had 2 types of laws, so it was very awkward. The first type of law had 9 violent primal chaos elements. This was undoubtedly the primal chaos laws. The second type of law was cold, ancient, and primitive. This was the supreme great Tao that Master Chaos used to control the Grand Mist space. This was the Grand Mist laws. As for the third type of law, if Master Chaos didn't display it, Long Chen would never know what it was. But he could feel that it might be the birth of all things in the world. It might be the evolution of a primitive universe. It was the process of the birth and destruction of a world. It was the transformation of a star and a myriad of worlds. This wasn't just the laws of a star. The changes of a star were only a small part of it. The true content of the book was much more than that. It was the universe, the myriad of worlds. The last type of law didn't lose to chaos or grand mist at all. In fact, it even surpassed the 2 types of laws. You're curious. I'm sure I'm even more curious about you. According to what I know, you have at least 7 types of laws. Besides the slaughter law, which is relatively common, the other 6 are at least at the level of my 3 types of laws. Even 3 months ago, I admired your attainments in laws. Time, fate, karma, life, calamity, and transformation were all peak laws. In particular, as the ancestral dragon's laws, they naturally didn't lose to chaos, grand mist, or the 3rd type. Master Chaos God gathered these 3 types of laws into 3 bodies. Now, it was as if 3 Master Chaos God Lords, each specialized in a type of law, were fighting against Long Chen. Among your laws, there's time, life, calamity, and a law similar to replication. The 2 laws that are the most difficult to comprehend seem to have fused with your past and future fate reversal art. The 2 laws add up to a lifetime, so I'm guessing that it's probably related to fate and karma. With such top-notch laws, you're indeed extraordinary. Basically, Master God of Chaos had guessed everything that Long Chen had. As for his 3rd rule, which included the universe, stars, creation and destruction, and the evolution of worlds, Long Chen was unable to use a unified term to describe it. This rule was even more complicated, but he could clearly feel its unique intensity. Seeing his confusion, the Lord of Chaos explained, I'm the only one in the Chaos Divine Realm who possesses this 3rd rule. You're right, it indeed originates from something related to my tattoo. Its name is Fortune. Good fortune. Long Chen felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. He understood. Primal chaos, primordial chaos, creation. Primordial chaos treasures, primordial chaos immortal essences, fortune divine artifacts. These 3 types of laws seem to be one and then split into 3 parts. Primal chaos was the element that formed the infinite worlds. Primordial chaos was the space that formed the framework of the infinite worlds. As for good fortune, it was a type of change. It was dynamic, it was destruction and new life. It was the variety of the infinite worlds, and it was the myriad of things in the world. One of the 3 was the original world, the world at the beginning of the world. This was fundamentally different from the creation of the world by the Tai Chi living dragon. The creation of the world by the Tai Chi living dragon was built on the framework of the original universe. Primordial chaos, and good fortune created the world, while the Tai Chi living dragon modified the world. Perhaps primordial chaos and good fortune are the 2nd ancestor dragon's rules. And primordial chaos, it's also possible that it's the 2nd ancestor dragon's rules. From the beginning, the Chaos Divine Realm might have inherited one of the 2nd ancestor dragon's rules. That's why the 2nd ancestor dragon appeared here in the end. Of course, all of this was just Long Chen's speculation. But now, he seemed to understand a little. The image of the 2nd ancestor dragon was starting to become clear in front of him. His mysterious veil had been lifted. Although it was very vague, Long Chen was eager to know. Master God of Chaos could be said to be the inheritor of the 2nd ancestor dragon's rules. He just didn't know to what extent this fellow had inherited it. Of course, these were all changes in Long Chen's heart. When Master God of Chaos said the word, good fortune, he was already ready for battle. 3 heads, 3 good fortune divine weapons. Fortunately, they were all half-incipient good fortune divine weapons. However, even if they were half-incipient good fortune divine weapons, they were still comparable to the Chaos Divine Palace or even infinitely closer to the origin grade. The body that controlled the good fortune divine weapon held a silver-gray longsword that looked like a centipede. It had a total of 9 segments and each segment contained the power of primordial chaos element. The primordial chaos element revolved around the longsword. This was the primordial chaos sword. In the legends of the Chaos Divine Realm, the weapon that the Master God of Chaos used the most was the holy relic of the Chaos Divine Realm. It was engraved among many weapons. The body that controlled the primordial chaos rule held thousands of golden tokens in its hand. Long Chen was very familiar with this. It was the invitation card that brought them to the Chaos Divine Realm. Now, it had transformed into its original form. It was a golden token. There was a word carved on the front and back of the golden token. It was an ancient, complicated character with many strokes. It should be the word, Primordial Chaos. This was the primordial golden token. Finally, the divine body that controlled the rules of creation held a black star core with both hands. It was only the size of a thumb, but the surrounding space and everything around it was destroyed, melted, and collapsed before this star. This thumb-sized object definitely hid a power that could destroy an original incipient world in a blink of an eye. This was the creation star. The primordial chaos sword, the primordial golden token, and the creation star. With the appearance of the three divine weapons, the master god of chaos was surrounded by the three creation divine weapons and the three creation divine weapons. His divine power was immense. He was like the ancestor that created the world in the primordial chaos. One look and one movement could destroy and regenerate the world. It was the birth and death of billions of lives. The primordial chaos sword turned into a giant centipede that swayed in the primordial chaos. The primordial golden token scattered and turned into a giant stone tablet that suppressed the space. The creation star was still in the hand of the master god of chaos, swallowing light and space. It was very similar to Demon Wa's black hole rule. The black hole was one of the changes in the myriad of worlds. Therefore, the black hole rule was also one of the creation rule. Long Chen, take this. Since it was a spar, Master Primal Chaos was very polite. Of course, it was only polite in words. When it came to real attacks, it could be said to be crazy. 3 great divine bodies, 3 great laws, and 3 great fortune divine weapons attacked at the same time. Such power was several times more terrifying than the all lives are ants he had used against Long Chen. The master god of chaos didn't want to lose. Supreme Chaos Sword Principle. First, the primordial chaos sword contained 9 types of primordial elements. It tore the sky and earth apart. On the primordial chaos sword, gray primordial chaos storms rolled, primordial chaos lightning flashed, fire and ice coexisted, light and darkness coexisted. The 9 supreme killing powers condensed into thousands of sword principles, breaking through worlds and slashing down millions of stars. They had only one target, Long Chen. All lives prison. At the same time, the primordial chaos golden plates in the other body of the master god of chaos flew out and formed a golden prison around Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the primordial chaos golden plates had completely surrounded Long Chen. This was an even higher primordial chaos sword principle. It could expand the power of the primordial chaos sword principle by several times. Under the control of the prison of all lives and the primordial chaos golden plates, space was first strengthened and upgraded to a terrifying level. It was as if a dragon vein realm expert had entered the chaotic divine realm. Just the pressure of space alone was enough to crush Long Chen into powder. For a moment, space was like the weight of an origin-level world, smashing down on Long Chen's head. However, these 2 laws were just appetizers. The moment the primordial chaos golden plates created the prison of all lives, another creation divine weapon entered the prison of all lives. It was the creation star. Creation black hole. The black hole law reappeared on the body of the master god of chaos. However, its power was completely different from Demon Wa's. This was the creation black hole from the primordial world. When the black hole opened in the prison of all lives, it was also the time to destroy everything. The terrifying lethality of the primordial chaos sword principle. The suppressive power of the prison of all lives. The devouring and destruction of the creation black hole. The 3 powers combined in an instant, creating an unparalleled lethality. The Master God of Chaos had originally prepared to deal with Kitten, but now he had to use it on Long Chen. This was the last battle outside the chaotic divine realm. He could not lose. In terms of power, the Master God of Chaos had cultivated for many years and naturally surpassed Long Chen. The Tai ancient scripture that he cultivated was the pinnacle of the Tai divine realm, the infinite divine technique. It was definitely origin level. The Tai innate celestial energy that it produced was not any weaker than Long Chen's origin dragon essence. Under such a desperate situation, the Master God of Chaos was looking forward to Long Chen's response. Long Chen will definitely be destroyed. Gosh, the Master God is too terrifying. If these 3 laws were to land in the chaotic divine realm, many would die. All the members of the chaotic divine race were deeply shocked. Long Chen was also shocked by his opponent's strength. However, this did not destroy his confidence. At the moment when all his powers were about to be destroyed, he decided to fuse with the Origin Dragon Palace. In an instant, the Origin Dragon Palace disappeared from the God Nation. Under Long Chen's control, it turned into a golden radiance and fused with his body. At that moment, the Origin Dragon essence was supported by the creation divine power. Long Chen experienced a terrifying surge in strength. At the same time, the Origin Dragon Palace gave Long Chen absolute defense. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.